E2. Holy shoot. Stop trying to link me hantovirus, bro. What the fuck is this? Holy shit, bro. That was fucking crazy, bro. That announcement. It was so big dick that I didn't even know what the fuck was even happening towards the end. This was your original... This is the original PoE thumbnail yesterday. That was not my original thumbnail. This is AI slop. What is this? What is this AI slop? What is... What the fuck is that? No, so... Oh, he's telling... Dude. Path of Exile 2 Ancients. What I want to do is I want to watch... Okay, Zanlad, relax right now. You're about to be banned. Okay, we got a ton of stuff, Chad. We got a ton of stuff. We got a D4, Spirit Walker. Okay, that one there. I don't know what this is. This. Okay, we got this. After seeing that last stream of PoE 2, I'm so glad Diablo 4 is not like that. And me seeing all the crazy vast systems, me as a casual not wanting to play the game at all, glad D4 can do a better job at staying approachable and pretty hefty with the content too now, but not overblown. This is rage bait. No way. There's no way. There's no way. Nah. Guys, I'm not getting rage baited today. I'm not getting rage baited today. I'm not getting rage baited today. Guys, there's too many good things to pog out about till they get rage baited by this bozo. I'm not doing it. Okay. Guys, there is an interview. The question is, do I want to watch the interview first, or do I want to deep dive and pause through the main announcement first? Interview. Someone asked in chat below yesterday, I saw it. They said, what race is Jonathan? And I was like, Jonathan is a bit of a hybrid build. What's going on there? I don't know. Some guy just typed that and I just cracked up. Like, Jonathan does look like he's kind of like, he's like, is he like a bit Asian or something? But then he's not. He's like, is he Caucasian? Has he got some, like, what's going on there? Jonathan is a crazy, like, he's a unique build. He's a unique build. For sure. Like, I don't know, this shit is crazy. Why does it matter? I don't know why it matters. Some guy just asked. Some guy in chat just asked. He's like, someone just typed that and it cracked me up. Daily pack rep, PoE related. This is PoE related pack rep. Okay, this better be PoE related or you're fucking banned, bro.
No shot.
How many times has he ripped, dude?
Can I not block this? Oh! Ooh! I knew I could tank if it... Whoa! No! No!
Dude, I know that vibe, bro. I know that vibe. You're safe in your bed, bro. You're cozy. You can't get hurt there. How is that? That's not PoE related, dude. But I'll allow it. I actually enjoy those pack reps. It's enjoyable watching someone else die in Hardcore Valheim. I don't know what to tell you. Just watching other people die in Hardcore Valheim is good. I just really do like it. I really do like it. I like it a lot. They don't have the balls. Dude. Dude, Jonathan yesterday, mid fucking thing, he's like, what the fuck? I don't remember that shit. He started going crazy. Jonathan started going crazy, bro. Jonathan started going crazy. Another Jonathan interview. Oh my god, bro. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. Relax. He was in rap god mode, dude. He was going crazy. Okay, all right. Let's watch the interview between Chris Wilson and Jonathan. Bro, how the fuck do people wear things on their wrist? It's like they say you're gonna get used to it after like a day. You'll get used to it after like 2 days. You'll get used to it after like a week or something. Every second that I'm consciously existing, okay, I'm just getting triggered by wearing this fucking thing. It makes my wrist just hurting, bro. Oh, but you know what? This one I can put down. I can put it down on the, like, it doesn't affect my gaming ability, which, yeah, my pinky's not hurting. I'm gonna try. Took me 2 months. Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try 1 month of wearing this shit. And if by 1 month it's not like, I'm gonna tank it. The cool thing is, chat, apparently I'll be able to link this up with a stream so that I can actually do heart rate monitor streams with live heart rate. Very cool. Very cool. It's a step tracker. It's mainly a step tracker. Do you think it's too tight? Is this too tight, chat? Just like this, bro. I mean, I've got a mark there. No, I don't think so. It's not. There's no mark there, bro. It's like on my bony part though. I got bony arms, bro. Oof. Not tight enough.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson.
Turn on the heart rate monitor. I have to like create my own application that has a Bluetooth connector, and then I have to sync it with this. Then I can capture it and put it onto OBS. It's like, but again, I have to have my own application. Anyway, guys, we're watching this interview. Get your potions ready. We got the Chris. Wait. We're gonna start from the beginning. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and I can pause.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson. So this is the interview that people have been requesting for some time. Today, I'll be chatting with Jonathan Rogers. The context for viewers is Jonathan and I were 2 of the co-founders of Grinding Gear Games and ran the company together for 17 years or so. I left a few years ago, and Jonathan's been running it since then. So for every new Path of Exile 2 release the company does, they run a press tour where journalists and influencers can interview the company about the new expansion. And now that I've got my YouTube channel, I kind of snuck onto the press tour and snagged an interview slot with Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, how are you going?
Hey, I'm going good.
Nice, good to talk to you. Yeah, so how's life at GGG? 050 is looking really cool. I'm very, very pleased.
Wait, they both live in the same city. Why couldn't he just go around to Jonathan's house and do it live, bro? I guess, like, fuck, he doesn't get special privileges because he's Chris Wilson. You don't get special privileges.
To see it?
Well, it's certainly busy, I'll tell you that. Like, there's a lot.
I don't think bro's awkward. I think these guys have just interacted with each other since literal high school. So him saying, hey, man, what's up? Is like, yeah, what up? Like, it's not a big deal. That's why he's not awkward.
Going on. Like, 050 is kind of this just, like, giant patch that, is like a crazy bear to organize just because there's so many different parts to it. So, yeah, it's certainly probably one of the harder ones I've ever worked on, I'd say.
The scope looks crazy. Like, when you were initially telling me about it, like, obviously there's a ton of stuff in the endgame, but you just kept going.
Yeah. I think one of the issues, one of the perils of being in early access is there's this kind of desire of, like, okay, with every patch, we want to try and fix everything. Like, we want to try and get the game into a state where it's more releasable. And
that was what I was confused by. Why Neon's saying he's going to wait to fix. Why isn't it their job now to unshitify the passive skill tree before they move on with any content? Shouldn't they stop doing, like, why put anything new into the game until you fix the stuff that's currently in the game first? Am I crazy? No point with that other classes. This is what I'm thinking to myself. And I'm like, it's weird. And why keep releasing leagues if it's fucking early access? I don't know. Again, it's kind of... I feel like monetization has a part to do with it, by the way. I think money's got something to do with it. I'll just put it out there. I think obviously they are monetizing the early access, and if they incentivize people to do it... I mean, they were literally sponsoring content creators to do early access leagues. You know?
So then we're like, okay, the end game is a problem. We need to address it. So we're like, okay, what are the things that would need to happen? What are all the things that would need to happen in order to make the end game good? And so suddenly then you're ending up with the scope that's just absolutely gigantic. And probably the smart thing to do would be to be, okay, we're just going to divide this up into like several pieces, and then we're going to go and we're going to try and do each one, and one at a time. But the problem is it's really... What was that, sorry?
Oh, could you divide the endgame stuff? Like, it feels to me like you kind of do need to do that pretty cohesively.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, it does feel like you can't divide it, and that's because you're like, okay, if we're going to make the endgame good, it means that every single, like, all of the things in it need to be good and so on. But like, the reality is that probably what would have been better is like, hey, just leave one of these leagues bad, and just like concentrate on the others and everything like that. But I really didn't want to. So what we ended up doing was kind of like, okay, we're gonna make every single thing that's in the end game actually good. We're gonna make sure that they all have the sort of depth of a full league system. We're not gonna leave it like how it was in 010 and that kind of
big deck.
And that's just kind of led to the scope being huge. And we were planning even 040 to have a bunch of the end game stuff, and then it ended up just getting pushed because it was just kind of too huge. So yeah, it's just a scope management issue, and it's been pretty difficult.
So with regard to that delay there, how did the thought process work? Like, obviously, you'd worked out a scope of endgame stuff in your head you thought you could do for 040, and then the reality was you eventually had to decide to push it. But like, what was it that made it too big to do in 040?
Well, once again, I think it was probably just the fact that we wanted to do it all at the same time. So we were like, okay, we need 4 new pinnacle bosses because we need to be, we're upgrading 4 leagues. And if we've got 4 new pinnacle bosses, we need, like, here's all the stuff that needs to do. We need to make sure the league mechanics have like an extra thing going on with each of them, like all that sort of stuff. And I think if we'd just done one of them in 040, that would have been absolutely fine, and we could have got extra, especially because like a bunch of work was done, right? Like there was a bunch of work done before 040 because we did think that the endgame stuff was going to go in. Which then we kind of had to at the last minute be like, okay, we actually can't do this. It's just going to have to be the druid in the league effectively for 040. So that was kind of a bit annoying because it made
that league was still fun, by the way. And knowing that next league is going to be huge, I mean, dude, I don't even know, chat. This next league is going to be so crazy. It's going to be the biggest patch ever released in Path of Exile in all history. And then they're going to do another one that's even bigger after that. In like half a year, by the way. Which might actually get... Wait, chat. Who thinks 1.0 is going to actually be released this year? One in the chat if you think it's getting released this year. Because he said it is. But then again, they said that it was going to get released in like 2024 or something. Didn't they? Like, it was some crazy shit. It was like... But then again... That's like, he's saying it's going to be released this year now, and it's only 6 months from now, so therefore he must believe in it pretty hard, because that's like not even, it's like, oh yeah, we'll have it done in 1 year from now, because you can't really tell. This is like, he's talking single-digit months from now, he's saying 1.0. Access towards multiple classes, last time we got one class. Oh, you think that they haven't got a bunch of stuff loaded up? You think they haven't got a bunch of the acts loaded up? That he even said they've got the acts. What are you talking about? The reason they made the interludes is so they didn't have to release they want 1.0 to feel like 1.0. They don't want to just iteratively release, like, they don't want to just constantly like slap shit in. They're doing like Baldur's Gate, where like they say, hey, you can play Act 1. And they can refine all the systems, get rid of all the hardware issues, fix the bugs, get the passage tree locked in, do all the stuff, right? Without actually like spoiling the full release of the game. And then they're going to raw dog out the 1.0 patch, and it's going to have like all the classes. Well, not all the classes. It's going to have a bunch of classes and the main campaign. And all, I mean, it's going to be insane, chat. The amount of stuff they've been holding back is going to be crazy.
Pro feel a lot smaller, and it's interesting because like 030 was obviously a huge, like a huge release, and then 040 kind of felt like a bit of a letdown by comparison. It really is just because a bunch of work that was done didn't end up shipping in it. So 050, though, on the other hand, is going to feel like this absolutely gigantic release because a bunch of work that was done for 040 which didn't make it is now going to be in it, plus a bunch of extra stuff as well. So that's kind of just one of those things, I guess. But it's sort of surprising as well because the larger something is, it honestly the time taken to do it seems to go up by more than linearly, right? Like if you do something twice as big, it takes more than twice as long to do it. So that's one of the tricky things we've certainly found.
Yeah. I noticed, so this early access you're running for PoE2 at the moment, it's not the first time GGG did early access. I guess you recall we did it for 1.0 and 2.0 and 3.0 back, like the Awakening and Fall of Oriath and so on. But those were way shorter. Like it was basically like 1 league's worth. And obviously you guys will have run this for like a year or so. And in fact, is it a year or 2 years?
It'll be 2 years.
Yeah.
By the time we're done, I suspect.
Yep. So the question I have here is, this means that you're having to run early access, not just as a beta test, but kind of as a live service. Like you're having to, when you do an update, you can't say, hey guys, please test the campaign. There is no end game, because they want to play the end game. You want them to be playing it as a final product. It makes money and so on. So is it hard managing a live service when what you kind of want is testing of specific features?
It honestly really is. And the funny thing about it is that we never intended, as I'm sure you specifically know, to have early access last this long. Like, both of us were very optimistically thinking, oh yeah, it's going to be 6 months. But the reality was it was way, way longer than that.
6 months, dude.
So it was
Jesus Christ.
The funny thing is that I think that when you haven't made a game from scratch for a while, even if you're sitting there churning out league launches, it honestly took me by surprise how much work there is in it. Which, I mean, we did it before, but yet it's like somehow you forget like how much there actually is there.
Speaking as a dev, this is relatable.
I mean, the first time we did it, we took like was it 6 years or something? And like before we actually released anything. And then it was quite a long while after that before we had more than a couple of acts. Like all the rest of it and everything. So, like, that was actually kind of, PoE 2 just ended up being a sort of similar prospect, but it didn't seem like that, because it's like, you kind of look at it and you're like, well, the team's so much larger, there's so much more.
So let's pause the video to ban guy 1 second, chat. Sorry about that.
Going on, like, we've made all this, there's all this pre-production stuff, we've like made tons of monsters, we've made tons of unique art, we've made all this stuff. It's like, it feels like the putting it together part at the end should be somehow not as long as it is, and yet somehow it just ended up being way bigger. So I think that's been kind of pretty brutal wake-up call. Is you think you know how to make a game, and then you do it again, and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. A decade later, it's actually really, really hard still.
I wonder if this is because some percentage of each release has to go into like league stuff and micros and other novel stuff for that release, and it gives you less than 100% of the time to, like, it slows down the development of, act content and that kind of stuff.
Well, the early access stuff is very much like that, and that in particular is part of the reason why we're not doing a 060. So, like 050 is going to be the last release, and the reality is that we're kind of like, okay, getting Act 5 and 6 and all the stuff we've got in 1.0 out, it can't be done in 4 months. We can do it in 8 months, but if we don't do it in 4 months, we have to do another league. And if we do another league,
don't do a league, bro.
Then that's even more content we have to make, because it's a league now, right? And so that would actually push 1.0 out even further.
This mentality where they need to do leagues, like, leagues should be the last thing they need to think of when they're doing fucking early access, in my opinion. Legit. Just stop doing leagues.
And so you've got this thing where it's like every single launch is effectively stealing resources from finishing the game.
Don't do that.
So at some point we just had to sort of put our foot in the sand and say, no, we're actually going to get this damn game out now, if it does mean going a little bit longer between 2 releases. So it'll be really good, though, because once we get to 1.0, like, not having to have...
They could do no league for like a year and a half, 2 years. They could do like how long? Just like hunker down and get it. Just cook. It doesn't matter. Yes, short term, they won't make as much profit and they'll lose money, whatever. But if they can make the game 50% better or 70% better because they have more time, more effort into actually just cooking the game, the launch is going to go so much harder and so much crazier. And ultimately, for the longevity of the game, they're going to do better in the long run. Streamer take, as a streamer, I want leagues. Leagues are good for me, retard. As a streamer, I want them to do like every fucking 3 months, release some shit, and then I just go and play it. What? Are you kidding me? I'm saying, dude, who cares? I'm saying the short-term take is to just keep spamming leagues out the whole time, and then just drag out the process, and then diminish, the actual final product, right? And then as a streamer, it's good for me because, like, sweet as we did it. What I'm saying is, fuck that shit. Fuck the short term. Let's look at the long term. Just cook the best possible thing. Make some sacrifices now, and then the final product will just be so much better, right?
this like extra giant thing going on in the backdrop of finishing.
They don't need money. They've got hundreds of millions of dollars from Tencent, and they know they're cooking. They're super profitable.
The campaign and so on is just going to be so much easier. Like the idea of just being able to make a league rather than have to also like do like mega revamps of everything and like just crazy like like new campaign acts and everything is going to be pretty good. I think it's going to like allow us to relax a little bit more compared to what we have been doing, because the rush to 1.0 has been pretty crazy.
One thing that you and I had done previously, like a long time ago, is we'd often be working on the next league, but have the beginnings of a larger league. Like I remember with Ascendancy, for example, when we started work on that. I mean, that's partly because we overscoped or underestimated it, but we essentially moved Ascendancy from its slot to the next slot and did another league instead. Obviously, you guys, like I know GGG won't have plans that far out for the future because you're focusing all on 1.0, but do you expect that you would intermingle larger releases and larger leagues?
Yeah. So, I mean, look, you need to have updates that like shake up the end game and do other stuff like that every now and then. Otherwise, things will get scale. So we'll absolutely be doing the whole like AB kind of like thing that we used to do. It's just at the moment, effectively, what you've got going on in the background is that the B, as it were, is like the extra act that you're sitting there working on, because there's like a ton of work that's going on there in the background. Like we'll probably do that. I mean, look, it's funnily enough, right? Because sometimes the like latency times get so crazy that there are like things being made for 1.2 already in the pipeline. Like it's like we know there's certain bosses that we need and stuff like that, and we're like, okay, sometime around 1.2 we're probably going to need this, so let's get it started.
Okay, now 1.2, baby, dude, 0.5's not even out. We're talking 1.2. Let's go.
Pipeline now, so there's certainly
1.2 is going to go crazy.
Some longer things like that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we're like, okay, I mean, as I'm once again, I'm sure you'll probably remember, we're like, okay, the league that's after Christmas is never going to be the big one that has the thing, so therefore the 1.2 therefore has to be the one, and like you pretty much that's how you sort of end up with that stuff.
That's amazing.
League after Christmas has got to be dog shit, by the way, chat. So the one on December is the crazy one, which is, by the way, if you didn't know, by the way, so I'm announcing it right now, beforehand. All the December releases are on the 14th. Boys, Path of Exile 2 1.0, December 14th. Cool. I'm calling it now, by the way. But yeah, no, December 14th. December 14th. I'm leaking it right now. It's leaked. PoE 1.0, December 14th. Let's get it! Like Pog Champs. I broke NDA. JK, there's no NDA. No one's told me, but that's... Wait, someone check every December release and check the date. Oh, by the way, that's different for, it's like NA 13th or something, or NA whatever the fuck it is. It's like slightly different, like whatever. It's basically December 1X is 1.0 release. Chat? December 1X, whatever you want to call it, like December 1X. So like any one day. So whether it's like 10, 11, 12, 13, whatever. 411 1X is not a date. Oh, shut the hell.
Like, this may just be like a conspiracy theory I had back when I was trying to work on league planning stuff, but it always felt that the league around September was small because like my blame at the time was like, Northern Hemisphere people going back to school or whatever. And there was always this dip. Like I remember Delve, one of our best leagues we ever made by far, just having such a big dip. It was like quiet and no one seemed to care at the time. And
I didn't play it. That's why. Big Dog wasn't playing. Is what it is. I didn't play Delve League, so Big Dog didn't play. It was the WoW launch, homie. It was the WoW launch. There's a huge overlap between PoE players and WoW players, if you don't know. PvE WoW players love Path of Exile. I can tell you that because, like, my real life mate who likes to play WoW loves to play PoE. I like to play WoW, love to play PoE. You look at people like Ben, who likes to play WoW, plays PoE. You look at Exile, likes to play WoW, plays PoE. There's a ton of people who like to play WoW and also like to play PoE. Bajira likes to play WoW, likes to play PoE. Esmgold likes to play WoW, likes to play PoE. There's a million people who like to play WoW. Preach likes to play PoE. He plays WoW. There's a ton of people who like to play PoE who like to play WoW. There's just a massive overlap between PoE and WoW guys. So you do a huge WoW release, dude, that's going to calc your PoE guys.
Thought, well, that's the September curse. And then you've got the January, February, March curse where you've made it over Christmas, as you say. And then you've also got like a new seasonal game coming out every week because there's going to be a Diablo 4 season and a Diablo 3 season and a Diablo 2 season and a Diablo 2 Resurrected season and World of Warcraft Classic and World of Warcraft season of whatever they've got going on and Last Epoch. And how do you and then there's the GTA 6 release, right? Which is just a crater where that happens. Like how do you time all of this stuff?
You literally ignore all Diablo trash and don't give a fuck at all. And just, okay, that's step one. Okay? Ignore all Diablo trash dog shit. Bang. Only thing that would matter for World of Warcraft is if they did Classic Plus. That's the only time that the PoE guys might not play PoE. Like, if they release Classic Plus, like proper, true Classic Plus, that's the only time I may actually end up playing WoW again. Otherwise, I'm not playing fucking WoW again. And I think no one else is going to play. Like, dude, everyone's kind of... I think WoW's officially gone bad. In my opinion, it's finally gone over the point of being complete dog shit. I mean, I didn't even play... This is the first expansion I haven't played since Burning Crusade. I played every other expansion on every other release, and I've not played this latest one because WoW is finally complete dog shit. It's actually it's at the point of no return, and it's what do you call that? What do you call that? Where you get sucked in so close to a black hole that the horizon point or something? Yeah, basically they've gone. They're in the black hole now. The light doesn't escape. They're cooked. The event horizon. They've crossed the line, the threshold.
Days with so much going on.
Well, I have to say, we usually don't pay too much attention to the other RPG releases because we honestly couldn't. And honestly, the community would slay us if they thought that we were delaying things just because some other game had a thing coming out.
Yeah.
That being said,
they did it. That being said, we fucking retard maxed and we fucking skipped that one league because that one game. What was it? Cyberpunk. Was it Cyberpunk? And then Cyberpunk was just dog shit. It was complete dog shit.
GTA 6 is a bit of a problem. Like, if there's a release you're going to avoid, I would say that's the one. But thankfully, since they're not on PC, then it's not as big of a thing. But the thing is, they're going to buy out literally all the media, all the things will be that anything that it's possible to spend money on. I'm sure they'll be spending it on. So probably not a good idea, even just for that reason alone, to launch on the same weekend as them. I would say.
Let's get it.
I mean, GGG always had the David versus Goliath thing going on, right? So why not take on Rockstar?
That's a Goliath I don't want to take on, quite frankly.
It's not even David versus Goliath anymore. Like, dude, it's crazy because. Yeah, Blizzard had all that backing, and they had all the money, and they had all the size and the scale, but it's official. They're not even playing the same game anymore. Like, the GG are playing chess, and WoW, D4 is checkers, straight up.
That one's kind of big. But yeah, I mean, just generally speaking, different games and stuff. I mean, look, I wouldn't launch on someone else's release day intentionally. But if there's other constraints around, I'm certainly not going to shy away from it just because, we've got our own thing going, we've got our own audience. We can deal with it. It's just been a bit unfortunate recently how often that's occurred, seemingly randomly. So I don't know if someone else...
You're the big dick in town now, bro. You can slap your penis out on the table. Bang. And just this is my day. And then everyone else can scatter like little cockroaches and change their days. Okay? You just get your giant PoE2 cock. You announce that day, bang, they will scatter. They will scatter.
Doing that intentionally or not. But,
So there are kind of two strategies for scoping release dates and content, right? One of them is we fix a date and then release with the content that's available, which isn't easy if the content has to be a certain size, like a league, for example. You don't want to release with a half-finished league and say, that's what we have. And then, of course, the other approach is, take your time to get it right and release it without a degree of predictability. Once the dust has settled on 1.0 and you're going forward with the plan and resources and so on, which do you expect you'll be doing? How are you going to have a rigid schedule? Or
well, it's definitely fix the date and have the content move, but there's always has to be a little bit of sometimes you can't necessarily change the scope easily as you get towards the actual release date because what you'd have to cut will either be so large that it completely undercuts the release, or there's just like no like place you can sort of pick at it to easily pull it apart. So sometimes you do end up with sort of like 1 week delays around that sort of stuff. And this last one we did, so I mean, like that was even our intention, like during PoE2's early access, and like we've actually improved that a lot recently. With like PoE1's definitely successfully back on that train again, and PoE2 sort of mostly is. What's been tricky though is just that with an example of the whole thing of having one thing that's too big in scope and therefore you can't sort of do anything but delay is all this endgame stuff where it's like, because we want to do it in one big package, it's then becomes something where it's like, you don't want to cut one league because then it sort of undercuts the whole message. So like that's the kind of stuff that's been really difficult in that. But we certainly strive for just like cut stuff until the deadline works, because people really do actually prefer the regular updates, and you don't want to disappear into a hole and just work on something forever either. Like I think I said it earlier, but like it really is the case that the bigger the thing you're working on is, the more work it takes to make it at all. So I think that like having shorter release cycles and like releasing more often honestly produces more work rather than less. Like you really want to be just producing things on as fast a cadence as possible.
So the larger something is, the more surface area it creates, and the more surface area it creates, the more issues you run into, and the more things you have to fix, and then the more things you have to fix adds more complexity, which adds more surface area, which like that's how it works. Whereas something simple, it's got that much surface area, and you can just kind of fix all the stuff around that smaller. It's quadratic scaling. It's quadratic scaling. That's what it is. Speaking as a dev, chat, I can tell you, every time as a dev, like you come up with 4 things. Those 4 things create 8 issues. There's 8 issues. You fix those and you add those things in, and then that creates more issues. As a dev. So the more complicated it gets, the more extreme it gets. I mean, examples like they are multiplicatively creating so much more work for themselves by adding in, like, for example, those monk gloves, which just like every single glove in the game has to have new affixes. The fact that every single mod has bespoke, handcrafted mods for the ward mechanic. You're just creating, and the more and more things you have, the more they multiply with each other, and the more work they create.
Yeah, I think that produces more aggregate entertainment hours as well, I suspect. More releases means more people coming back for more releases. And so
I guess so, but I wouldn't really think about it that way. Like, it really is, I think, in terms of just being able to make content at a reasonable speed. Like, it's sort of an interesting phenomenon where that I noticed of the team as well. Is like, so we had developers who were working on things to the they were working on PoE2 for a long time before it was released, and then we had developers who were working on like leagues for PoE1. And the people who've been working on PoE2 for a really long time, like they've gotten out of the habit of like actually like finishing things and getting them, because like it kind of wasn't in a release. And it actually took a little bit of effort to sort of get people back on the train again of like, oh yeah, that's right, we have to actually ship things quickly. Like, it actually is quite difficult. And I honestly feel like a lot of the reason why a lot of larger games fail is just because they're not shipping fast enough. Like, you can probably make a game better in less time, I actually believe, compared to what you get in a long time. Like, there's something really focusing of just like having a deadline that's relatively close by.
True.
So
it just forced you to make decisions instead of just being like leaving something unfinished and just kind of sitting there, it's kind of half done. You have a deadline, you just had to send it. You have to make the D. Is it going to be A or B? You just got to make the decision. You just do it. True.
One of the issues that I felt when working on these leagues, like this happened like 35 times and you were sitting right there alongside me every time, was just that things ended up coming in hot every time, right? Like, we're still working on stuff. Like, there's the story about how I remember vividly sitting next to you at midnight on Synthesis release day and saying, hey, Jonathan, we still have to like check that you're happy with how the tile generation works for Synthesis. And you say, oh yeah, we should do that.
I remember now, yeah.
And you rewrote it with 3 hours to go to a release, basically.
That's so bugged, bro.
That was a good one. It was much better afterwards. I was pretty happy with that rewrite.
My responsibility there was making sure we picked the safe option, and the safe option was you rewriting it in 45 minutes.
The thing is the much worse one that you probably wouldn't appreciate was we rewrote quite a significant portion of the database backend literally the night before shipping 010 for PoE2. Like,
but it made it better.
It was the thing is like we realized something about the load testing. We were like, oh, we never tested this thing, and then we changed something about the load testing, and the whole thing just falls over. And we're like, crap, this is like a very big problem. We'll call this stuff tomorrow. And then we came up with some pretty ridiculous ideas on how to improve that. And Like someone on our team literally rewrote all the saving. Like they added compression to character saves as like a last ditch thing. Like bear in mind, with like
Just code it, bro. Just code it.
hours before release, and it's like, okay, look, how about we try this? This was like a pretty crazy one. So
Why
yes,
don't they just do that more often? Just code it. Just code 1.0 now.
I'm certainly no stranger to that kind of thing happening from time to time.
Yeah, compression on saves is a good idea because that can take place on the instance, right?
Yep,
and there's a lot of stuff in there, like the waypoint list and so on.
Yeah, made them way smaller.
That's
the particular reason for needing that, by the way, is because once the size of a character gets above a certain size, it becomes larger than what's called a database page. And once it's larger than that, the performance gets really bad. So the PoE2 characters, as it turned out, were just larger than the PoE1 ones, and that's part of the reason why it wasn't the performance was just way worse.
Indeed.
So rather than me asking what compression you're getting, the important number here is what percentage of characters didn't fit in a page, and now what percentage do?
Before the test we were doing. In fact, I remember what the test was now. So the thing we did in the test is all the characters that we had were not in late in the game. They were all like, they had a lot of items and stuff like that in the low test we were doing, but they weren't like late in the game where they have way more quest flags. And so the quest flags sent them over the edge. So anyone who gets like past Act 3 or 4 or something was getting above the limit of what could fit in the database page.
Yeah. I can
As a dev, this is elementary stuff.
imagine the quest flags, they compress really well, I imagine.
Yeah, they do, exactly.
All zeros or all ones, right?
Yeah.
We just added like a really I can't remember what compression it was, but like, probably half the size of a character, but more importantly, it's below the threshold, and now the performance is good again. So
yeah,
that's cool. That's cool.
Basic stuff.
So where I was going with me commenting that when I was there, we never had any time to really test stuff is how has that been? Is it still down to the wire with releases? Because I imagine it's hectic. Or have you managed to like has the console simultaneous deployment meant that you've got some breathing room for testing and stuff?
I would say it's getting better, but then on the other hand, it also isn't. Like, it always feels hectic, and ultimately the reason for that is because if there's more time, people want to do more, right? Like, people are always going to be like, okay, like I can squeeze in a couple more uniques, I can squeeze in this or that, right? So you end up with a situation where people the work always expands to fill the space that there is. So it's very hard to actually.
Yeah, I felt my role there was saying no to people in the last 2 weeks, and
yeah, for sure.
Hopefully, you're keeping the no's coming.
Well, we try, but then on the other hand, maybe I'm not as good at it as you were.
Well, here's the key thing: being completely honest. When I was fully in charge of scope of something, it would end up smaller, like Sentinel. There was less in there. When you and Mark were involved, there were more yeses and more cool stuff was delivered. Obviously, I was petrified about the risk associated with there's so much extra stuff to test in the last minute, and maybe that led to more problems or something. But the releases where you guys got to decide scope had so much more interesting stuff coming. Because that extra 10% on top is where the special stuff is in PoE. And I never had the guts to do it myself.
Bro, I'll be honest though, it's kind of annoying though when they say some shit's coming and then some shit doesn't come. Because then you're like, like for example, last league for PoE2 was kind of flaccid, like in terms of, I was so excited for the endgame rework, and then it was just Druid. Which, don't get me wrong, playing Druid, doing the campaign over and over again, I had fun. I just got to the campaign, got to endgame, quit, started a new character, made a new character, did campaign again, got to endgame, quit, start a new character, and that's what you could do, right? Because endgame was so dog shit. But like I was excited as fuck for point 4 to be the endgame expansion. Quit. Well, when I say quit, I mean quit the character and then start a new character. Quit means quit doesn't mean died. I just started it. I just repeatedly made characters and did the campaign over and over again.
Well, the tricky thing is that probably the coolest stuff is the stuff that comes in the latest, because you get to build on top of the things that you already like built. Like you've got the actual systems working. It's like now
I was doing no log out, right? I was doing no log out, no. What was I doing? I was doing ultra ethical, no log out, no anything runs. It was just like, was it no pause, no log out, no everything, and it was just campaign. Yeah, that was what it was. Right? Yeah.
Let's think of some cool stuff. And one thing I would say about 050 is there's just a lot of the like weird cool things. Like you're like, okay, here's an ascendancy class, but look, there's a hidden node, and if you do this quest line, then you like commune with the dreamer, and then like the it unlocks this modifies the class like slightly, so it's got this extra node in it, and just stuff like that. There's just lots of things like that.
Yeah.
Like there's like hidden. It's like here's this hidden passage in this one particular map, and if you walk past it with a specific item, then the rune will glow, and then if you walk up to it, the door opens, and then inside there's like a crafting bench, and then on that thing you can like take these things, and there's just the stuff like that. Just like lots and lots of these little things.
That's cool.
So yeah, it's been kind of pretty fun having a lot of stuff like that. And honestly, I bet you that there's ones I don't even know about because Mark will have his deceit features that he'll just sneak in like that I won't know about, which he does on purpose, by the way.
That's fucking sick. That's fucking sick, dude. I can't wait for dude. The campaign, if they have all these little, like hundreds of little mastery things that you can learn over time of doing the campaign over and over and over again, to the point where you learn all the fucking tricks. I mean, it'll be such a fucking awesome experience, dude. I think it's really is, the giving players the ability to become masters of that, and then learning tricks and stuff that you get, like rewarding players who have done it many times, is a good thing. And it's going to feel good and just like knowing like, this trick, that trick. And you just have all these little tricks. Like I've got those tricks in PoE1, but I don't have them for every layout. But when I know the trick for the layout, right? Like the dead bodies or where the cliffs are with the goats or the various, like the blood for the one guy. It feels so good just knowing like this little trick or hack. And if they have that for every single zone where there's tricks for every single thing and you can just learn them all over doing the campaign many, many times, you'll eventually just become like a god, right? Which I think is really cool. Because it allows players to be rewarded who invest the time learning it all and becoming masters.
Nothing about this random thing.
Masters of the campaign.
But it's fine. So like, there's just
it's
like
good design.
Cool things.
I strongly recommend not announcing or showing those. Of course, the temptation is it's more stuff to put on the live stream. But of course,
we'll show a couple of them, and I'll hint towards a couple of others. But yeah, like there'll be more that they will.
Then figure it out themselves.
There's quite a few.
So on the topic of the 10%, extra stuff that can go on top, one thing you and I tried a long, long time ago was to release a follow-up patch after a league launch, usually after a bad league launch, with extra stuff. And what we found at the time, at least my recollection of this, is that the players playing appreciated more content. Their Reddit comments would be a bit less angry because we've changed some stuff and fixed it, but it didn't bring players back. And so, in terms of changing the shape of the graph or the income being generated during the follow-up patch, the extra 10% after release had little benefit, apart from, good feelings. But I can imagine what you're saying here is by fitting that 10% into the release, everyone gets to benefit from it.
Yeah, well, you certainly want that. No, well, the thing you were saying there about like so when it comes to seasonal content like this, you really want to just concentrate as much as you can in the season as possible. However, there is a really important thing, which is that you don't want people to feel, the people who are playing, to feel sour about the league, because that will influence the results you get next season. So you do actually need to fix stuff and improve it. But it's really challenging, especially when the things that need fixing are actually nerfs. Then you've got like sort of the double-edged sword problem. So like there was things like this is actually a PoE1 example, but it's like, okay, we had some things where there were some mechanics with the Breach prequel that people weren't happy about. And so it was sort of really important to make sure that we'd got those sorted out by the time the next release comes along. Otherwise, it would just be a bunch of people complaining about that. So you do really need to make sure that you're at least improving all that stuff. But in terms of like adding more content, like more uniques or something, it's just not really going to matter because it's like... most people are kind of like wanting to go play the season and then then they're done with it and they want to come back next season. So it doesn't end up really mattering too much about adding content. Like it doesn't juice numbers or anything. Yeah. And that's like interesting as well because a lot of the wisdom from a lot of other game companies is that like, you need to run a bunch of seasonal events. You need to do like all this sort of stuff. Like, it's like a constant refrain that you get. Like if you look at the mobile game space, it's like they're like all about the events. Like it's just constantly like you have to do something every week or whatever to prevent people from leaving.
Fucking hate that. Like, this Friday we're doing double loot drops in this one dungeon. Or this weekend we're doing 50% more XP. Or this Wednesday there's double goblins turned on. This fucking... It's like... Dude, fuck that. It's just FOMO, artificial, missing out. They're trying to get as many hooks in you to keep you playing the game so you'll buy more shit. Dude, fuck that. Raw dog, front load. Put all that shit in you can on the release. People play it. People are enjoying it. They'll buy some shit. When they're finished, there's a hopping off point. They stop playing the league. And they had a good experience. And then guess what? They don't feel like there's all these artificial hooks saying, keep playing because this is some event that you're going to miss out on if you don't do it. And then you just come back next league, excited, refreshed, ready to blast. It's the best design.
But it's just best not our MO at all. Like, our goal is like give you a satisfying experience. They leave, you come back later.
Yeah.
And it's honestly the hardest thing to convince people of. And like even a lot of the time people believe they understand that, they still don't really. Like, there's that talk that you did at GDC that people commonly reference where we talk about this quite a lot.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that like people will reference that and talk about it and link it to each other and all that sort of stuff. But yet when I talk to these people in person, I still feel like they still don't actually understand. They're not really willing to commit what they really need to commit to really do that. Like in particular, most people are incredibly petrified of economic resets. Like people just actually, most games just do not have the balls to actually reset people's progress.
So pathetic. It's because normies, it's a cognitive bias where people don't like the idea of losing something. But what they don't realize is it's objectively better and it's much more fun in the long run. They just think one step. Wait, you're saying the stuff that I have, I lose. And then it's just this innate feeling of saying, no, I don't want that. Like evolution's not that. They're like, don't protect what you have. Don't lose. Make irrational decisions to keep what you've got because this is like just built into us. It's built in. And you just got to do it. You just got to raw dog the people and say, fuck you. This shit's deleted. Like, hey, look, you got standard league. No one gives a fuck about it. And then you just restart everything with the new content on the new season. And then what happens is they enjoy it, and people don't. Whether or not they consciously understand it, they just have more fun. It's just an objectively better way of designing a game like these ARPGs. Straight up.
And yet I would say that it's like one of the major reasons why Path of Exile 1 still is going today. Like if we did not do that, I just don't think Path of Exile 1 could possibly have lasted as long as it did.
Dog shit.
So
it's a bit of a shock to the system to new players, but once they experience the joy of doing a league start and then the joy of doing another league start where it feels fair, then they're addicted.
It does take a little while to get into because I mean, like you'll start. Of course, people will be. You get the whole thing. Oh, we need to skip the campaign. Like people start to ask. Oh, I don't want to have to do it again if I already did it and that kind of stuff. But it's like it's really important that you don't because it's so important that.
Bro, just do D4 does. Make the most dog shit campaign ever, and then just give people the immediate thing to skip it. Like, oh, thank God, I'm finished the campaign. I got to watch the cinematic. Cool, that was epic. Now I'm never gonna do that shit ever again. They're so stupid. The skip campaign indies are the most brain dead motherfuckers out there. And you should not be making the game for them at all. Because it's like some weird brain dead minority. Although it's insane because I feel like the average player almost feels like they want that. But what they realize is they don't want that. Just make the campaign better. Which is, again, dude, Path of Exile 2 campaign is like the best ARPG campaign that I've ever seen so far. Just the first few acts. Now, don't get me wrong, Act 3 still has a couple of long bits that feel a little bit like a slog. Though it's massively improved. Otherwise, easily, the current acts that are in the game, amazing. And the fact that they're making them even better by adding in this mastery mechanics where they have all these little Easter eggs. And it's not... People are saying, yellow paint! Yellow paint! Bro, visual fucking storytelling, like putting trails of blood on the ground that are like, because there's a giant fucking beast there, or dead animals, or dead bodies outside certain buildings and not outside other buildings. That is not fucking red paint. You have to know to see that. That's visual storytelling. It's not like, oh, it's the same yellow paint that's like on every door, and I just follow the yellow paint. Oh, there's just literally dots on the ground and my character's pathfinding to the location. No, it's not yellow paint. It's visual storytelling. It's adding in a mechanic that it just looks like the environment. But if you have the mastery to understand what it means, you can read that and then you can use that to your advantage. It is not fucking yellow paint. Yellow paint entities, go suck a giant penis.
Everyone feels like they're on a fair playing field. And it's like part of the reason why you still don't get new users at all. It's like Path of Exile 1 still gets new users today. Not like a lot. But we do get them, and so
yellow paint is not mastery. Yellow paint is yellow paint. Yellow paint is literally just go to yellow paint. There's just arrows on the ground saying go there. That's like you learn the mechanic. Oh, there's yellow paint that tells me exactly where to go, and I turn my brain off and I just follow yellow paint. That's yellow. No, this is like there's going to be 150 different ways that indicate which way to go, but there's all different things that you have to learn over many, many times that you will not pick up on the complete majority of the time that you're playing the game, and it just looks like a part of the environment. But when you know what to look out for, when you've mastered that zone and you figured it out, then bang, you're like, oh wait, what the fuck? The snakes are actually like the little critters that you just normally ignore. They're actually snaking in a way in a single direction, and that actually points towards the snake tomb. That's so sick. And the only reason you're like, that's obvious. That's obvious. It's because the fucking dev told you about it, retard! It's because the dev told you about it! It's not fucking yellow paint!
That's part of the reason why Path of Exile 1's still good. And, you know, I actually found out a metric recently that I'd never actually looked at specifically,
Sorry about that.
or at least hadn't for a long time, which maybe you'd find interesting as well, which was that between the last two PoE 1 releases, even though they were approximately the same size, only 40% of the makeup of the next League launch was from the previous League launch.
Really? And were those players from past ones, or they weren't?
Yes, they weren't. Right? Most of the players weren't new players, but yet only 40% of the people actually play from one league to the next. So what I'm saying is that a huge amount of people are actually, they'll come back like 3 or 4 leagues later and try it again and that kind of stuff. Like, there's actually a lot of that going on as well. So, you know, you end up with a situation.
It makes sense though, right? If you see a tower defense league and you're like, hell no, I fucking hate tower defense. Or you see a tower defense and you're like, hell yes, I love tower defense. It makes sense that certain people might be attracted to certain leagues, and then another guy sees a league where it's like, kill mobs in a circle, that's my type of shit. And they're going to be attracted to something that's like kill mobs in a circle, which I think that's the case.
Where for a PoE 1 launch, you might only get like 10 or 15% truly new players. And then it's like 40% of people who played the last league, and then the rest of them are people who played like several leagues ago.
That's fascinating, because in the past we had efforts to enlist new players, you know, marketing to new audiences. You had the efforts to return the users from the last one, but there weren't necessarily, we didn't have a strong way of reactivating people from, you know, past leagues. And I wonder, are those users watching the live stream? Like when you announce a new league, does everyone tune in and then they decide if they're playing or not? If they want to
I have a feeling that is what it is. Like, and that's, I think, why it's sort of important to have a variety of different leagues with different like feels. Because I think there is.
Do you know what it is? It's every league is like a food item. There's like one league's a pie, right? It's a pie that has got it's like one of them Christmas pies full of like fruit and shit and with cream. Okay. Another one is a pizza with fucking salami on it. So the guy likes that pie. He might love that pie, but he might hate the salami pizza. And then another one is like, oh, this one is like a cooked roast chicken. With everyone likes roast chicken, but there's still vegans out there who are like, you know what? Fuck roast chicken. And then there's some that's really bespoke, some very bespoke thing. You know, you got like Blight League, which was like, I don't know what the fuck that is. That's like anchovies. That's like anchovies on rice. You know, and most people are like, oh, fucking, dude, that's disgusting. The fucking what the fuck? Anchovies on rice? The fuck is that? But it's not like anchovies and rice are inherently bad. It's just a particular taste that person has for that league.
Certain people will come back with certain things and not others, and that's just kind of fine. Like, it's just sort of nice that you can do a variety like that. And yeah, like I guess you'll have some tentpole releases, right? Like Settlers was like a really huge one that like I think a larger than normal amount of people came back for, which is why it was so large. I mean, there was the whole thing about how PoE 2's release was coming up, and you know, there's like various other tailwinds that were good for it. But
yeah, also to bear in mind with Settlers, sorry to interrupt, but because that was one that you and Mark did, it was the 10% larger than the Chris ones. And
maybe,
so
but I mean, it just presented really well, and like it was just a really good league like that. So I think a greater than usual number of people came back. But the reason why I was actually looking at this at all is because I was wondering, like I saw the number, what it was for PoE 2, and I was kind of disappointed in it. And I was like, well, I should look at what the number is for PoE, like in terms of like people who come from, went from 030 to 040. And then I was like, okay, but what was it? What is it for PoE 1? And I found the PoE 1 number was actually lower. And I was like, okay, this seems like kind of strange. But as I said, I think it's just because PoE 1's got such a large base of people who, you know, like who come back every few leagues.
Yeah.
That that's the reason why it can be like that.
Yeah, I imagine for a very enfranchised player who knows the game backwards, they really want to play. If the release comes out and they're visiting their grandparents that weekend or something, and they kind of can't play as much as they'd like to, they're like, "Sweet, I know there's another one in 3 or 4 months. I'll play then." And then,
but it's also part of the thing of like running seasonal as opposed to ones where you're constantly running events. Is that like, you know, the downside, as it were, is that if you don't get people on that weekend, it's quite unlikely to get them later either. So you're putting all your eggs in one basket there. But I still think it's the superior strategy because there aren't really very many games that have lasted as long as PoE has. Like, you know, the most of the other ones. In fact, like, what is another PvE game that has lasted as long as
Diablo
PoE
2.
has? It's like they're actually incredibly rare. There's
Diablo
a few, I think.
World of Warcraft?
Yes.
Nah, is that really existed?
Yes.
That's like on
sure.
that shit is
Eve Online.
that shit's on life support, bro. World of Warcraft's on life support.
Line? Does that count as PvE?
That game is such a like so far outside my understanding that I don't even know if I can qualify that one way or the other. Like that's like a sort of a completely incomprehensible to me. I have no idea what's going on with Eve Online.
I had a conversation with the Eve developers a long time ago, like 7 years ago, 10 years ago. And I'm sure they won't mind me mentioning this now because it's been so long. But the designers I spoke to had this concern that when they add content to Eve Online, the players expect it to be there forever. And therefore, they can't experiment with interesting stuff. And they expressed direct jealousy with our leagues.
Yeah.
We could introduce something
Leech
crazy.
is so good.
And then worst case scenario is you break the game because it was Harvest, right?
For sure.
And then you added in, what the fuck? He knows what he did. He knows what he did. Look at that fucking smug face. He knows what he did. Dude, why the hell did you put that shit core?
Well,
Sorry.
we do.
You
the funny
ruined
thing
it.
is that we do actually end up bringing most of what we put in back. We just get to tweak it along the way, so it doesn't end up having to be like a millstone around our neck for so long.
Yeah, my rule of thumb was to have the league out, then to take it away for one league cycle.
Yeah, for one league cycle, and then bring it back the one after.
Right, because then when you bring it back, it's okay to come back with changes.
But we don't always necessarily do that. It kind of comes down to a little bit of like what's going on. But I mean, the other thing as well is like, especially for the PoE2 content we're making, because we're sort of filling out the core. There's definitely expectation, all that stuff to stay around, which probably won't be the case post 1.0. Like after that point, it'll be like the leagues are kind of like temporary more explicitly. Yeah. Then we decide which ones we want to keep or not. But
it's like Rise of the Abyssal in the Endgame, for example. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So it's pretty cool actually in the new one, because now that we've got everything on the Atlas, there's like giant abyss cracks that are like on the generated Atlas.
Oh, that's cool.
And then you can close those by running maps along the lines. So it actually kind of works out being a similar mechanic to memory lines in PoE1. We like run along a thing, except it's like a giant continent scale abyss crack, and then you're closing it one map at a time. So that one's kind of cool.
I remember when you pitched the look of the Atlas, like having a 3D like landscape that's infinite in all directions, back when we were working on it. And like at the time I was so busy with other stuff in PoE1 that I didn't really like watch it develop day to day. But then one day I go downstairs and check in with you, and there's this insane 3D rendered like, infinite Atlas thing. And it's very cool what the team can do. I actually had a question about this. You have to indulge my technical question here. But
spoiler alert, dude. That Atlas though, with like dog shit in game and like without enough uniqueness and handcrafted shit, it feels like some weird auto-generated slop trash. Now, where the direction they're heading with handcrafted content put in that's fixed at fixed locations, that gives everything a sense of place, I love that. I love what they're doing with it, right? And I think it's fucking cool. But like the release that we played, the in-game Atlas that I played, it's just like auto-generated slop trash. It's like a shell. It's got no soul. It's got no soul. But now I think that this patch is going to give it soul. By having all of the like fixed zones, we're going to have soul added to that Atlas, and it's going to feel like these locations have a sense of place, and you can fucking go there, and like this is where you do the various mechanics. I like the idea of it. So I'm excited to see the how this new version works. I am really because ultimately, right, you can look at like all this shit and be like, wow, that's really cool. That looks good. That potentially, like theoretically, will be fun. But until you actually play it, you don't know. Like, and the test will be get the end game, play the fucking end game. Is it fun to play the end game? Is it not fun to play the end game? Do you get bored or do you not get bored? And so you don't know. And I'm really really excited to try it out.
Okay, so in this, correct me if I'm wrong. In the new announcement, you have like an infinite ocean that's part of the Atlas. So does that mean that there's just a portion where one direction is water and the other direction is land? Right. Okay, so my memory is this stuff was being generated procedurally using like overlapping Perl and noise clouds or something like that. Okay.
So when you're generating something that's infinite in size, you need to be able to have a way to generate each block independently of the other blocks. So you need some way of saying, okay, if I can as I said, I can generate this. I don't have to know what was next door in order to be able to generate this. So that you can generate in any arbitrary location.
Indeed.
So games like Minecraft and stuff work this way, right? Where you can kind of just say, like, you just for an arbitrary location on the map, okay, here's a place I'm going to generate. So overlapping noise is a really good way to do that. You effectively just take like a bunch of like trigonometry functions like sine and cosine and stuff.
Indeed.
Multiply them and add values, things like that, and then you get an overlapping one. You end up with like a kind of cloudy looking layer. And then in the case of a game like ours, which has biomes, you can kind of look at it kind of like different heights. Like if you imagine like that there's the mountain, is like the mountain biome is like a height map, and then you've got like the plains biome as a height map. If you overlay them two on top of each other and you say, okay, wherever the plains are higher, there's going to be plains, and wherever the mountains are higher, it's going to be mountains. You can kind of like effectively imagine how you can get like kind of interesting shapes developing from that. So it's effectively just a bunch of overlapping noises where you pick whatever the highest one is. And so in the case of something like an ocean where you want to have like, you don't want to have just like a flat border on the edge, but you still want to have it, like blend into it with some interesting shapes. All you have to do is just say, okay, there's like there's a slow blend where we blend in the ocean biome from 0 to 1 over like a certain distance.
So it interpolates it in.
It effectively interpolates it in. But what happens is because all the other things have got like various heights, the ocean just becomes more prevalent until the point where it's the only thing that's there. So you get quite like a nice borderline, so long as you can sort of define with the edges in some sort of like fuzzy way like that. And so then you end up with an infinite ocean. But then on top of that, we want to have islands in the ocean. So then once you're in the ocean area, there's like a different set of random noises that overlap to create islands. And so I think there's I'm not 100% certain about the exact way, but there's like a thing that creates the island shapes, and I believe it uses the old noise functions for the biomes in order to generate the different shapes of the islands. But then what we do is, like, if it was forest, we instead make it a bunch of palm trees so that it looks like an ocean island. And if it was mountains, it'll instead be, that have like snow and stuff on them. It'll instead be like a thing that looks more like the oceans and the water. So like there's kind of like a set of alternate art variations effectively for the biomes that are on islands in the ocean. So
how do you control the distribution of the islands and making sure they don't collide with each other and stuff?
Well, they can, in which case you just get a big island. Like the island, we're not generating islands, we're just generating a noise function that happens to produce island-looking shapes.
So there's a sea level somewhere.
Yeah, effectively, you can look at it as a sea level, yeah. But it's the same as you do the other thing, right? You just take whatever is the maximum value of two overlapping noise functions.
Elementary.
Pick the parameters until it sort of looks about right.
Yeah. Okay, so the mechanic doesn't need a discrete island.
No, it doesn't. Right. So basically, the infinite ocean, there's effectively blocks that you explore. So you send out the ships, and then all of the to a given block using a logbook, and then anything that's there will be explored, and then that will may include islands, may not, but it definitely includes at least maps that are like, so when I say islands, by the way, there are like islands that are like one map pin, which is like just like one map, and then there's larger islands that like have a structure to them that have like different biomes and stuff on them. So there'll always be at least like various maps to do when you do one of these, but it's just kind of fun to like go from island to island. And we do a few things like the distances between maps on the islands are like relatively small, but the distances on the ocean are quite large. So you get the feeling of traveling like between hopping around between island chains.
That's really
vibes.
Cool. Yeah. No, I'm excited. So prior to me leaving GGG, one of the problems that we struggled with was like lack of executive bandwidth, if you see what I mean. There was me and you and Mark. Eric had left a couple of years earlier, and there wasn't enough time to do everything. Like, the PoE Mobile wasn't getting the attention it deserved internally. And I solved this by...
Do not say that cursed combination of words, PoE Mobile. Yo, just... get the delete key and press it on that shit. Literally delete it now.
Making the problem way worse by leaving, but left you guys in a bad situation, obviously, with regard to your time being further stretched. But how has it been going these days? Like, I hear that Mark has found people to run an internal PoE1 team that he can supervise as opposed to having to work on it himself.
Yeah. So obviously there's like a lot of things of like company structure, but I would say that one of the things.
What, is Mark an owner now? By the way, I didn't even know. Like, because I was thinking, like, is he just an employee who just gets paid like a wage, and then these guys just? Is he just? They must pay him a lot, right? They must pay, because Mark is kind of hard. Mark was like, "Yo, fuck this, I'm out, peace." They'd be kind of cooked. Mark seems kind of important now. By the way, that's kind of nuts if you think about it. He went from QA all the way up to like lead game designer. Which is it's pretty nuts. Mark is that's big dick, right? He went from literally playing PoE to getting hired as a guy who just does QA to a guy who gave ideas to a guy who designed games to one of the major lead game designers. And he's just a dude who played video game who'd like to play Orabot cucks. Dude, Rob from chat, he used to play Rift online with Mark. They used to do PvP and PvE together. And then Rob, the rest Rayan from chat. It's one of my mods. This is before he worked at GGG. Nope, yeah, Rob from the blog, dude.
There's like a lot of this sort of company level stuff. You can honestly like not worry too much about it, and like most of it kind of goes away. Like I don't actually know that. Like, okay, so there are probably things that are getting left by the wayside here that probably mean that there's like various intangible benefits that we might have otherwise gotten are kind of being left by the wayside. Like I'm sure some of the like random deals you're doing and that kind of stuff like sort of probably mattered. But honestly, like I try to focus as much as I can on just the game development, like, and not really too much on the sort of company running stuff. And, like, there are people who like do operations and things like that. We can, that can handle things. But
I like that. He's just a passionate dev who just wants to design the game and make it as good as he possibly can make it. And he's not like selling it out the wazoo, not making it giga pay to win, not trying to monetize it via 15 different fucking. It's good. It's really good. I like that.
Yeah, it's honestly not too bad. So I really try and focus on the game development as much as possible, and anything that's kind of not that, like that's not directly going to be responsible for making the game better, I try to just make sure that someone else is handling that.
I understand. So in the managing director / CEO position, you have decision-making authority, your responsibility, the direction of the company, but you don't want to be doing like pretend CEO job all day. You just want to make the decision and move back to the game.
For sure. So I mean, like I basically have like a sort of half an hour meeting every morning of like, here's the sort of company things that have come up. And I try to limit everything to that so that I'm not spending all day doing that kind of stuff. Because it's really easy to just like spend a bunch of time on that stuff. And it's just the questions I don't know like how much value like you really get out of that. I mean, there's things that are important, right? Like we're deciding to do things like ExileCon.
Dude, it's Rob is in the chat right now. Best friends with Mark. I'm joking. Hey, yo, that's him, bro. It's Rob in chat.
There's a lot that needs to go on there. You need to hire people to work on that, and you need to do all this sorts of stuff. But as I said, I try to really focus on the game for the most part, because that's the part I actually enjoy. And I wouldn't want to, like basically have my job be not that part too much, because otherwise, then I'd be wanting to leave, I suppose. Yeah, being able to do the fun part is, I suppose, the thing that actually keeps on.
Dude, the issue is this is what happens. The game designers, like, dude, they these fucking suits infest the company and hollow it out and then all the devs leave and all the brains drain, and you get left with this fucking soulless, infinite churning thing that's just trying to make as much money as possible, and all the guys who are passionately. So like having someone who's got a man of principle, like Jonathan at the top, like like Chris Wilson at the top, who just aren't CEO Andes, but they maintain control and they just delegate some bozos to go do some shit, and they say yeah, yeah, and then go code the game. That's how you get a game. That's how you get a company that can scale up and not complete dog shit and become enshittified. This is like it's like the game devs that are like actually pop off but still continue to be good. For example, FromSoft, where they their companies popped off and they're actually scaled up, but they can still make bangers because the guys at the top actually have principles, and they actually are people who like to design cool shit, and they're not sitting there thinking like, let's just replace everyone with suits and then just optimize money, and then everyone who fucking cares about it quits, and we slowly cycle people out to the point where it's completely soulless and hollow, and then we just like abuse people who are fans of the franchise, and we hire them and pay them minimum wage, and then we work them like slaves doing overtime, pumping out slop, and we just run this IP into the ground. And that's how you get these enshittified fucking games. Whereas, people like, dude, these goats right here, these goats are why PoE is still good to this day, and why PoE 2 is still fucking good. Straight facts.
Around and wanted to keep doing it.
This is kind of
try to avoid the
ultimate threat. Someone brings you paperwork, and you're like, I can do this paperwork for you, but consider before you ask, because if I become unhappy, this all falls over.
Right. No. It's but yeah, that's why I just try to stick on the game goal. So probably the part that I like the two things that I kind of work on the most, like in terms of the areas, is like the environment side, like making the new acts and areas, and also working on the new character classes. So like I'm doing a lot of that sort of forward-looking work. Whereas Mark tends to be doing the things like doing league league work. I mean, I still work on the design. Like, I mean, the last league that we made, the temple one, I made the like simulation for that. So I'm still like even occasionally doing some coding.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, like, you know, because Mark usually does things like the monster design and boss design and stuff like that. So he's like often handling the kind of like that moment to moment gameplay stuff there.
So tell me about the simulation stuff, because I remember when we did the initial Incursion League, the first temple a long time ago, that started with us like, I may have just like, you know, made a fake memory here, but we're like cutting up bits of paper and laying out a temple on the carpet on the ground. And like, we've got a board game version, as it were, of Incursion. And then you then coded that into a simple implementation that let us simulate it for the, like, you did a really good betrayal simulator, I remember. That was actually like a powerhouse, that thing.
Actually,
Like
can't
there was
remember that one.
a separate C++ implementation of Betrayal that you could run.
Yeah, I sort of vaguely maybe remember about
As you
that.
do.
But yeah, I mean, but look, doing that kind of stuff, doing the simulators is exactly the kind of stuff that I actually quite enjoy doing. So I did the same thing for Incursion as well, where effectively what I did is I just took one of our tools and just made like a thing where you can open a screen, which is just like, here's the effectively card game version of the temple. And
As a dev, this
doing
is
that stuff is
genius.
also good because you
Genius.
can there's a lot of things that you don't really appreciate whether the gameplay is going to be good until you've actually tried it. So there were just a lot of decisions that I thought I knew that I wanted it to work a certain way, and then when I actually tried it in the simulator, I realized immediately that it didn't.
Yeah.
So and there was like a lot of things where we sort of eased up on a lot of the rules and like made it easier to connect things and that sort of stuff. And I don't think I would have done that if we had not been having the simulator early. Because a lot of that stuff, you know, like if I was to just put a league like that straight into the game, like a sort of technical league like that, I think you really would, like you'd be in the last few days and realizing, kind of like we did with Synthesis, that we needed to change the generation for it. Like Synthesis is an example of a game of a league where we didn't make a simulator for the sort of mechanics of it. And that meant that, like, because it all sort of has to come together before you can really play it, you then, you know, realize that, okay, we actually have to change quite a lot about this. So, I mean, that's the reason why you do it. And really, everyone should do this, and everyone knows this. But then at the same time, it can be tough when you're staring down like a relatively fast league turnaround, and then actually budget time towards something like that. Because, you know, like it's easy to think, okay, we understand what we want this to be. We can just make this and hope that things come together. But yeah, it definitely isn't as good when we do that.
Yeah, I remember for Delve and Prophecy, I made these gigantic Excel spreadsheets where using...
Yo. So he says, the only thing you developed is a nasty ear and shit looking beard. Yo, my cock developed into an engorged penis when I saw your mum's titties last night.
Losing a lot of geek points here. Using Visual Basic for applications, which is what we script Excel with, it would implement the simulator kind of stuff, and every time you hit refresh, it would populate down like it had a list of world areas for a run through the game with how much sulfite you'd collect in each one, how many delves it let you do, and given the number of delves on average, how much progress you'd make. And then I'll let you say things like, okay, by maps, I'm at this depth, and therefore we can have it so that the catch-up mechanic went to that depth minus 10% and so on. And yeah, as you're saying, it made it so much easier to have a separate thing to do that, because otherwise, if you're relying on the game version, it's ready, you know, 3 days before release, and have fun balancing that.
Yeah. So you did the gameplay simulation of that thing, and then I think I did the actual generator for the map for that,
which
one.
is like
actually,
the Atlas one, right?
Yeah,
and
that
that's a
actually
good idea.
it worked exactly like
I
that.
need to write this down.
And that one came in handy because I ended up using the same thing for the card game at ExileCon, the last one.
Yes.
So you know, it was kind of handy that I'd written that, because it meant that I could really easily take that and turn into that, which we ended up using.
Yeah. Speaking about ExileCon card games, do not confirm what's happening at this ExileCon, because I understand it has to be a surprise for all of us. And as an attendee rather than a host, I am looking forward to being surprised.
C-Dubs is going to be there.
Have you had time to do planning of what's happening with that kind of content?
So I do have an idea for what I'm doing with the card game, but I haven't started writing it yet. The card game is kind of one of those things that I sort of do in my spare time at home. So, you know, I'm not going to be sitting there at work doing that. And I haven't had as much time during the 050 cycle for this kind of thing. So after 050, my plan is to go and start, you know, as my little hobby home project, get the card game sorted out. And there's lots of other ExileCon planning going on. We've got like broadly, like, you know, like we know there's things like the crafting benches and all that sort of stuff, and like the map system and stuff, like, you know, like things like that we need.
I did not do the card game last time. Do I do the card game this time? I did not do the card game in the last ExileCon. I just gave my cards to Abby and just let her pop off, and she did it. Yeah, Abby got some handouts, chat, okay? Let's not get it twisted. Abby got some fucking handouts. I gave her some handouts. Abby got some handouts, okay? You know what I'm saying? I wonder, I could, because considering I'm so cracked at Slay the Spire 2, right? Considering I'm so cracked at Slay the Spire 2, I could obviously easily destroy whatever ExileCon card game they would give to me. Like Raw Dog, Blind, Ethical. I'd probably make the most powerful deck, and I'd probably win instantly. Let's not get it twisted. Speaking as... Chat, I never lost. I only won. Okay, I'm STS2 God. I might even... Dude, I might actually just... I mean, dude, I've got so much shit on the go. Chat, if only you knew, as a dev, all the shit I've been doing, like, in the background that I don't talk about, that you don't see. Bro, if I had the time, I would actually just go to A10 easily. I would go to A10 easily. I would easily go to A10. In my... Dude, like, if I want, I can go A10 on every class. You think I couldn't? I could. Easily do 18 on every class on STS2. I could, chat, I swear to God, who doesn't actually exist, but still I swear to him, I could go 18 on every class in STS2 if I wanted to. The people who saying that, who saying I can't do that, don't understand. I said I could do 10 out of 10 in PoE if I wanted to. I'd try. The first time I try, I do it. I say I go 7, first time I try, I do it. If I try to do it, I can do it. But it's just I just don't want to, right? The amount of time committed and the amount of commitment required to go 10 out of 10 on everything would just take so long, and to progress the tiers and everything. Chat would hate it. No one would enjoy it. It would just be one of those things where I could easily do it. It's just one of these things where I don't... But anyway, guys, should I do the ExileCon card game? Potentially live streaming it. Potentially live streaming the ExileCon card game. I don't know how... Would that be that fun? Because you'd have to have a camera. You wouldn't really see the cards. It's not like there'd be a UI for the cards or anything, would there? Divine to Destiny. I didn't even use Divine to Destiny for half the boss fights, mate. You're coping, mate. You're coping. You're coping so hard. No, Abby's coming to this next ExileCon. I'm going to be walking around the convention a lot. I'm not going to spend most of my time at the hotel, actually.
So there's like space planned out at ExileCon for that, but you know, the exact mechanics of the game in terms of what the League expansion is for it is not something that other people have know about yet.
There's this second layer to the card game design, which is to do with the availability of humans to run it, because obviously the staff love engaging with the players, right? Like, it's a highlight, the fact they get to go and play the card game with players, but it's tiring. And, you know, as we found out with the first one, if you stick a t-shirt on someone and hand them some cards and say, go engage with the players for 6 hours in a row, they
yeah, well, that's why last time we made it so that people have 2-hour shifts of wearing the t-shirts rather than do that. So we'll do that again. Plus, we've got more staff now, so we can actually have a similar number of monsters for you know, with half-time shifts. So that works out okay.
That's very cool. Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't want to be in that position again, because it is overwhelming to be that swarmed by people in my position. But it was one of the highlights of the last ExileCons, is getting to talk to players who. The people who were like fighting me and you, as it were, because we had the highest t-shirts on, were people who had mastered the card game. They'd arrived with the goal of doing really well at the card game. And it helps that there were rumors that the someone was offering $2,000 for the card game prize. Like, remember those Mirror of Calandra pins? You know, anyway. So the people that came up to fight the card game against me were people that were so passionate about it, they'd made it their identity. Like, there was this guy, lovely guy actually, he was at the Ultra VIP party, who had pre-arranged card game strategy to like buy the starter decks that came in the backpack off people who didn't intend to play. He had some amount he was offering them, and I don't approve of the real money trading of cards.
Dude, he RMT'd, bro. What? Dude, Ultra VIP, RMT, Jesus Christ. Ban that guy from the card game.
To cheat at the event, but it did mean that he was able to, like, you know, get through the first couple of levels of the card game slightly faster and get to the monsters that weren't quite as swarmed as the other ones, and it was like a League launch.
Well, I can get you a t-shirt for the next ExileCon, Chris. You can at least go for some of the time. Get some
Shaper returns.
Whatever you need me to do, Jonathan, just let me know. I'll be available. Yeah. When are you announcing the? I mean, obviously you'll still be working on it, but when do you plan to announce the schedule of what's happening at ExileCon?
Oh, it'll be a little bit later. I mean, we already talked about broadly what's going to be there, but in terms of the exact schedule, it's a little bit later because we need to get all of the talks and everything from all that stuff written. And yeah, that's it. Probably a little bit after 050.
Well, they announced the date of ExileCon, right? That's announced yet? That's announced because I remember we knew the dates, but I don't know if it's announced. Is that unannounced or announced? They did. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know about
Yeah,
that.
I'm looking forward to it. I had a question about the league design stuff we were just discussing. So
181 days.
obviously, like you and I know how leagues used to work when we did dozens of them for PoE 1. But these days, is the process of making a league for PoE 2 different than the way that we made it for PoE 1? Bearing in mind like how PoE 2 leagues get integrated into the end game, like are there any big differences there?
Not really, to be honest. It's pretty much the same stuff because at the end of the day, the formula that we worked out in terms of all the things you need to have in a league is still very much the case. I would say the main difference is that the level of narrative complexity is higher than what we previously had in terms of like the quality of the events you need to do and that kind of thing.
You want to have like a storyline that runs through it because you've got those the progress indicators now, right?
Yes, but it's not just that. It's kind of like, just the overall quality of what you're doing just needs to be higher in order to match with the rest of the game. So you can't really half-ass it the way that like maybe we would have, some years back. There's just quite a lot going on there, and that narrative stuff actually takes some of the largest amount of time because it requires a lot of different departments that are all moving together to create that stuff, and there's a lot of just like timing things and all sorts of stuff around that make it really hard.
Yeah,
it's probably one of the.
Why doesn't Jonathan live in a mansion? Okay, for starters, he's living in like a 2-story house in like a really nice neighborhood. And he has like a deck that surrounds his house, and he's got like these insanely nice fucking chairs everywhere, and these like shalongs and things you can sit out with a huge, massive open fire pit on a fucking 2nd-story deck with a massive ass big grill that he can cook like 50 steaks on at once. It's basically a mansion. So it's you're saying he's not it's a mansion, but like his house would be worth at least $2.5 million at a minute. No, more than that. I'm thinking more than it'd be like $3 million plus. $3 million plus house. So I mean, you are literally doxing him, retard. What do you mean? I'm not doxing him. Oh yeah, okay. Oh what? Fucking every single house where Jonathan's at is 2-story with a fucking deck on it, bro. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bitch ass? Dude, what are you talking about? Oh my god. Quinn, I've seen that. I've seen guys, I've seen this image. I've seen this. I've seen this image. Yep, that's an image that exists, guys.
Hardest things about 050 is because there's effectively the narrative content of 5 leagues in one release. Like there's so many of those narrative events, it just takes a really long time to get all that stuff working, and is it just one of the hardest things for whatever reason to actually to actually make good.
Early leagues in Path of Exile 1, like Anarchy, right? There's a rogue exile, that's the league. Or Invasion, there's an extra monster that's hard to kill. They were quite simple, obviously, and it got more complicated as time went on. Budgets went up, quality standards went up, and so on. Do you think there'll be a situation later where these early PoE 2 leagues seem really primitive and simple compared to the monstrosities you'll be producing in 5 years from now?
Well, it kind of already happened with the 010 leagues, but for a somewhat different reason, right? Because they were all made together. So I mean, I'd say what effectively, like a lot of what 050 is bringing all of those ones up to the standard that we've now effectively got for what a PoE 2 league needs to be. I don't necessarily foresee them getting like too much larger, because like on some level, there's a limit to what you can actually do in like a 4-month time period. I think it should honestly be like relatively similar. And like, to be honest, like the PoE 1 has also got that sort of level of stuff going on with a lot of its leagues. Especially things like Settlers. So, there's just a little bit of that coming on, just like the overall studio, like the kind of stuff, the kind of standards that we have as a studio are just higher now than they used to be too.
I wonder if you've got this process where you come up with a league idea, you make the simulator and you try the league idea out, which is a good opportunity. If you don't like it, you can fail at the simulator stage rather than once you've made the thing. Have you considered having like dedicated designers working on multiple leagues at a simulator level where all they're doing is getting approved ideas that then get made sequentially later? So now it's time to do League A and you implement that, but League B and C and D are being prototyped and iterated on at a simulator level in the background?
Well, I guess I got a few concerns about that. So one of them is that not every league is the kind of league that should have a simulator. Like Abyss is an example of a league that's just like, it's not like the mechanic isn't. I mean, there's balance simulation in the sense of like, you need to work out like, what the right number of the holes is and like, how many, like stuff like that, right? Like there's things like that need to be done, but it's not like a simulator in the same way that incursion would be.
Yeah, that one could be prototyped for fun testing.
I'd really say that only every other league is the kind of league that needs to do that, and that's probably a good thing because they attract different types of player bases.
They have like an actual league mechanic for one, which actually requires thought, and the good one, and then they have the one where it's like, your map has more monsters in it, and you kill them in a circle, and everyone's like, yo, that's the best league ever. You got to kill monsters in a circle, yeah. And then they design another one that's like fucking combinatorics at the wazoo, insane, crazy, fucking betrayal board, fucking 500 thing. And like, nah, this league's kind of mad, but back to the, hey guys, it's mobs come out of a hole and you kill them. And it's like, this is the best league ever. Back to a new one, which actually like fucking good design. And then they're like, hey, it's Sentinel League. You press a button and the mobs drop more loot. And, oh my god, this is the best league ever. Like, dude, people just want more mobs and more loot, bro. That's it.
Anything as well, but
it's like, you don't even, it's like, and people are like, Zinema, bro, Zinema. How did they come up with this? You press a button and the mobs drop more loot. Oh my god, dude. Bro, Sentinel was a dog shit league, by the way. The only thing that was good about it was combinators.
The way is those sort of simulator type, heavy type leagues, a lot of them are actually less popular when they get first released, and then they sort of tend to be more beloved later.
Once they're understood.
I've noticed.
Yeah.
But
Trailways League.
What was I going to say?
You had another point about simulator leagues.
Right. But the other thing as well is that it's really actually hard to make a league before you in advance. Because so much of what you make needs to be a response to what the community cares about right now anyway. So, like, you wouldn't really be able to say, like, I mean, obviously there's things like, you're going to need some uniques, right? You're going to need a pinnacle boss. You're going to need stuff like that. But, like, in terms of what the mechanics are and, like, what the game feels like it's missing, it's sort of hard to know about that in advance.
Yeah, people want more
so it honestly makes it a little bit
something.
hard to really to do that stuff in advance. The other thing as well that I think that is a bugbear that I think some game companies have is that, so, I mean, we put everything into our leagues. And what I mean by that is, like, we don't come up with, like, here's a plan for, like, the next, like, years of content or whatever, and then, like, hold things back and kind of like, okay, here's when we're going to release this thing. It's like everything we come up with.
That's Blizzard 101, by the way.
It's cool. We just do it.
Time gate everything. Everything's on a schedule. We come up with this good idea. We're gonna hold it back for the next expansion so we can monetize it harder because we've already paid for this one. So that's Blizzard 101.
Immediately. And like, there's always more ideas that you can have. Like, if you can go back to the well and do it again. So I think that actually some game companies have run into problems where they like plan out this content schedule and then that's what they stick to, and then it's like they end up not really adding enough and that kind of thing. Like, part of the reason why our leagues feel full is because, like, if we have an idea, we just want to do it immediately. And that does sort of lead to, like a somewhat hectic schedule. But on the other hand, like, you don't get this feeling of like missingness. And we actually almost made this mistake for 050. It's a little bit complicated to explain because, like, we kind of changed the plotline in order to not have this happen. But, like, we were going to have a situation where the boss that we were going to have was going to be one of, like, it's like, oh, but, like, you haven't actually fought the true boss yet, kind of thing. And it's actually a really crappy ending. And I'm like, I actually don't want to be in a state, even if interstitially, where, like, you haven't fought the boss that is coming in the future, like, it's actually really bad.
Another large action RPG franchise that did that, I think.
Okay, I wasn't thinking of anyone in particular, but effectively, like, I actually think it's really bad to leave people hanging on something like, like, you get them all prepared for something and then it doesn't happen. It's like really crappy. So as I said, we almost made that mistake in 050 and then we changed it. Like, we had to change quite a lot of plotline stuff in order to make that better. That's just, I think it's important that, like, you see the goal, you get to the goal. So, like, don't do something where it's like, oh, here's the series of like 4 bosses, and then like you're going to fight one of them in this expansion, and then you're going to fight the second one in the next expansion, and that kind of stuff. Like, you actually really want to, like, if you're going to do it, then just do them all at once.
Fucking falls in it. He's talking about like that giant angel guy, right? So they're talking about just giving us a penultimate one, but not the actual final guy, because that's not coming out to 1.0, and then everyone would feel cucked and madge. So yeah, I do W decision making.
Don't do them. Like,
don't cuck people. People don't like getting cucked. People don't like getting. They don't like getting edged. Like, they're like, dude, you got to send it. like just gotta
Even
send it.
talk about the others or something, you know, like it's okay to be like, here's one, and then like you don't know about the others at all, like they're not hinted at, they're not like a thing, but then later on there's more. But like, don't.
If you like getting cucked, go play D4, bro.
I think it's just a really bad idea to make players feel like, oh, you know, like I have to play later. I haven't even finished the story. Obviously, you know, we're in early access. We haven't finished the story because, you know, the storyline's not done, which is sort of unfortunate. But at least we're not doing it wherever we can, wherever we don't need to.
Yeah. Your point about throwing everything into each release definitely resonates. I remember a number of years ago when we were still finding our cadence and so on, I had this pipe dream of getting a league ahead or getting half a league ahead, right? And we quickly ran into the issue that if you do that, you become out of touch with the, you know, Reddit will decide 2 weeks before a release what needs to be in that release. And if you don't have that, if you haven't been reading the tea leaves just right, you know, beforehand, then...
Dude, don't listen to those bozos. Don't listen to those fucking bozos.
You feel off base and out of touch. So, and then the other thing I remember you talking to me in detail about at the time was that if we have extra content, releasing it in this expansion and just making more extra content later is probably the best thing to do. I'm always valuing the today player rather than making our lives have an easier time later on.
Yeah.
I was trying to overproduce it, I think, and you know, I mean, the reality of what we did was the way you wanted, where we dumped everything in each expansion and they had more stuff as a result.
I mean, it's not like we can never produce things ahead, right? I mean, for example, like the acts that we're making, right? Obviously, a bunch of work has been done in the background to make that happen. But it's honestly not the way I like working. And it's like
we are getting cucked by the interludes, but I like that. I like getting cucked. I would hate it if, you know, it got from 0.5 and then after 0.5 we got to like point. I like that they're actually saving up a little bit of the actual, you know, story and the main acts for the release, so then it actually feels like a release. I like a little bit of cucking, like a little bit of cuckolding, you know, just a tad, you know, and we know it's early access. It's labeled because it would be lame, right, if they did like 0.5, 0.7, 8.5, 0.9, and then the 1.0 was like, hey, okay, it's like we fixed some bugs, we made some optimizations, and 1.0, guys, PoE 2's out. No, you want it to come with some big dick shit. You want 1.0 to be like a pinnacle patch, right? Like a fucking release.
Reason why I think I find like working in early access stressful, because you've got multiple things on the go at the same time rather than being able to just throw everything into one thing. There's a certain clarity you get just like being able to work on one thing.
Uber patch.
So I honestly I just find these long pipelines to be quite stressful.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So I had a question. So early on, when we were discussing starting Path of Exile 2, one of our motivations for it was that we felt that because Path of Exile 1 was dozens and dozens of releases in, it was harder to get new players, right? Like jumping on a train that's been going for 10 plus years is difficult for some people. You know, the game has a reputation for being complicated. And so Path of Exile 2 was an opportunity as an onboarding point. And so my question is about accessibility. And, you know, I don't mean dumbing the game down or anything, but I just mean in terms of making sure that it's not, you know, too complicated for new players. So you've got this tension where on one hand, you need to be a worthy sequel to Path of Exile. And that means for many people being more Path of Exile than Path of Exile is. But it's also a thing where if you are too, you know, opaque and complicated for new players, obviously they'll bounce off it. How have you found trying to manage that? And do you think you've been successful at it?
Well, I think that my opinion is probably a little bit different from a lot of people, which is that I don't even...
Fuck them.
I think that Path of Exile 1 being such an old game is in itself the accessibility problem that it has. What I mean by that is that... this isn't to say that Path of Exile 1 isn't complicated. It is. I just don't think that the complexity is necessarily the reason why new players don't play it. I think the main reason why new players don't play it when they're not going to play it is like, well, this is a game that, you know, came out a decade ago. You know, like they feel like they've kind of missed the train. And so I don't think PoE 2 is necessarily... I mean, like, PoE 2 does have things that make it more accessible, but I wouldn't say that those were necessarily done because we're appealing to a different audience. It's more because we just thought that they were better designs that are just better.
It's logically... like, it makes sense. It's like, for example, some of these Atlas redesigns that we're seeing, they look like they're more basic, but there's actually more choice. So it's just more succinct design. Now, I'm yet to try it, but I like the idea behind it.
In general, for everybody who plays them. And I think the main reason why someone is going to play PoE 2 over PoE 1 is literally just because it's newer. Like, that is like a big factor for a lot of people, right? Like, there's just people who are like, okay, well, I never played PoE 1, I'm not going to get into it now. It's like really odd. It's just the way a lot of people will see things, right? But hey, PoE 2, it's a new getting on point. I can play it now. And like, I'm getting it on the ground floor and then I can play it. And that's just going to make the audience bigger just from the purpose of, just from that alone. So I'm not like I'm looking at the, and I'm not looking and saying I want to appeal to a bigger audience. I'm looking at this and being like, this is a sequel that will appeal to a bigger audience who never, like, you know, because many people know about Path of Exile now, and the only reason they're not playing PoE 1 is just because it's old. So literally, it's like, even if we literally,
dude, he's got a good point. There's like shit that I ain't ever watched or I never done because it was old. I'm like, that's an old game. I'll just wait till the new one. Like I'm just, dude, that's so true. Like, you think that's stupid logic, but it's actually not. Dude, what is that emote, bro? What the fuck is that emote? Why is he holding a Pippi that's coming, bro? And then he's also got a salami. Dude, this is fucking weird. Dude, that's a weird. Dude, I don't know if I like this thing. I don't know if I like. Dude, I don't know what the hell is going. Do we ban this emote? I think we should ban this emote.
had appealed to exactly the same audience, I think we'd just have a bigger audience from that reason alone.
Good answer.
But yeah, as I said, like
I never played Demon Souls because it was old as fuck, and I was like, whenever they did the remake version, I was like, oh yeah, I'll play the remake. I'll do the new one. I'll give it a go.
Don't say that to say that I don't want to make things more accessible, because I mean, it is good to make things better. It's just that I wouldn't be like I never want to be the person thinking I'm appealing to a different audience specifically, because I'm not. I'm just making the game better. And at the end of the day, the audience I'm appealing to really still is myself. You know, just whether I think things. So it's like things like the way the thing I use this example all the time, right? Like the support gem system is just easier to deal with in PoE 2, but it's not like I wouldn't have done that in PoE 1. Like if I'd have thought of the way of that working back then, right? Like it's just that, you know, we just didn't for whatever reason.
It's kind of amazing how well PoE succeeded despite having this system where if you're a new player, you have this really complicated thing where if I take my boots off, I can't cast Fireball anymore. Why is that? And if I'm a high level player, if I take my armor off to put a better one on that I found, I have to spend a week getting the sockets and stuff perfect again, or however long it takes. Probably
I don't think it takes a week, Chris, but
I have my mind back in the pre-3.0 era.
Sure.
But you have to futz with sockets quite a bit in order to have the equivalent. And it's one of those things where every player at every stage of the game has to understand, I need to be considering sockets with my items.
I remember going into PoE 1, bro, and just being like, what the fuck is this dog shit? What the fuck is this? Wait, the skill isn't on my character, like, innately? Like, I'm not picking, like, a guy and he just has skills? The fuck? It's a gem? The skill is an item? Why is the skill an item? Why am I socketing that? What the fuck? It just blew my mind. I thought it was so shit. I thought it was so dumb. I was like, why doesn't the character just have the skill? And anyway, then when I started to realize, like, oh wow, this support augments it, and like the way that you could link up the skills and like design your own skill, it was like, wow, it's like build your own skill, fuck it. And it slowly grew on me to the point that I fucking loved it. And I was like, this is fucking. I remember like linking up, what was that shit called? Blade Vortex with like Spellico and just being like, what? This is fucking crazy. My guy's like, gets 20. You could get 20 stacks back in the day. You could get 20 stacks, and then once you had 20 stacks, you'd be next to the boss. You'd walk up to him. The game would even lag out sometimes, and then the guy would just die. 50, whatever the fuck it was. It was a lot of stacks. It was a lot of fucking stacks. But I still remember that initial friction was crazy. That initial friction of just understanding the gem system, the sockets, the colors in your gear, the links, was just like, what the fuck? But then once you actually understand it, it's very basic and actually kind of easy. But it's just like that onboarding process is not good.
Just, something that's cleaned up really tidily in Path of Exile 2. I've been quite pleased with the progress of watching early access so far from my vantage point. I've been seeing really cool things about the game, so I wanted to say thank you for doing a great job with it. I think that what PoE 2 has grown into is far bigger than we I mean, both games grew into far bigger than we imagined, but PoE 2 is such a unique identity of itself. You know, it could have easily been PoE 1 with better graphics and different sockets, but
Right.
instead you've made something that feels like a very modern action RPG in a really good way.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're doing a good job. Well, thank you very much for having the chat with me.
The student surpasses the master. He's like Jackie Chan, bro. Chris Wilson's like Jackie Chan. You're doing well, son. Shit, they were partners. Thing is, Chris Wilson ultimately did meet up with Jonathan and hire him. So Jonathan was, if you don't know, he was like the younger guy at school who was cracked at coding, and he was like the coding prodigy. Chris was kind of like the ideas guy who was older and was like, yo, Jonathan, you want to work on a game with me? That's the law. That's the law. Like, Jonathan was in some library coding, and Chris was like, damn, bro, holy shit, this guy's cracked at coding. He's way better than I am, and he's like fucking 4 years younger than me or something. And the guy's like, yo, join me. That's how the story. I watched it, dude. I watched it. I watched the lore, bro. This is literally the lore. Chris found him. Jonathan was a young child prodigy coder guy. And now Mark's the Jonathan's guy that he's got. Although Jonathan's not, Mark is not coding. He's just game designing at the wazoo, right?
Today, it's been really interesting talking about this stuff, and I hope the viewers have found it fascinating as well.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
W interview, Chris. W interview. Do another one. Do another one. I'll watch the next one. W interview. Let me link this to the boys here. I already am subscribed. Obviously, chat. Very poggies. Very poggies, my doggies. Check comments. Oh, we can check comments. We can check comments. It's like seeing my divorced parents talk. Very nice of Jonathan to give an interview to a fan of his game. It was like watching Shaper interview the Elder. Suspiciously good timing, Chris. Those guys should make a game together. True. Can wait for Mark for an interview the next time. Yo, what the fuck? Dropping this in the middle of Q&A is wild, dude. That's big. Dude, that's big dick. Why did he do that? That's so annoying. It was so easy that he did that, bro. Like, he could have just waited till it ended. But he did that. Hi, Jonathan. How was your day? I had an interview with a YouTuber. Nice. Mom, Dad, have we been back in the same house together again? Actually, the calmest and slowest I've seen Jonathan talk in an interview ever. Do you know what? I actually noticed that his cadence was actually just more chill and more relaxed. He was still saying like a lot, but definitely he seemed like he was just chilling with the boys. Like halfway through, he was like chilling. Yeah. This is by far the fastest, super awkward to super friendly and coherent conversations I've ever seen. It started off as, I think it was weird because they're like two friends that have known each other for like the majority of their lives. And then they were doing it in interview format. And then once they started talking, they just started talking like friends. Yes, true. Very poggies. Anyway, very poggies. But it's time to deep dive, chat. 14, 18 juices are in the fridge. There it is, brother. There it is. It's time to deep dive. Oh, wait. See, I'm put CTS for a second.
39 years. Could I get another welcome to the circus?
Welcome to the circus.
Only Quinn would get stun locked over a freaking beaver. I can't. Meanwhile, Quinn has to ask chat to learn basic game mechanics.
Speaking as a dev, what are you on about?
Message extracted from the D4 subreddit about Po2. The funny thing is that most of this systems is usually just convoluted for the sake of it and can be easily made more comprehensible. But then Po would lost its flair of elitism and they can't have that.
Nah. Disagree.
How much lead is in the trees around your joint?
Oh, wait, I didn't hear the start of it. It was a Rita doing it. Yeah, true. No, like...
Moo! Po2 will go hard, chat. D4 dodge it.
The thing is, you can use... what you can do is you can distill something, right? And you can get it, and you can make it more succinct. And you can distill it again, and distill it again. It gets to a point where it's max... It's cannot be distilled any further without reducing or trading something off. And that's the thing. GGG aren't willing to, trade off to, like, dumb it down. And on top of that, you're going to cook a bunch of people who are already playing the game. Now, I'm not saying PoE1 servers... I think you can distill a lot of the systems in PoE1 and actually make them a lot better. Guess what? That's what they're fucking doing, bro. That's what they're doing. That's what PoE2 is, bro. It's a natural evolution, bro. We're deep diving. Okay, anyway, yeah.
34 months of God gaming, good takes and receding hairline. Cha bro. It's open like that.
Bruh, I'd love to see a squat toilet in America as we eat Taco Bell and have explosive shits all over the entire floor because you can't aim hot snakes. Just machine gun noises and liquid no cell over your entire bathroom floor. Straight mess.
14 months blasting dude from behind. Congrats and the LSF post.
What's he talking about?
PoE bad.
What's he talking
PoE2 bad.
What are you talking about?
Last Epoch bad.
What's he talking
D4
about?
bad. Torchlight bad. Grim Dawn bad. No rest for the wicked bad.
We're testing a new way for streamers to recognize their viewers with streamer shouts. Personalized messages sent to groups of viewers post-stream. Should celebrate moments and milestones delivered straight to the activity of feed. What? The fuck? I don't even understand what the fuck this shit is. I don't know what the fuck this shit is.
Pop.
What?
D4 good.
What do you mean I'm LS? What post are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I am a dog tamer. I like D4.
What are you even on about? What are even you about? You about even? Are you even what about? You on even you about? What you on about? You? What about you even about? Are you on you about? What are you on about? Are you even about? Are you on even what about? Are you even on about? What about you on even? Are you even you on? What about you? Are you even on about? What are you about? Even about? Even are you gigantic tits above?
70 months WTF never acknowledged once, my streamer. Hey man, as someone who's only played D4 for about 50 hours, is PoE worth getting into? Hoping for an actual answer, not some troll shit.
Yo, this guy's a hater, bro.
20 years, sir brozo.
Do you think it's unfair that people are upset about no swords? After all, they did show that cool purple sword in the teaser,
This
knowing
fucking
full well
bitch
that
ass.
people have been waiting for swords. To then
This
just
fucking
say, oh whoops, we
bitch
didn't
ass.
realize people would misinterpret.
You what? Is he shitting in my sauna? Is he shitting in my sauna? Nah, what the fuck? He's shitting in my sauna. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Did he go up to the... Where'd he go? Oh my fucking god, dude. How long is this fucking TDS going for, bro? Like, what are we doing? Why is it going for so long? I'm waiting for this fucking end. Skip TDS. I'm gonna... check this out. I can skip from my phone, by the way, if you didn't know. Watch this. Skip.
How time flies.
You fucking skip, bitch. It's a function I made myself using Tasker. Pretty cool, right? It's a Tasker that goes to IFTT, which sends a webhook, which activates a thing on my streaming computer, which triggers a skip command. As a dev.
Quinn,
a
whenever
cow
that
you
what
shit.
are even about Dono plays, what is going through your head? Pride? Sadness?
some shit that I've heard like 1,000 times that means nothing to me. What are you even on about? What are you even on? What are you even on? What are you even on? What are you even on about? Like, it's just like, I just heard it. Like, literally, I just heard it so many times. It just means nothing. It's just slop. I'll be honest. A lot of the looping TTSs that I've heard 1,000 times, it's some sort of white noise that my brain, it's like a signal that my brain can just cancel out, and I almost don't hear it. What's crazy is this. I went back to watch a VOD from, I can't really, actually, it's a bit of a, I can't tell you why I was watching this VOD, but I was watching a VOD of a game that I played a long time ago, a while ago. And I was like, holy fuck. How the fuck does anyone watch this? This TTS was so cancer. And I was just sitting there, like, locked in the game. I was logged into the game. And the TTS was just so cancer. But I didn't, you could tell I didn't even hear it. And it's just like, damn, that's a viewing experience that somebody has to deal with. Holy shit. Yeah. It's bad. People, so it's like a third party, someone who's not me, who needs to watch. Like, they need to watch the stream. And they, like, I need mods who are, like, not me, who also aren't bricked, to just skip a TTS when it's super cancer. I love this part. Fuck, I love this part of the song. Fuck, Cyberpunk was such a good game, bro. Holy shit. It was on release, it was complete dog shit, but man, they mastered that, dude. And that fucking OST, bro, and the vibes were on so hard.
Hi.
Legit, if you've not played Cyberpunk Game of the Year edition, or whatever the fuck it was, master release, like re-release, so good. Legit, Cyberpunk straight up was as good as Witcher 3, if not better. After they fixed it. Ah, you know what? Only because Gwent exists, I would put Witcher 3 just a little bit over. Only because Gwent, I'd put Witcher 3 above. Only because Gwent, I'd put Witcher 3 above. But only by a smidge. If Witcher 3 did not have Gwent, Cyberpunk would be ahead of Witcher. Okay. Anyway, guys. This is not what we're watching.
A factor that people will find computers that are very not powerful and then want to make the game run on those, and so we have to put in optimizations to make it work better. And this is a constant thing that we keep having to fight against, and I'm sure in the coming years, while computers are getting more powerful, we'll find better ways to speed up the game on older ones, and that will eventually broaden it so almost any type of device can play the game. I have to say that I really enjoy action RPGs, which is partly why we made this. So Diablo 2 is probably my favorite game of all time. At least it's the game before Path of Exile that I'd spent the most time playing. Yeah, there's actually quite a wide variety of gaming tastes in the company. I mean, just today we were talking about how people have been playing the new Civilization Beyond Earth game, and some of our team have been playing the Legend of Grimrock 2 game that came out recently. That's a good game. But we generally find that when a new game comes out, you'll have 3 or 4 of the team playing that particular game, so you get to hear a lot of opinions. You know, for example, one of our developers, Rory, spent some time playing the recent Borderlands pre-sequel that came out, and so...
Anyway, guys, we get a return content reveal. Return of the Ancients content reveal, boys. We're deep diving this, chat. Get your Pokemon. Okay, wait. Is this a spoiler? Or is this good?
Yo, fatty. Launch a game Noodlehead Mu Odafuka.
Hermit Gape 00.
He just comes out of that shit.
Do you guys know what image? Are you guys like that old or no? Like, imagine there's like a leg like here. Like there's a guy like here. And there's like a leg right here.
I must admit, I saw gaping whenever I saw that. The guy, I must admit, whenever I saw this, I was like, there's a dude coming out of that. Like, I was like, damn, he's fucking coming out of that crack.
Like, imagine this, okay? And then like the guy's arms are like this. See that? You guys know about this? You guys, who knows, dude? That's literally called Goatsy, dude. Sheesh.
Chris Wilson knows about
Look
this.
at that, dude. And it's like, I mean, like
apparently, so at the VIP party, they were talking about how they used to go see each other on their grinding at games computers. So this is probably like one of these repressed memories from one of the artists, and that's how he came up with this. Yeah, this is from Chris Wilson himself, who's talking about go seeing each other. So yeah,
I'm just drawing more. I'm adding more to the picture here.
Dude, he's got a good memory. Holy shit.
Like, look at that, bro. And then like,
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, anyway, guys. That's disgusting.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Let's get
and
ready to fucking pause!
Welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one. Twitch drops are enabled on
Well,
today's
not-
live stream.
not anymore.
So you'll be able to claim the Red
drops.
Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below.
No drops.
Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Those in darkness once lay dormant. Now return.
Oh. Oh wait, drops are still on.
Before
Wait, there are drops.
rise again.
Dude, there are drops.
Behold, the first edict.
Dude. What is that thing? I'm gonna go back and pause it frame by frame in a second, don't worry. Hey, bud. Dude, this guy's crazy. What is that? That guy's so sick. Oh my god, look at that shit.
We become one. You are completely alone.
A fucking meteor!
I remain loyal to the king.
She had a new mechanic. Isn't that a spoiler? Wasn't the
One
video?
like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
Oh my god.
Now see how your story ends.
God damn.
To face us is to face
I mean, that's fucking PogChamp.
oblivion.
That's fucking PogChamp. Don't get it twisted. That's fucking PogChamp. Anyway, now I'm gonna pause every frame. Now I'm gonna pause every frame. Now I'm gonna pause every frame. Now I'm gonna pause every. So now we're going back and watching it again. But now I'm gonna pause every frame. Okay, so wait, that shit is the new fucking Endgame node thing that pops out of the ground, and you kill that, and it like skips some shit. We'll deep dive that later. But that's what that is. So we know about that. It's an ancient protocol whenever the beast is getting summoned. I love like super ancient old shit that came before that you rediscover. That's cool.
Behold, the first edict.
Dude, so this guy's like some legendary super weapon. Like, I don't understand. Isn't he on our team? Isn't he supposed to stop the cataclysm? Why are we gonna kill him? I guess we have to kill him to like stop. They explain why. It's a bird. It's an angel. He's the divine. Dude, he's sick. Look, that guy's sick looking, bro. That guy's fucking sick. That's a sick vibe, bro. That's a sick vibe, bro. Imagine once we get paladins, dude. Oof. Okay, so new in-game quest, the Origins of Divinity. That's the... Okay, yeah. We're gonna deep dive that. What the fuck is this? This is like some Elden Ring shit. This is like that one Elden Ring level where there's that stupid chariot motherfucker in that one zone where you gotta like roll into the side to avoid getting hit. Right? That's what that is. What the fuck happened there? I gotta get back. Okay, so there's some sort of 30 new in-game areas. Some sort of weird, like, what the fuck is that mod? It looks crazy. Dude, amazing animation. That's that annoying boss. It looks like they've reworked him. The touch of Zopek. The touch of Zopek. It's that guy. Ooh. New in-game quest. So this is the ritual, right? This is ritual rework. So let's have a look here. So he's got Mage Blood. For total bounty. Mage Blood. Rerolling ritual altars has them no cost the first time. Monster sacrifice ritual altars at 25% increased tribute. Rituals in the map cost 20% reduced tribute. And then Mage Blood. Just get a Mage Blood, bro. Why not? I mean, this boss just looks sick. I mean, it looks like they just want to Mog D4 with this, right? It seems like they just want to Mog D4 with this. I mean, it's sick. I'm excited. This is a cool way, because there's so many times that you get these bosses and you just like see the top half of the boss and he's like halfway out the ground and that's just how you fight him. It's like some sort of Kitava shit. This is a cool way of finding a big dude. I hope it feels good to fight. I hope it doesn't feel like that Colossus guy. You know? The Kitava at home guy. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this fight plays out. Okay, that's the Breach quest. So, chat. The Breach thing. People are saying like it's exactly one-to-one Breach. I think it's only jewelry, based on the Ziggy D chat. I think it's only jewelry. But we'll have to see. But it seemed like it is just jewelry crafting. That's it. Which is a bit of a, so, you know. Jewelry only. And currency, yeah. Breach reworked, as in Breach is just PoE 1 Breach. Which I like that, by the way. Fuck the PoE 2 Breach. I don't remember what the fuck the PoE 2 Breach was, but it was dog shit, bro. This right here, I've done this fight about 32 times now. Yeah, it's okay. Okay boss fight. I wouldn't say it's the best design boss fight. Delirium quest thing.
You are completely alone.
Dude, that shit where it was like, your maps are 20% delirious, your maps are 30% delirious, your maps are 50% delirious. That seems way hard, by the way. That seems ridiculous. Right? Dude, this here is straight up Terraria vibes. You get to a certain level of progression and it says, a meteor has landed, bro, and there's a new ore available in it. Shit, this is just straight up one-to-one Terraria, bro. Dead ass. Dude, the Remnant encounter rework. The thing that is so tiring, bro, with Expedition is not the fact that you gotta like put some shit on the ground. It's the fact you gotta read it. It's like, oh, this one says immune to like cold. This one says overwhelms fizz. This one says disables, etc., etc. And it's like, ugh. This one here, where you just like play some of the remnant and shit, you just open up a thing, click the best reward, seems a million times more chill. A million times more chill. But we're to see. Maybe the rune, because I didn't quite understand the rune combinations. It seems like it's brain dead, and you just kind of pick the best thing from the list. But, you know, maybe there's more to it, and you actually have to think about it. I hope it's not too complicated, because it's too complicated in a way where you've really got to think about each time. It's going to be annoying, because then it's going to be back to the thing where it's fatiguing to do the mechanic in your maps, because you have to read too much. You know? We'll deep dive that later, though. Don't worry. 25 kill currency. What the fuck? So she's got new mechanics, because she didn't do that before, right? Am I tripping? They said they didn't want to spoil what was inside the meteorite, but isn't this a giant meteorite crater? Like, am I crazy? That looks like a giant crater to me, and that looks like exactly like the spider boss, and then it's just spider boss inside the crater. But maybe it's not. I mean, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's a mini one. Maybe there's mini ones, and then there's the big one. But I think not.
Hunt like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
Dude, I didn't remember about that Val mechanic, because I don't remember shit about it, bro. I just remember I didn't like it that much. That's all I remember about the Val mechanic. So, yeah. We're gonna have to like go like, deep dive that shit again. It says 15 new bosses and pinnacles. What the fuck does that mean? 15 new bosses. So that means, does that count bosses ported from PoE 1? Must do, right? Then wait, does it mean 15? Does it mean 15 pinnacles, right? Or does it mean 15 pinnacles? 0 to 15. What does that mean? There can't be 15 pinnacle bosses. Like, what? There's 4 pinnacles. I think it's 15 total. 4 of those are pinnacles. Right? They said 4. Yeah. That's a weird message.
Now see how your story ends.
Yeah, where the fuck are we? Okay, so wait, this... I thought... I was, like, kind of excited because I thought, thank God, the Atlas Passatory is, like... you know, they had... You could just, like, choose the various endgames you wanted to do, but then it zoomed out and it showed them on the side. Ooh, yeah, I mean, we'll wait till we get a better shot to deep dive this. The way you get everything is kind of cray-cray. Like, I mean, obviously, but then you get to choose the node you want, so... The fact you've got the crow on your team, bro. The crow is on your fucking team. He looks kind of overpowered, bro. I'm not gonna lie, this guy looks OP.
To face us is to face oblivion.
You missed this somehow, even though you missed this from the trailer. What? What? What are you... Wait, what do you mean I missed it? Shield Throw Unique only shown on the website. Wait, I didn't miss it. I saw it. I mean, I saw like a million new skills. What are you trying to say I missed? I'm confused. Said shield throw. It's in the trailer. Yeah, I understand that, right? Wait, what are you saying? That's fucking cool. I want me to pog out. I thought I pogged out at all. I mean, all the abilities. There's 1,000 abilities they showed. It's like I could frame by frame every ability, but I'm not going to do that because there's like 25 of them. I mean, dude, it looks cool, but, you know, it's one of the things where, guys, I'm focused on ethical melee abilities.
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now, we promised that this one was going to revamp the endgame, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to talk about the League. So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols...
Okay, so we got a rune, this rune and that rune. One will get... Okay, interesting.
...on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can... works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient
Okay, it's just...
Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for a difficult fight. After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him. In each area in the Runes of Eldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present.
Yeah, because wait, that one's locked in, and then do you have to have this item? Nah. Monsters gain cannot be shocked or chilled. All damage can shock and chill. Bro, I swear to God. Okay, he did say there's not some shit like immune to Viz. They already said they don't have those ones. I hope we don't have to pay too much attention to these. Like the ones that are really, really significant, like they did really highlight. Like, Jesus. Ugh. It's gonna be so AIDS, bro, if they have like reflect in there or something. I swear to God, they better not put... That's even more insidious. If there's reflect in there, but it's just like one line over one of the runes.
And some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation.
What?
But be careful. The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used. So, if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire. Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters. After the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted.
Receive.
As you get higher level...
The fuck? So one is locked in. Feminist rune of spinning. Feminist rune of agony. Feminist rune of draining. Interesting. It's going to be like all damage can poison.
You will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to...
Gloves? Okay, so wait. Gloves, 8% increased cast speed.
Craft rarer items. As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added. With each wave being empowered...
I will pause 700 times during this video, just to let you know.
...by more and more of the runes.
So So if you're worried about me pausing, then just leave now.
And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects.
No little the Pew is so... I can't handle it. It's so cancer.
Like the Oath rune,
A monster summons allies.
which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it.
Is that going to confuse me, by the way? Because it doesn't specify that, right? It just says a monster summons allies. Is that gonna, I feel like people are going to be hitting that mid like, huh? Why isn't it dying? For like quite a while. Let me know. I guess we'll see. Raider Chaos Orb removes a random modifier and removes a random modifier. Wow. Minimum modifier level 35. Ooh. Ooh.
Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6,
Uncut Skill Limb level 20, Uncut Spirit Gem level 20. Damn, okay.
7,
Okay, wait. Breath of Elder, Ire Elder, Passion of Elder, or Betrayal of Elder. We don't know what that shit does, but okay.
or even 8 runes.
Cardigan's Epiphany, Creativity. Ooh.
But don't
Are they those meta mod ones, I wonder?
worry, you won't have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will
Going to Druid Prowess when you heavy on a rune. Okay, I don't remember what Druid Prowess is. I play Druid Hardcore. I don't remember what it is. What does anyone remember what that is? Is that weird ass? Wasn't it like some weird off? Wasn't that like a unique item thing? Like a little seed thing. Yeah, I remember it was on some sort of like some unique. I remember seeing that on like a random item. Thinking, oh, was it like cast speed or something? It's like a low level. Yeah, I remember this with a little talisman ass bitch. You say brain frogs, except I'm remembering exactly the item. I'm remembering it's a mod on a unique item. So you're saying brain frog, where most of you guys don't even know what the fuck it is. So, bitch ass. I've never played it before, by the way. I've literally never played it before. I just remember seeing it one time and being like, oh yeah, that could be viable. Oh, look at skill speed, like I said. Oh, who would have guessed? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, brain frog, by the way. Yet I remember it's a literal unique mod. And it's fucking speed, which is what I said it was. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, shut the fuck. Chad, I don't even got brain frogs no more.
record all the options.
25% chance to gain. 25% chance when you gain a friendly charge, should gain an additional friendly charge. Okay, pretty potent.
Allowing you to simply pick which one.
Bows, 50% surpassing chance to fire additional arrows. So that stacks additively, right? So you can go to like 150 and it's like 1.5. So 50% of the time you'll shoot an extra 2, and then sometimes you'll shoot 1. Pretty cool.
One you want to craft, given the existing runes that
20 makes this 10% chance for a slam skill. You cast it out to cause an additional aftershock. Interesting. Ooh, slam maxing.
are already on the remnant. To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Rayclast. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezemite runesmiths of old. The first of these can be found in Ogham, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried deep underground. The runic magic which the Ezemites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin.
That door looks so clean, bro, yeah. Too clean.
Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclast to find sources of verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways.
His little fork thing, his little tuning fork thing is sick, by the way. It's got like his like whatever that fork shit. It's just cool, bro. Bangs that shit, starts doing some crazy. It looks just a cool ass thing.
And gain mastery
What the fuck's
over
that about?
them.
It's because main
If you can
character,
bring
for
him
sure.
more verisium, he'll be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you runic ward. The power harnessed by the Kalgurans.
Dude, that's correct. So low level, it's explicit upgrades. Chat. Low level, bang, you just gain 29 life. higher level, it's a trade-off.
Since ancient times. Runic Ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your Runic Ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that...
Yo, is this the buff to life we need yet? This Runic Ward, is this it? Is this the buff? Is this it? Leech gonna be OP. Oh, you guys yesterday, by the way, when I was trying to explain what Leech was, so how do you guys like not understand what I was saying? How could it, dude? Dude, do we really? Okay, guys, Leech is now a conditional flat region, so they are arbitrarily deciding a number that is the maximum that damage scales off, which is going to be an amount like 100k, 1 million, whatever it is, and you Leech a percentage of that. So basically, they're going to decide a number that says, okay, 1,000 life per second is the max you can Leech. Now, you can scale that up. If you had 100% increased Leech, that could be 2,000 life per second. But it's a flat number. So you're effectively scaling a flat amount of regen that's conditional on you hitting. That's what it is. That's literally... You're saying wrong, but you're retarded, right? When did they say this? During the Ziggity interview. They are deciding an arbitrary number, which will be the maximum... Now, we'll not scale with your max HP. It will not scale with all these other things. It's just like you just hit for, as long as you hit for that damage amount, which all GG builds will hit for that damage amount, right? All GG builds will instantly hit life leech cap, and whatever that cap is a flat number. So it's going to be something like whatever it is. He said a full invested character could do his HP pull back in like 2 seconds or something, right? So it's going to be around 1,000. This is it. This is literally how it works. The fact you don't understand this is kind of funny. They're deciding a number, which I don't really like, because I kind of like Leech scaling as a percentage of your max HP, and you could have like Leech instances that could exist, and then you would get max Leech. But I mean, I guess that's a person who understands how Leech actually works in PoE1, and I just like that Leech system, because I'm used to it. This new Leech system is literally, chat, it's a conditional flat regen that you have to hit to use. That's what it is. Providing you have a GG character, bang, you hit for insane amounts of damage. Doesn't matter. You're capping Leech whenever you hit. Now all that matters is, oh, GG have arbitrarily decided this is the maximum you can Leech. You can scale that number up with percentage, but it's like, say the number is 1,233. That's the amount. So with zero, so if you just have Leech chance with no Leech scaling, you're going to heal for that exact number per second. That's literally how it works. Do you think I'm gonna ban this guy. Let's ban this guy. We'll ban this guy as well. Ban this guy as well. Ban this guy as well. Hey, David, get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out. I just want to get banned. Okay, good shit. Do you understand? And when I'm saying it's conditional regen, I don't know what to tell you. That's because they've dumbed it down to the point where it's now just regen on hit, which is fair enough. I mean, what is Leech ultimately is just healing your life. It was more complicated, and there was different vectors that mattered. So, like, your max HP would be very important. So if you had a low max HP build, Leech was a bad investment. Versus if you had a high max HP build, it was more worthy of investment. And, you know, you could do various ways of abusing it. It was convoluted. Well, it's convoluted. It was convoluted in PoE1, but balanced. And then in PoE2, it was simple, but broken. So, and now we've got down to the point where it's just like conditional regen. Like, as long as you hit the enemy, you're gonna regen life. This amount of life that GG decides, 1,000 per second for the next 3 seconds. Fair enough.
Will still die.
That's what it is.
Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way. Even uniques. Some are just a strict...
Okay, boom. So he just gets 40 ward. Yep, okay. Okay.
Upgrade, giving Runic Ward with no downside. Others are more...
So we get 2,700 armor. Right? Yep, 2,700 armor.
Sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of Runic Ward.
So we lose 2,700 armor, but now we gain 995 wards. That's like gaining 900 life, by the way. That's kind of cray-cray. That's 900 flat life. I wonder what scaling we're going to have on the tree for it. Like, Or like what? How? Like, you know, how many ways are we going to scale ward? Like, you know, 1k. I mean, 1k life is a lot of life. It's a lot of life. It's a lot of life. It's reverse energy shield, right? Instead of like the energy shield sitting on top of your life, it's like energy shield that sits under your life. You know. You know, what I'm saying, I'm wondering, like, are we gonna have things? Are we gonna have items that say your runic ward is increased by 20%? Are we gonna have things that say your runic ward regen rate is increased? Are we gonna have, like, what kind of mods are we gonna have to support it? Or is it just gonna be like, oh yeah, items have flat runic ward, and then it's just a default functionality of runic ward, and that's it? You know?
There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely.
Okay. Ignite magnitude. Runic ward 35.
Making them much more viable for higher level play. Uniques entirely. There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely.
I can look it up. Radiant Grief Reforged Helmet. So it's gone to 200. So it's gone from 16. Wait, enemies ignited. Okay, so it's just permanent ignite and everything, doing 200. And then you get ignite magnitude as well. So you get double the base damage. But the main thing was for this helmet, right, was that it just conditionally met that ignite condition. So then you just always say ignite up. So then you could just instantly... Wait, I remember using this with the poison flask, right? You had that helmet on, and then you would just, like, throw poison clouds at them, and then they would just instantly explode because they were inside the fucking... They were ignited or some shit, right? That's how it would work. I remember using this to get to maps, actually, one time.
Making them much more viable for higher level play. But the Calgurans use Runic Ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics.
Triskelion Cascade. Tap into the power of Triskelion Flame to empower the next spell that you cast. That affects an area around you or a target location. The empowered spell becomes centered on your location and targets 6 additional areas around you in a Triskelion pattern. 800% of empowered skills cast time to the skill's cooldown. That's a cool way of balancing it. Fair enough. Okay. Maximum duration is 4 seconds. Less AoE, less damage. But I'm guessing it's shotguns, right?
Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Calgurans used runes of power and fueled them with Runic Ward. Many of the options available from Remnant Crafting are new types of Calguran skills that exclusively spend Runic Ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet.
Oh, this is totally... The gem design for this is totally white cards from STS2, bro.
There are also
Dead
skills
ass.
to modify existing effects using...
Frost Flame Nova. AoE Cold Fire Nova. Unleash a wave of volatile ice that feeds on flames. While the wave doesn't deal damage, the ice latches onto ignited enemies, refreshing the duration of their active ignite and rapidly freezing them, but preventing them from being ignited further until the ignite expires. Oh, so you put up like one big-ass potent ignite. It's like ticking away. Bang, you refresh the duration of the ignite, and then bang, they get frozen. Ooh, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Pretty nice indeed.
Runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova.
11 ward cost, by the way. Interesting. 11 ward cost. How do we have specifics on the ward? I guess we'll find out. I want to see how the ward regens.
Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time.
My logic is this: is that the ward is going to regen when you have life. Maybe life regen applies to ward regen when you don't have maybe it's something like that.
You have
I'm just completely guessing. I'm just entirely guessing. Hollow Shell spell. Buff AoE Nova. Sacrifice your Runic Ward to send out an energy pulse that grants nearby allies guard. Huh. This pulse spends 100% of your Runic Wards to grant allies guard equal to 35% of Runic Wards spent. Pulse radius is 3 meters. Guard duration is 6 seconds. The fuck would I want to do that? I guess to buff your minions or to be an Oracuck? The fuck would I... Fuck that.
basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies, to more complex...
I don't think I'll use it. Okay, what's this? Mark of Repulsion. Mark a target with Vertasium Rune. Dealing damage to the enemy or killing it outright causes the mark to activate, triggering an explosion to deal damage in an area and applying a significant knockback to other enemies near the marked target. Cooldown time 0.5 seconds, use time 0.5 seconds, cost 15 ward. Mark duration is 8 seconds. Activates when mark damage is dealt equal to 200% of its ailment threshold. Interesting. So 200% damage of the ailment threshold. Boom. From any type. So it's like calculating, it's like an ailment that scales off all damage. What do you call this? Conflux ailment, basically. But just for the trigger condition. Trigger repulsion waves when activated. We can't see what repulsion wave actually does, though. So, like, that could be either an insane damage number, and it could actually be good, or it could be a dogshit damage number and be bad. Right? That's what it could be. What's this guy in chat typing right now? What are you typing in chat right now, you little bitch ass? Or I mean, if it does no damage and just does a knockback, it's going to be ass. No one's going to use it. Legit.
complicated mechanics like them.
Honestly, I feel like ignoring ward. You're definitely retard maxing if you ignore ward in the early game, because ward is just a free additional stat that makes your character objectively more powerful with no downside at the beginning. And then as you move up, they force you to trade off defenses to get ward. And at that point, you could just ignore ward. So if you use none of the ward skills and you're happy with your current defenses, you don't need to use it. But speaking as an armor character, this just seems like a really nice way of getting ES without having to get ES. I would trade armor for ES any day, as long as I don't have to do some condition. Like, 'cause the issue with ES is you got to regenerate it, and it's super annoying, and you got to invest into it on the tree and all this stuff. This is basically saying, hey, look, we're going to give you fuck tons of ES for trading for defense. But you don't have to worry about investing in nose on the tree. You don't have to worry about recovering it, and it's just like you have massive EHP. I'm gonna be ward maxing. Okay, let me go to my PoE2 build. Quin's PoE2 build. Ward maxing for real. It's like ES but reversed. Yeah, it's ES but reversed, and can be an ethical life character. Okay, there we go, we got it.
Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies.
Kill nobody.
Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost Runic Ward.
How's it regen?
And unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often...
Do you think this is like them addressing a little bit, like the feeling of the whole, like, your character being linked to a weapon too much? Like, your whole identity is you holding a mace? I think it definitely should help, right?
Often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together,
how many skills do we actually get, though?
Were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well.
What is that?
There is
whoa.
Also to support their runic abilities, and you can as well.
Runic support gems. Runic Confusion support gem. So it's not actually a support gem, it's support. It's cool. It's like you put it in the gem socket, but it's actually not a gem. Okay. Supports attacks, causing them to cost Runic Ward, but that deal additional physical damage based on their Runic Ward cost. Supporter skills cost an additional 20% of maximum Runic Ward. Supporter skills deal added physical damage equal to 50% of the Runic Ward cost. Ooh, Runic Confusion, chat. Runic, big add flat damage when stacking ward. Could be good if using with some face breaker type shit. Wait, I don't know if we have face breakers in PoE2. I can't remember.
There is,
you know what I mean? Type shit, right?
There's also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems in interesting ways. Concussive Runes allows you to add these.
Supports a triggered. Supports a trigger. Wait. Okay. Concussive Runes supports attacks causing runic shockwave to erupt under enemies. They heavy stun. Ugh. Bro, I'm being dead ass with you right now, Chad. I hate all that shit, which is like conditional heavy stun. I hate that. I don't mind it. Like, I don't mind if it's just free built into an ability. If it's built in, I'll fuck with it. Like, it's just free additionally on top of your ability. Like, some shit happens with heavy stuns. But I don't like making whole builds around some weird condition. You just have to do some shit during a stun window. You know what I'm saying? The shockwave costs runic ward and will not trigger if you do not have enough runic ward. Main concussive runes. Bone shatter. Shockwave. Was it shockwave? What's that other thing called? What's that fucking thing called? Is it called shockwave, chat? Fisher? No, what's that one called where it makes it does an AoE pulse around the bone shatter when it heavy stuns? Aftershock? No. You know what I'm talking about, dude. There's a support gem that you put on bone shatter every time and it makes it like twice as effective. Impact shockwave. Yeah, that's what it's called. I wonder what that's gonna be like. It's like you're just basically double shockwaving, bro.
Concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns. While Runic Infusion lets you spend ward.
What's that skill? This is the one that you just showed a second ago, bro.
To directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, there are other quests during the campaign too that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons.
This is crazy.
With this tech,
Chris Wilson would never. He would never. 129 to 238. Wait, what? Chat. What the fuck does a GG2 endo look like in Path of Exile? I need to log into Path of Exile 2. Oh shit, look at this. The new Steam fucking picture, dude. I'm logging in. I wanna look at like what a fucking GG item. I just cause these numbers obviously PoE2 to make it log in, right? Surely. I still can't log into the game? Bruh. Really? Maybe I need to go to Australia servers. Maybe Auckland servers are bricked. Okay, cool. Thorn Daddy Reborn. Who's gonna actually have a weapon on, chat? Clown Week 2. Why are there none of them have got weapons on? Dog Blast? Hypothetical. Why have none of them got weapons on? What? I'm confused. Oh, they're like a druid or some shit. Okay, wait. Oh my god, bro. Where are we at? I need to get my Path of Exile keybinds on, bro. Where are we at? Path of Exile keybinds, bro. Nope. PoE2. bro, it feels so weird. Okay. This was a hideout. Okay, cool. Alright, so wait, what the fuck? Oh, dude, that's right. You get this extra bag. It's so good. Okay, so wait. This is like a weapon. So 200 to 500 would be considered a good weapon, yeah, chat? Yeah, plus 5 to all attacks. Plus 5 to all attacks. Fizz damage hybrid, fizz. What? Why is the damage not... Is it because it's Abyss? It's because it's an Abyss mod. It doesn't seem to combinate. So that's like a 80 plus 60. 8 plus 6, quick maths. 14. 140% fizz damage. Look on trade. Okay, I just wanted to get an idea. So that 280, 500 is like a... Oh, and then it's also got runes in it that increase the damage. So, but this thing hasn't got anything in it yet, right? So you could double socket it and increase it. And then you can quality it. So wait, that thing there would be like 238. We're at like 238. We're at like a 1.29. Plus 238. Divide by 2. Times by 1.2. Times by 1.2. Was it 1.2? We're 1.2, right? That's being pretty conservative, I feel like. 264. Multiply by... It's got 1 APS. 264 DPS. 264 DPS. Okay. 264 DPS versus this thing. This thing's way higher, bro. What? This thing is way higher. 289. $526 DPS. What? So that's not really a super strong in-game item or anything. Although I think it does. You do get an additional aftershock, which is quite potent. So it's like a 400 DPS weapon. I mean, if you had it at level 33, you're gonna go crazy there, right? You have that shit at level 33, you're gonna be like, oh shit. I mean, that's gonna be kind of cool, right? The fact that you'll be able to have... Yeah, I mean, that's going to be cool, isn't it? Having an item that's, like, really good, level 33. Do I have my bags? Wait, have I got that? Where are we? Cosmetics? What's the current league, chat? How do I get the current league? I want to see what my bank has. Wait, all my guys dead in PvE2 or what? What the hell happened? Did I just kill him off as a meme or what? Pretty good. Okay, so yeah, what did I have?
Quinn, I heard a leak that the card game this year is going to be like the Battle Royale mode. So, buddy, I'm going to come up to you day one, stream snipe you, pick you up, take your cards, load up.
Nah, nope. I'm going to deny. You're not. I'm going to deny you. You will be denied. 150 to 250. Okay, so that one, I put this into pretty good. And that one here is like... Oh, I don't even have weekend period trade for period 2, do I? 150 plus 272. Divided by 2. Multiplied by 1.25. Oh. Still, wait, what the hell? That mace actually beats that. That level 33 mace beats this. Look at this, a level 6-7 Orchurilium Spear. It's a 100 to 149, right? No quality, no gem sockets. 129 to 238. Now it's a two-hander versus a one-hander, but still. Okay, look, I got a two-hander versus two-hander here, chat. not a very good one. But still, level 59. Chat, level 59. Chat to 143. That's not even count. I mean, dude, this is actually very strong then. So basically, chat. Notes. Notes. Getting a low-level unique whip that is viable for your character and upgrading it via Verisium is probably gear worth.
Technique. Many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage. Now...
Okay, so this is the Runeforge Channeling Talisman. 111 to 174. Gain 1 Druidic power, so every 20 total rage spin. Enemies in your range. Yeah, so this is going to be nuts. It's going to be giga cast speed with heaps of flat damage.
We've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques. All Kalguran...
So a level 84 unique gets changed to a level 84 unique. And what do you get here? It's got just more damage, just elevated. 5 base crit, 15 reload speed. When you reload, Gemini Surge alternatively gains 2 cold surge. 5 cold surges. Wait, I don't get so it doesn't change the level on it, it just makes it strictly better. I guess they're just adding a step. I don't get it. It's not changing it like fundamentally, and it's just making it objectively better for no trade-off. Is that just? I mean, that's just a step in the process. I guess you just got to do it. You just got to do it, bro. It is what it is. You just got to do it. Fair enough. I mean, it's a little bit like, well, what's the point of doing this one? I get the one where one's low level and then one's higher level. That makes sense. This seems like a little bit D4-ish, but fuck it, send it.
Uniques are able to be runeforged this way too.
Well, this is not a choice, chat. The other one is a choice. This is like, oh, this is the only one. You will never use the downgraded version. You will always upgrade it.
And they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's...
Okay. 3 sockets. Oh, so this one's going crazy. This one's going crazy. Maximum quality is 40. Maximum quality is 40. Flat damage. Bigger range. Strength roll seems the same. Skills which empower attack of a 30% chance to not count that attack. Cool. So you don't even consume enough power. 40 to 80 physical tokens per runic plate. What the fuck? So so this one here is not D4 design. This one here does something different entirely, right? Because this is instead of protective rune, this is runic plate. So this is like not D4 design. The other one was D4 design. This one is like this is actually, yeah, okay. So you got to some builds use this one, some builds use this one. Oh, this one does look like way more potent with the 40% thing.
Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Ooh. Now there is still so much more that.
Okay, bunch of things we don't know what they are.
You can craft with remnants. There are also.
Okay, armor 20% increased runic ward. That's going to be local, right? So that and a brass dome is going to go hard. So you have like, what was it, 900 reward, right? So that's literally 200 flat life. That's going to be sick. That's going to be nuts. How many sockets can you get in an armor piece? And I'm logged into the game, right? I'll know by checking my character. Dawn Daddy. I got 2. I got 2 here, chat, apparently. So maybe 3? With 4 exceptional. Okay, so wait, there's sometimes you get like a base that has an additional rune socket. And then you can corrupt it for another one. So if you had 4 and a brass dome, can a brass dome drop with an additional rune socket? Or do you have to get the base and then you have to chance orbit to a brass dome and then from there? Oh, wow. That's never going to happen, but still. So it could be 80% Runic Ward on a brass dome. So it could be 800 flat life basically. Additionally, on top of the 1,000 flat life, pretty fucking strong.
100 new runes.
Armor every 4 seconds. Gain guard equal to 20% of maximum Runic Ward for 2 seconds. I hate that, man. I hate that, dude. I hate that when it's like inconsistent. The second it's inconsistent, I don't like it. Why does it go? I mean, I get it's. This is like kind of semi-recovery, right? Because then the guard would absorb damage and mitigate damage, and it'd allow you to heal and stuff. And maybe it's like, I mean, it's just supplemental, right? Limited to 1. I mean, that's gonna be if you're doing Runic Ward, it's gonna be very good regardless, right? Warding rune protection. I just wish it was like 10% and every 4 seconds gain a guard equal to it for 4 seconds. Am I crazy for that? I would take half the power for 100% uptime versus like the shit where it's like regenerate 10% of your life every 2 seconds or whatever, every 5 seconds. It's like technically on average very strong, but I will never use it because it's inconsistent. You know? You go.
As well as many other new crafting currents.
+1 to all maximum elemental rares while on full Runic Ward. Limited to 1. It's limited to 1 shit, bro. It's pissing me off. I mean, +1 max rares, though. A little bit of min-maxing for your gear. Fair enough.
This is the runes of
Tower shields, 8% attack speed if you've blocked recently. Okay.
After all. And some of these
quarter staves, 25% immobilization build-up. Okay.
Runes have quite powerful effects.
Staves have a 20% chance. You can understand, this is going to beat, like, percent damage, by the way. 20% chance to create an additional remnant. So that's like for the Chayula monks, right?
For example, this
martial weapon, when socketed to martial weapon, wand or staff. When socketed, transform all fire and lightning mods into an equivalent core modifier. That's interesting. This is
conversion
cool.
rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element.
That's cool. That's a cool ass weapon, dude. It's an interesting weapon.
Making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage. There is
like
also a rune that lets you destroy your rune socket.
Destroy all augments sockets on the item to create a dual socket. Gloves.
To turn them into a dual socket on your item.
And that like super strong. Isn't a dual socket, generally speaking, better than a rune socket? I guess it depends on the build, right? But that seems really good. I mean, I wonder how rare that's going to be. I mean, a dual socket's just so strong. It's like an abyss socket, dude. 2% damage recount, critical damage bonus, energy shield. Fucking ES cucks, bro.
And there are even crafting meta runes.
Can roll chronomancy modifiers.
Runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this rune of chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots.
Yo, am I crazy? Like this, I get this in PoE 1, but in PoE 2, like, what? Like, in PoE 1, you had that thing, and you put it in, right? And then you can just roll, because you have tons of currency to do that. But in PoE 2, it's not like you can cast, like, wait, do I misremember? In PoE 2, it's more like you can't ult spam, and then your cast orbs are like specific. It's like add, remove. You're gonna know all high and cast spam. But you know, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I crafted a bunch of gear in PoE 1. I get this is like it's like meta crafting, but with a socket instead. But then you don't really have the tools that you have in PoE 1 to like kind of spam it out and to actually get a good outcome. You're so cool. Are you not understanding what I'm saying? What I'm saying in PoE 2, do you really have the tools to actually do this? Like, what is 10 cast orbs gonna do? It's gonna do fucking nothing, bro. What the fuck is 10 cast orbs gonna do? So basically, you're gonna get the way you're gonna do this, chat, is you're gonna get a GG item drop. That's almost done. Yeah, right? You're gonna finish it till it's really nice. Okay, now you've got a really nice item. Then you're gonna socket one of these metacrafting runes in, and then you're gonna chaos slam it and hope it lands the chronomancy mod that you want on the mod that you want to remove. Like, it doesn't say your next Chaos Orb guarantee rolls Chronomancy mods. It says it can roll it. Maybe there's an omen that says you will only roll, like, socketed rune mods or something. I don't know. Maybe there's some weird shit. Like, it's not like you can guarantee. I don't know. It seems like there might be an omen that supports this. Because without omens, I don't see it. Again, though, I've not really done that much. Like, my PoE2 crafting was like... Wait, what did I used to do, Chad? It was like, I'd get an item that was pretty good. I'd do an Abyss mod, and then I would do, like, a targeted slam thing. And then I would just call it a day. Socket that shit and just put it on. Right? Yeah, what I was a campaign enjoyer. I'm a campaign enjoyer in PoE2 right now, because I can't get behind the endgame yet. So I just have never got that hard into PoE2 endgame, because of just... PoE2 endgame puts me to sleep so hard. But I can, like, don't get me wrong, I can see the potential, and I can extrapolate out how insanely good the campaign is and how good the gameplay is when it's working. And I'm like, dude, this is gonna be the best game ever made. It's just right now the end game's dog shit, which is 0.5 is gonna change all that, right? It's gonna change all that. 0.5 is gonna be fixing the end game.
Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cool
is this really what you're doing, dude? Is this really what we're doing?
down speed or increased skill effectuation.
It's like, this crafting's crazy, bro. I mean, 23% cooldown recovery rate with movement speed is crazy.
You can also create...
Removes a random modifier. Okay, wait. Removes a random modifier and augments a rare item with the new guaranteed modifier. Okay, ring. Maximum runic ward. Amulet. 6% increase maximum runic ward. Oh, 10% increase maximum. Interesting. The runic. We got some runic ward build scaling here.
A new type of currency called...
Removes a random modifier and augments a rare item with a guaranteed modifier. 20% increased chance to inflict ailments. Okay.
Alloys. Using regular metal...
Removes a random modifier and augments a rare item. So it's all this remove slam shit, right? Glazed. Remnants can be collected from 50% further away. But I mean, that seems OP for the Chayola monk, right? Body armor. Increased presence area effect. That's all the presence space skills. Mana cost efficiency. That seems pretty fucking strong. Boots. Temporary minions guys have +1 limit to minion summon. That seems strong as well for minion
tools alloyed with Verisium. New modifiers not normally available.
Same shit. Remove slam, cast speed, attack speed. Flasks. Gain flasks per second. Shield or focus. Increase totem placement speed.
Can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects. So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Kalguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering Verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face, or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic.
I mean, this does seem way less aids, right? It's basically like going through an expedition and you just picking the essence that you want on the way, right? It's like yeah. It's way less like, oh fuck, I gotta go around the whole map. I mean, who's seen me do a logbook before, Chad? Oh, I did that on. You only know that if you've been watching me on Sheep Farmer, because I would only do logbooks on Sheep Farmer because it was so fucking boring. It was like, I log into the logbook, I fucking run around the whole map. I'm fucking I have to find the one that says duplicates runic monsters. I have to find the one that says more artifact shit coming out of like chests, and then you have to path to those ones first, and then repath your whole fucking thing around. I hope that's not the case. I mean, it might still be the case, by the way. You might have to run into the logbook and then run around the map looking for like a 5 rune that you hit first, which empowers all the other ones afterwards. And it might be, and then, you know, you might have to do the same shit. If you have to do that, that's going to be kind of sad. You know? Of course it will be like that. Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, maybe it's still going to be the same shit. It might still be cooked like that, actually. Whatever, dude. I mean, if expedition shit, I just won't do it that much. Dude, it is what it is.
One very important difference from
Still,
the
though,
encounter.
you don't have to worry about some stupid shit being like, oh, this whole area's like I gotta like this. You don't have to worry about like the monsters overwhelm your physical damage reduction. Like 100% of it. Monsters don't take this damage. Monsters just fucking kill you. You have like 15. They have like 27% penetration.
Though, is that the
like surely right? These things aren't gonna have that on the rune, right? Surely.
Empowerment.
And before like the exact same mods exist just on rune form, so now you have to, instead of like just reading one line of text, you got to go over every single rune. Dude, I'm holding out, chat. I'm worried about this expedition mechanic. It might be. They could have actually made it worse. Although they have said there's not going to have immunities already. Ziggy already asked, is there going to be immunities? And they already said no in the interview, so...
That the Remnant's grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many Remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that
have hitboxes. What's going on?
They can drop. Can be very worth it. You might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards...
This is just, they haven't finished coding it, right? All the mobs seem to have phasing and they're all stacking on top of each other.
Can be very worth it.
Look at these mobs. They're just not caring about...
Each
There's
mod
no
on the
weight to them.
monster is improving the items that they can drop.
I think they're still coding it.
Once you get to the end game, you will find that...
You can go back and look at the VOD. I can't be fucked. But basically the mobs are all phasing on top of each other, which is not something that happens in PvE2.
The Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond.
Go watch it.
Kingsmarch has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwenin. He would like to launch an
Rog is hidden Gwenin?
expedition deep into the ocean to find her. And this begins a new major mechanic for Expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenin. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions.
That's a logbook, by the way.
New bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find.
Sounds kind of cool.
Eventually, you will find the island that Gwenin has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalgurin.
What a queen.
Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside.
Just jump down, bro.
It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed.
He's been reworked a bit, right? With some new mechanics and shit, surely. Looks the same.
Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find another logbook. And this time, you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector.
Looking for any sort of Easter egg here. No, not seeing anything too crazy.
And you can go as deep as you like.
Hell yeah.
There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics.
Fishing! Yo, what the? Oh my god, bro. Bro, I didn't even catch that.
So for example, islands have expeditions.
Dude, what is that? Dude, that's so troll. Dude, they're trolling. They're trolling, bro. They're trolling with the fishing.
With totally new mechanics.
What?
So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible. The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become. These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps.
Bro, have they made that mechanic not dog shit yet? Because, like, every time I try that wisp shit, it just makes the mobs rippy as fuck, and then there's, like, no, I just don't. It seems disproportionately more difficult with, like, hardly any extra reward. So I just fucking skip them. I've just, like, the entirety of PoE2, I've just skipped them now. Like, what are they? I've tried them at the start of every league, and then I hate them every single time, and then I just say, yep, I'm not doing that again, and I just don't do it. But maybe... Who doesn't skip wisps? Yeah, like, he's talking, like, his wisps are actually cool and fun now, because I fucking hate these wisps. There's that one wisp zone with, like, 20 wisps. I'm like, dude, I just run through the zone instantly and get out the other side and just never go back there again.
Blow open root doors. Even...
Like, it's opportunity cost. Like, to get me doing a lead mechanic, like, if it's super rippy and super raids and fuck all rewards, basically my brain says, nope, I don't want to do it. Like, it doesn't matter. It could be, like, really fun gameplay or something, but I still said, nope. It makes it super rippy and I get hardly any reward. Why would I? Like, my brain just does the calculations and says, no. I think I don't want to do that, GG.
Raise ancient precursor technology.
You know?
And, of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker.
So this is the penultimate boss, right? Not the pinnacle.
Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby.
That's fucking cool. That's fucking cool.
On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good.
Right.
In order
Actually, it was a giant spider. We've seen it. We've seen it. He showed it. They showed us there was a big spider inside there.
to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter.
It's Lavos. I don't understand what Lavos is, guys. What is that? Is this some sort of Final Fantasy reference?
But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun.
I don't know what
Defeat him and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside. Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available.
Maybe the spider's a mini boss. But wait, that looks
for millennia.
Nah, dog, that's the same fucking thing that had the spider in it, bro.
Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danik should allow them to forge some objects of power. The create.
Whoa. So special uniques that come from that zone only. What is this? 1% max Elirez. Okay, 800 armor, 190 energy shield. Ooh, armor ES. That dude, I love that. It's like my favorite archetype, bro. 100% increased spell damage. Ooh. 17% of damage taken from hits bypass the energy shield. The energy shield is below half. Interesting. Lose all runic bindings when you shapeshift to gain equal amount of unbound potential. Gain 1 runic binding with hit on spells, no more than once every second. So some sort of like shapeshifting, like spellcirk chest piece. The fuck?
Of which has been lost to time.
With the dragon build?
So that's the League, and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors.
What happened there? Ah, Runic Ward 99. Okay, yeah, seen.
Upgrading uniques.
Okay, that's the weapon we already saw.
Dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports. Tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean. 5 new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss.
See, we weren't going to spoil it, and then they fucking spoil it. Like, like, what are you...
And a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the endgame. But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the endgame atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new quest lines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? The cracks in the earth to the east? Or perhaps visit the ruins of a vile...
So passing chance means it's not just 100, it can go to 150 or 200 or 270. If you had 270% chance to fire an additional arrow, you would fire 2 additional arrows with 70% chance of firing an additional arrow.
City in the north. The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific objectives that are easy to find.
Wrong. Shut the fuck up, NGZ Pro.
Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization.
Irritable looks wrong.
The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates.
Why are we stopping him? He's the good guy. Why are we stopping him? Like he's trying to save the world by scouring everything. I mean, yeah. So we got to die to a giant angel of death, right? He's like, but it is what it is. He's a good guy.
Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find. You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas, and uncover some dark secrets.
Okay.
Now, the Fortress is the first of the new full endgame storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the Fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant.
Okay, oh, wait.
Inside the Fortress...
Essence packs and area contain additional rare monster.
Are special.
Essence packs... Does that mean you double... Does that mean you get double the... You get double rares out of each essence? Is that what it's saying?
Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant.
All rare monsters are essence monsters. Okay.
Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes.
So it's just scarab effects, right?
Or this one, which spawns an Asmeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map.
Dude, imagine doing these Asmeri spirits and you're like that Asmeri spirit cook, and then you have all these little spirit effects going off, but they're actually things that kill you, but it just looks like your own attacks. Yo, you're cooked.
Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map.
Why are we watching this again? This guy just asked why we're watching this again. Dude, like, have you ever watched me? How the fuck are you a sub, pussy ass bitch? How the fuck are you even a sub? Did you even watch my fucking stream, bro? Have you never seen a fucking deep dive? Have you never seen a fucking deep dive in your life? Like when we deep dive 69 where I'm from. I deep dived your mom's house the other day.
But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss.
Okay.
And activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree.
Okay, so what? New and improved Atlas passive tree.
After the boss. And activating these nodes will give you points.
So when a monster is possessed by a sacred spirit, it is also possessed by another random spirit.
For the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch.
Sucked.
The Atlas tree now works
Fed to the increased precursor tower reveal radius.
quite a lot differently. We have significantly
As merry spirits may seek out and possess strong boxes.
upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree.
We saw that one.
Like this
Rogue Exiles have a chance to flee to adjacent maps and upgrade their equipment.
one.
This one's crazy. This is crazy.
Gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to an adjacent map. Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time. There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one, which lets Asmeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential.
Looks kind of rippy, dude, not gonna lie. It's very rippy.
You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree. Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of...
As a div, this is interesting, Chen. I gotta write something down. Okay, my bad. Huh? Fuck. The fuck does Discord mean when it's red? The fuck does it mean when your message is red? What does that mean if your message is red when you send a message? Discord servers are down? Didn't send. Huh? Outage. Oh, what the fuck? Discord's down right now. What the fuck? Dude, I'm trying to do some dev shit right now, bro, and I fucking can't do some dev shit. Alright, well, fix your servers, Discord.
Bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing on the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else.
That looks too
With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now obviously we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your...
I'm gonna be going easy mode Atlas, bro. I'm gonna. Well, the thing, right? I think everyone's gonna do it, right? You're gonna start off when your character's weak, make an easy mode, and then when your character becomes a god, then you're gonna switch it to make it harder. Areas of the powerful map boss contain additional instance, contain a summoning circle, contain a rogue exile. It's a good exile max.
Powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles. But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight?
Shrine for myself.
Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really...
I hope those choices are compelling enough. Right, I hope they really are some big dick things. Like, you know, we get some real... I hope they're not just all super... Like, because that shrine thing, like, whatever. A little exile here or there, whatever. I hope it feels like you're making an Atlas tree. You know?
The important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you, should you choose to go there.
This guy looks sick. The fact you can descend is cool.
After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them.
I like the idea of that, like cool zones with super unique mods that make a map completely different to your normal map, so that you get like a crazy map every now and then. That's exciting and you can invest into and be like, yo, this is gonna be nuts. Like that's fun, and you gotta explore for them. Like that's badass. Now, is this gonna result in us like getting those insane maps early and then being like, well, I don't want to run that yet because I need to get full precursor tablets and then juice up the fucking thing to the absolute maximum when it's T16? I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't get too degenerate, but yeah. I mean, this does seem like a good idea.
A map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters.
Like, could this be some shit where multiplayer cucks, they all find one of these crazy maps with one of these crazy mod things, and then they do like a rotation where they all go into their own map atlas and they recreate the group to then go do that crazy mod? Yeah, I mean, fuck them. Dude, if they want to do that, they can do that.
Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder. And not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well.
Whoa.
Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points.
Wait, okay.
Any maps that you...
Sorry, okay, I didn't quite understand. Okay, so wait, you go to this place, you get to a wall, there's some maps in there that are kind of weird, you get to this... You zerg to this thing, you get like a piece, you get a piece, then you go back to here, you go up, you kill him, and then what? It completes the rest of the maps you didn't do. So wait, so chat. Wait, so what I'm saying is this, right? So like this here, for example, what is this? Because I don't quite. Because why don't it shoot off to the one to the side? Control V. Hello. Well, I'll do a print screen maybe. Okay, it's just lagging. Interesting. My paint is lagging, chat. My paint is lagging. So wait. So you go, you cleared this thing. You cleared this thing. Then you go back to here. You fight that guy. And then Bazinga, it just correct? Or that's what it is?
Didn't finish time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress. And any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite...
So you zap the place you'd already been. So you beat the fucking tower guy, and then you zap a place you'd already been. I don't quite understand it. Bazinga maxing.
Atlas. You still have a way to get all those points.
I don't quite... Wait, you zap you can pick a section to zap that you've already been at, and then it completes that section that you didn't finish. So it's just your big-ass place. So you just got multiple sections to zap. How did he choose that in the video? I want to see that.
The fortress completed one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically ability. You'll have new unique rewards as well.
So you kill them.
Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate...
I see. So these little circles, that's a different part of the fortress, each one of these. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 6 sections of the fortress. I see. And that's how you choose which one. So after you beat him, you click a button and then bzing, it zaps one. And then that just fully completed that zone.
New unique rewards as well.
That's literally what he does. Look,
each time you fight...
He runs over down here. Oh, is there even more?
You get the ability to activate one section of the fortress.
Wait, there's actually... No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 thingies.
fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points. So that's the Origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount
I'm going to vibe check it, right? I'm going to go there and just start clearing it out. It feels really hard. I want Zerg Pass. If it's like super trivial, super easy, and like the fortress is like whatever, I'll just zap it. You know?
New content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree, and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas. Now earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree, why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in.
Bro.
Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of...
I like it as the characters from the campaign, and I like you know Doriani's one, and you know you interact with them, you talk to them, and then now they're an Atlas guy as well in the end game.
Order of the Jinn.
Cool.
At level 1...
Okay, strongbows in you have a 100% chance to be unique. 100% increase the amount of rare chests in your maps. Okay.
You could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests. Or make it...
Map bosses drop an additional unique item.
So that all map bosses drop an additional unique item.
I mean, that one seems real strong for hcssf. Right? Assuming there is a unique item you actually want, because there's actually a useful one. Right?
Or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier.
Fuck that. Fuck that. Juice of cucks. Enjoy. Fuck that.
At the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location.
Fuck that. Fuck that. What is that weird ass French pattern?
Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclast and harvest their parts. In exchange,
25% chance to upgrade map bosses to a powerful map boss. Dude, I remember like that boss difficulty shit made bosses so tanky, bro, and then they just start one-shotting you. I remember not enjoying that. I remember not enjoying that, dude. Now they're gonna be what? Powerful map bosses. Jesus, with all the boss difficulty and shit. Oh my god. Oh my god.
She will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes Asmeri
spirits cannot possess rare monsters.
Spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses. But in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques.
I mean, that's good because I'm hardcore. So dude, GG noobs. I'm gonna do all the one attempt things because I'm hardcore. Let's go. That's me. That's literally I'm full Hilda build, baby.
Because of that,
what do we got? 20% chance for double effect of precursor tablets. 50% chance. 50% increase exceptional items found. I mean, that sounds good. What? Map also drop additional unique item. I mean, that sounds good. Dude, these ones, all 3 of these sound really good. I don't like precursor tablet shit, though. That's sketchy. Maybe I do, though. Maybe I do. I kind of got into a bit... I kind of juiced a bit last PoE League, didn't I? Precursor tablet is like a scarab, right? Wait, what is a fucking precursor tablet now? It's like a scarab sextant thing that you put in a tower. Or fuck, they've changed the system so many times now that I don't even remember what the fuck even happens. Well, you do a tower, and then you put a tablet inside the fucking tower. And then that affects everything within the range of the tower. Is that not what it does? That's old. Now you put it in the maps. What the fuck? Is it just a scarab now? Chat, I have dyslexia and my brain, it's fuzzy. Dude, at one point you put precursor things inside towers and they buffed things inside towers and it was like a sextant and I remember not liking it. I was like, that system sucks dick. They should delete that. So they changed that now. Go in game.
Rayclast is deep from you must. The disciples of Kamasa stockpiled a great many things in their modern lust for wealth. The right key may open doors
yeah.
Was the sister project
yeah.
Gate that brought you to us.
Yeah. So it's like a scarab.
Theoretically,
it's like a scarab.
If you find
it's like a scarab. Yeah. Okay, they're just scarabs. They're scarabs. Just call them fucking scarabs, bro. Just call them scarabs, bro.
We wanted it to be easy to swap.
Scarabs with stacks. Possess unique monsters. Release spirits on death. 25% chance to upgrade map bosses to power map bosses. Admire spirits possessed by rare monsters. 25% chance one rare to be replaced with a random map boss. 5% chance for 3 rare monsters to be replaced by a map boss. Yeah, this is like the rippiest bitch ever. I like the other. Jado look way cooler. Jado look way cooler.
Between them, depending on what you're doing.
What's Ariana got? Ariana had.
Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing.
Your maps have an additional revival. Yo, imagine being that bad the video game, you need that. Holy fuck. Waystones have 25% more effective prefix modifiers and 25% more effective suffix modifiers when opening maps. No, this is going to be pretty OP. As mirror spirits only possess monsters after reaching maximum empowerment. Jeez Louise, 100% rarity of items by magic monsters. Okay.
As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that.
Wasteland looks weird as hell.
Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the.
Revive is available too. Pack size. Monster effectiveness. Waystone drop chance. Interesting. Area has special structure. Yeah, no.
Bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing
you can infinitely log out in PoE2, right? It's not that. You can use the portals infinite times in PoE2. You just can't. If you die, you lose the portal. That's how it works.
It's been pretty obvious is that the in-game leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the...
So wait, that physical location on the map is like... That is a place that you go there and you can do a full quest chain and go full Delirium mode and just do all the whole Delirium quest and just get it done. Yeah? And then also when you have your in-game encounter, you keep that's like the little pyramid thing you use to open up the in-game encounter. You also open up your in-game encounter at that zone, correct? Or so that's like your main. So it's like a quest zone, and it's like a hub for doing in-game shit. Some of the mechanics you have to like replace a map with some shit, right? But that's. Do you just like typing wrong, bro? Am I gonna? I did ban this NGC Pro like dead ass. So irritating. I'm sorry. I need to take a piss anyway. Yo, guys, I like it. I like the idea of it. It sounds cool. It makes the Atlas feel less like slop and more like some handcrafted shit, which is what I want. Give me a sec here. I need to take a piss. When I get back, we're popping off. We are deep diving. We're halfway through the deep dive right now. We are halfway through the deep dive. Get your pog champs fucking ready, boys. Get deep diving. I'll be right back. Yeah, you talking shit about the birds just now in my environment? Nah, what the fuck? All right. Okay.
League, along with its Atlas tree and its Pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to. So let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths, with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them.
Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium.
I hope they have fixed that, because that boss was complete dog shit, right? It was like, there was just shit all over the screen, you can't see fucking anything, it doesn't make any sense, and then you just die to some nothing. I hope that's fixed, and like not dog shit.
And its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven.
Yeah.
As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free
I like how
him.
they're using the characters again. It's cool. What's to do for the mountain?
Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right.
True.
He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers.
Ooh.
But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features delirium encounters.
Is that 1 point?
Now this is more than a
One
simple
point.
quest upgrade. The mechanic of delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into delirium...
Okay, so that little thing is you, right? That little thing is you, and that's telling you how deep you are, yeah?
You are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will
timer
face.
for the fog or what?
By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters.
No, you're not the bar. The bar was the showing like the delirium expanding, right? This is you. You're the little diamond. You're the little diamond.
You will face if you're able to
It's
go
going
deep
backwards
enough
and
into the
forward.
fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map, but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more
Ooh.
powerful, larger,
Ooh, they look
and
cool.
scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll...
I don't think it's untimed. I think they're just showing examples where it's not going down. I think what's going to happen is it will go like this, right? This bar fills up over time, maxes out. After a while, this top bar goes down again.
be sent into the depths of your mind.
That's what will happen.
And must escape it while fighting off
Wait,
hordes
drops
of
are
your
over now.
worst
Drops
fears.
were on, and now they're over. GG drop noobs. No more drops.
If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow,
Crazy.
Elder Maddox discovers
you know that's going to be crazy for trade league, but dog shit for SSF, right? 'Cause You're never going to get one that's good for you. You're never going to get one that's good for you, but you like on trade league, this is going to have some insane shit.
Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that
I'm
a
going to
shard
ban
of
that
the mirror
Scooby
is
emote, dude,
missing.
straight up.
You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him. And that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start.
As you do deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to instill amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well.
Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing...
Okay, well, let's have a read here, because I couldn't read this certain thing. Okay, so on a ruby, so wait, remove the random modifier and augments a rare basic jewel with a new guaranteed credit. Okay, so you wait till you get a jewel that's actually good, And then once you got a good jewel that you want like a mod on that's nice. So say you had like, I don't know, some fucking badass damage modes and you needed an ES percent and bang. On a sapphire, boom, you get a sapphire roll. What is this? Nuba. What the fuck is this, bro? Literally, what the fuck is that?
You to add specific mods.
That one's just defenses, okay.
An item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example,
okay, removes a modifier of a rare jewel with a new rarity crafted. So you got attack speed, attack damage, 2 to 4, 5 to 15 attack damage. Okay, nothing too crazy.
Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering.
We're at maximum rage. Okay, that's pretty potent. Movement speed or area of effect
will allow you to add movement speed or area of effect to your jewels, but there are many more. Once you've done enough delirium encounters, the location of a grand mirror, an entrance...
Wait, that's what scuba is. Wait, I look at this and I think of a guy who's like trying to fight. He's like, come at me, bro. But you're telling me this is supposed to be an emote where he's going... That I'm getting pissed off by this emote. Chat, am I an incel? I'm not. But the emote's pissing me off. Guys, I am a fucking the opposite of an incel. I'm literally a dad of 4 kids. I thought, wait, so that emote, I still see a cat punching. I don't see a cat doing a scuba fucking thing. Okay, just to let you know, Jed, just in case you're wondering.
into Tangmazu's realm is revealed, but it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness. In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas and fog.
The poof, dude, it's the astrolabe, but it's the gas version.
Every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind.
I mean, that looks fucked, right? Am I crazy? 40% delirious, dude? 40%, that's crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy.
At some point, you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memory.
Okay, guys, you said it's easy. Oh, you meta cucks in the chat, bro. All these meta cucks. All these meta... 40% on an ethical character, bro. Dude, doing maps on an ethical character is hard. Doing a 40% delirium map is like, ugh.
Trickster. Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge.
I'm talking about PoE2, by the way.
Take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow.
Ooh.
If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge.
Dude, that looks fucking sick. What is that? What the hell's happening? What the hell?
That's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see,
that looks sick.
It's not only a quest line. There are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after?
Jewel crafting.
Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder. And not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later. After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important, because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses.
Potent. Wait, potent emotions that come from certain map bosses. So, okay, so if you want like a particular jewel crafting one, then you got to figure out what the fuck, which one to do that on. Interesting.
Affected by Delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example,
Removes a random same shit as before. Okay, remove add. They just love that. It says remove add all the way in PoE2 chat. Debilitate enemies on hit when you have an emerald and a sapphire sucker set. Okay. Sapphire, inflict elemental exposure on hit if you have a ruby and emerald socketed. That's pretty strong. Blind enemies on hit if you have a ruby and sapphire socketed. I mean, perma blind, perma exposure seems nuts. Perma debilitate's also not bad. Those are all pretty damn strong. And the fact that it's just a single mod, it's not like that's the entire jewel. It's just like you could have 3 other insane mods and then you just get blind on hit. 3 other insane mods, elemental exposure on hit. You know? Dude, that voices thing is fucked. Well, he's going to show that soon and we're just going to be like...
Potent liquid melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions.
Okay, wait, so he's got... Wait.
Could have...
Getting back, bro.
Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions.
Okay, this is like some shit. This is guilt. Fire, cold, okay.
They could have some interesting effects.
That's the defense one?
Some powerful notables that do not normally...
Oh, fuck, dude. Can you just relax with that, bro? Ruby, global physical damage, cast damage, elemental damage. Okay.
...normally exist on the tree.
80% stun recovery. Whoa. Fully broken armor you inflict also increases cold and light damage taken from hits. Okay. It's like that. There's a node on the tree that is that for fire damage, I believe. Right? Yeah, fully broken armor you inflict increases fire damage taken from hits. So this is just like cold lightning. Okay.
Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage. But also note...
But it's the same as armor break. Whatever your armor break increases, so basically the way it works is the more armor break they have, the more damage they'll take from those hits. So it's 20% by default. But then you can scale it.
From a clearly direct...
The next fire spell you cast yourself after using a Warcry is ancestrally boosted. I mean, this one is nuts, right? Ancestrally boosting spells? That seems ridiculous. Warcry spellcooks, dude.
Ranged Mind, like Calm's Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry. How about using an Ancestral Flame Blast?
It's a big boy.
Now, just like before...
It's a big boy. That looks fucking OP as fuck, by the way.
Or you can also upgrade the League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them.
That's what that icon is, by the way. This little icon at the bottom, see this thing says 1? That's what, because I was seeing that before and I was like, it must be passive points. But that's definitely it, right?
So it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add...
Delirium encounters are 25% more likely to spawn unique bosses, slaying unique monsters, and pauses Delirium for 20 seconds.
New types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums.
Okay.
Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds
hey, wait, did we see that UI there?
Like this one, which will pause...
Wait, it goes from left to right and then from right to left. Wait, so left to right and then from left... Okay, so it goes... What? Okay. Interesting. So that means the start disappears and as you get to the finish. No, so what it's saying is it spreads, it proliferates from the beginning of the map and goes to the end of the map, right? And then it starts disappearing from the beginning of the map, disappearing all the way to the end of the map. I mean, I never know that. There you go. Probably never played Delirium before. I fucking hate Delirium, bro. Even though I'm the Delirious God chat, multiple time back-to-back Delirious God, literally logging in on hcssf to the Delirious Zone for the first person in the entire league multiple times. Literal Delirious God, Simulacrum Beast. Okay. How's he toucaning? How's he toucaning? He shouldn't be able to toucan. He's bypassing toucan. To-do list. How the fuck is that MF doing a toucan in my chat? Okay.
The delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more
pauses.
easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra delirium modifiers
Magic monsters within the fog have a 25% chance of an additional delirium modifier. That sounds awful.
to monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can
Makes you delirium, more cancer. Although you get more loot, so obviously if you've got a cracked character. The trick is just have a cracked character and everything is just more loot, right? And it's just still easy as fuck. But fuck that. 20% liquid emotions increase drop by monsters. Liquid emotions with 20% chance to be ancient liquid emotions. Ooh.
add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies
Yo, so that crafts the dual attack damage, cast speed, or attack speed. Isn't that kind of nuts? And notable passes and skill will give you 2% attack speed. How many notable passes can you have in range? Wait, how the fuck? Were you guys trying to toucan in my chat right now, bro?
simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes
25% chance to add a simulacrum when delirium fog is spreading grand mirrors.
that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League, like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing multiple simulacrums. Alright, so that's the changes to delirium.
Fuck that.
The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, but you have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next. When you first do a Breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame.
Yes, this is literally just
an ancient order of
one,
monks
right?
dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world. As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic.
Chat, I'm a breach enjoyer.
You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to
I'm
keep
a
the
breach
breach
enjoyer.
open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration. Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby.
Hell.
A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hive Blood, the tree has withered. To get Hive Blood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hive Blood that you can use to restore the Genesis Tree.
Do breaches get resource?
In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis Tree, they can be used to craft items
Grow
to
an
help you in the war
amulet,
against the
chat.
Hiveborn.
See, it says amulet.
Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis Tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts. Each womb...
Yes, we've got belt, amulet, currency, ring. That's it.
Womb gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry, and must be fertilized with Hive Blood.
Yeah, jewelry only.
So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree, and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But the Genesis Tree is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate, and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth.
What's that gonna, like, it was like quite specific. Are we just gonna print items with this or what?
So for example,
like, birth items cannot be bloodstone amulets. The fact you get to select the fucking base type is why? I guess maybe you don't select, you make it more likely to be the base type you want.
This branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed.
Cannot be gold. Man, what the fuck?
And as you go deeper,
1%. Wait, what? 1% reduced. Consumes 1% reduced high blood. Okay.
and as you go deeper, it will even allow you
Birth items have 5% chance to be a lament, portent, or absent amulets. Ooh.
to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else.
Ooh.
Like this one, which gives
So it's got what, this eternal rage, -1 prefix, -1 suffix, but you get like a level fucking 19 skill, which is like it's like a full-on skill that you can support, by the way. So
you an entire spirit skill for free.
wait, what? For free? For free?
Or this one.
What does it do? Item gains bonuses from socketed items as though it was a helmet. Ooh. Ooh. So there's probably some insane helmet mods, right? Free was -2 affixes. Yeah, but fair enough. I mean, it depends how good the spirit skill is, right? I mean, you know.
Which has a rune socket in it.
Wait, what's the one he's putting? What's the example he's doing here? Oh, fuck.
Or this one, which has a rune socket in it.
Oh, just it. Maximum mana.
To the left and right are branches that will let you...
Okay, so like birth items always have a life modifier. Birth items always have an armor, evasion, or energy modifier. Birth items always have a resistance modifier.
Control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're...
Elemental resistance modifiers have a minimum level of 50. Damn! Life and mana modifiers have a minimum modifier level of 40. I mean, this does look insane for hcssf, right? I'm putting that in my notes. Breach. Bis for hcssf. Getting belts. Rings. Amulets. I could just write jewelry.
higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have.
Always have lightning, always have mana, always have an armor modifier.
With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts.
I'm going maximum mod tier with like fucking life, bro, and they're just getting lucky. Suffix mods on birth items roll their values 2 additional times, give it the highest value. Who gives a fuck about that?
But it's worth noting that
what was that last one? What was that last one? Your mouse is over it, bro. Where's it at? Suffix modifiers on both items have the maximum values. What? It just sets it to max? It just sets it to max roll, just divines it perfectly? You just get perfect suffixes?
that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them. On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch
+1 max res. 6% increase max life. I mean, dude. Increase. Yo, wait, what the hell? Yo, what the hell? That's actually good for PoE. Dude, that's like 6% more life, by the way. For PoE 2, this is insane. Breach has frickin' 6% max life rings. I mean, all res is like whatever. You die to fizz damage in the PoE 2, right? This item gains bonuses from socketed gems as if it was gloves. What the fuck? This could be uniquely strong, right?
of new base types like these, but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental
fuck the right-hand branch, bro.
Damage for spells.
Hell no.
Or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash.
Hell no. Get the fuck out of here with that spell shit. And 70% frequency is a lot.
And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods.
Fuck, dude, right-hand side, left-hand side. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
For minion characters.
Get the fuck out of here.
This stuff is actually pretty important, because casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots.
Minions have a surpassing chance to fire an additional proj. That one's insane. Wait, you can get 2 proj on minions from ring suffixes? What? What is surpassing? Surpassing means it can go over 100%, bro. It means it goes over 100. So basically you can get... Yeah. I mean, this is nuts. Like, there's not even a downside. And it's like a lot of stuff that gets an additional proc just doubles the damage or triple. Like, if it's shotguns, if it has extra procs to shotgun, how is that not going to be broken? Like, can someone explain to me how this is not going to be broken? It's like you're getting a free LMP just from your rings on your minions.
With interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too. Like being able to create...
Adds quality that enhances fire modifiers on a jewel and replaces the quality. Okay. Adds quality that adds cast modifiers onto a jewel. Adds quality that enhances armor and evasion in each jewel modifiers on a jewel. Adds quality that enhances retreat modifiers on a jewel. Okay.
New catalysts for jewels.
Yo, jewels weren't strong enough, so we're just buffing jewels.
Or a belt that gives lightning damage. Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone. And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear.
The fuck?
They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive. These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's
I must
entry
admit, the way that they're doing it in PvE2, it seems more organic, right? That you can see the sky hive, you're going towards it physically on the map, and you're progressing towards it, you go through, and then you actually arrive there, you click on it, you go in, you're in a sky thing. It's kind of cool.
To our world.
It flows
Inside
better,
the
I
very
think.
center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you will need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all. Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach.
Yeah, this is cool, actually. Wait, I understand it now, because obviously when I watched it the first time, I was like, huh? It's kind of overwhelming so much stuff. But now that I'm able to just pause and really understand what's going on, this is like a more organic way of doing breach. And the breach zones are actually cool. The way that like the breach zone opens a section of the map. I mean, that's fucking cool, right? That's a cool idea. That's actually a really cool idea, and you get these special encounters.
That's
cool. I like it.
Destroy the sky hives.
So you don't normally get the sky hives by default. You just your breach zones on your map will just be like a random little hand. You kill the mobs, but when you're doing the breach stone, then you get the specialized zone you need to defend, or the fucking walls you need to break down, all that shit. That's cool.
And defeat the Breach Lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself.
Holy shit, what the fuck's happening? What the hell's this? Sure, bro, what happened? I don't understand. Someone gift subs? I don't even know how to find out. Nope. Wait, why did that just happen? Does it channel flame product? Who knows?
Inside the monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will
completing breaches a 10% chance to add a hive to a nearby map. Oh.
Cause breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas.
Okay.
And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange
to keep
for
her alive
way more
though, bro.
items.
What?
There are also nodes that allow you to control.
Rune Marshall is a 25% chance to drop a lineage support. Bro, wait, that's just a node you speak into? Rune's Aftermath. Supporter War Cries cause ice crystals to explode. Supporter War Cries detonate your ice fragment. Supporter War Cries empower 3 additional attacks if they destroy at least a total of 5 ice crystals and ice fragments.
All your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht.
So you're Ice Crystal Andy?
Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get.
Okay, I like that.
There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree. Like this one, which will cause Zesht to drop his head, which
cool.
when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for.
This is cool. This is a way cooler way than bending the rings. This is so cool. Dude.
Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
What the fuck?
So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new
the immersion, bro. The immersion. I love it. I love it. Well, it's not a law wave. It'll be grasping mail, but like PoE2, right? So I mean, maybe it'll just be the same thing, global defenses or whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, I mean, it could be like a bunch of different unique ones that come out. Who knows? But yeah, it's way cooler than bending the rings.
Stabilization mechanic for breaches, hive encounters, and hiveborn incursions.
Well, I like it because you can there's a node that like lets you farm a particular support. There's another node that lets you create a particular chess piece. You got those that allow you to target like what you want. There's a lot of control over like what you're trying to get, which I think is really nice.
The Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next. When you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood could be found to the west.
The west.
When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form. Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her. But in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in each area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition, each ritual you do in the area will...
Ritual on PoE2 is so hard, bro. Like, kept training my mind. Maybe I'm playing... I might just be... This might be coming from an ethical build PoV, but like, bro, you're like stuck in this confined space and everything's like almost one-shotting you. Like, I don't know, dude. Obviously, it's like one of those things where I just don't like doing it. I don't like doing it in PoE2. I just don't like doing them. They just fucking... Maybe they're different now, but like, dude, it just feels like you're stuck there and the dungeon should do is just fuck your ass. That's what it feels like. You just lubed up, you just take it. But maybe, yeah. I mean, Elon probably destroys the rituals, true.
Add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete. Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items.
I mean...
Now,
okay, Ritual looks crazy good. SSF. Spam drops uniques.
Important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens.
Wait. Especially early game. Plus, also crafting items.
Making this league's rewards much more valuable than before. In order to gain an audience with the Nameless King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar. Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him, kill him, and get Aoife's body.
The Queen, we save her.
Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back. but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss.
Ugh. Ugh.
And defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name.
Oh my god, bro, that looks so aged.
But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the atlas will open, and you will need to pick another
Okay, attribute. Ritual only drops currency.
Adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute. But if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency
I'm going
instead.
currency, bro.
You can also
The Mage Blood!
sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as rewards. So in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure.
Fuck Mage Blood. Shit item, bro. Meta cooks. I'm going 5 Chaos Orbs.
Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder.
What the fuck is that?
And that includes the map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter.
This seems like this is a complete ruckus. Like, okay, so if the game's balanced around like telegraph mechanics and like Dark Souls one-shots and shit, how the fuck are we supposed to dodge these attacks when there's fucking 15 bosses in there or some shit, you know what I'm saying? Oh my god.
Counter for your next effigy piece.
Oh my god.
And it still doesn't end there.
Get good.
Pick another map.
Wait, I didn't see it. Ritual, rerolling rituals is no cost the first time. Okay.
Another reward. And add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge.
Okay, now that's gonna be so cancer,
But once complete, you can return to the Wildwood to perform the final rite. Transfer your name to the effigy.
Dude, if I'm sitting there in HC thinking like, man, that looks so fucking rippy, dude. Like, imagine having to fight the monkey and 4 other bosses at the same time. Like, how the fuck is your average guy gonna do that, bro? Oh my god. Like, I'm a god gamer, 10 out of 10 beast. Literally complete freak of nature, like gaming god. And I'm thinking, geez Louise, this looks fucked. How the fuck is your average gamer gonna do this?
Adorn the crown of the Nameless King.
No way.
Enter the prison.
No way.
Now, of course, once the pinnacle boss is complete, the league doesn't end there. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to get
minions have 20% to maximum life. Increased damage. Minions resistance equals to yours. Wow. Wow.
give tribute to the king in the mists.
Wow. +1 to all skills. Level 5. Wow. Look at that. I wonder what the upgraded version of that looks like.
For another audience.
I wish there was no data mining, bro, and everyone just had to go in, like, not knowing what, you know, wouldn't it be cool if there was no data mining and, like, everyone just had to go in and loot the items and upgrade them all?
Pick another forest to
1 divine orb. Ooh.
Begin the Rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the Nameless, like this one, which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6? Or this one, which makes maps during the Rite have more reward mods, often having 2.
Greater annulment. No cost. Okay.
You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content.
Rituals have 50% chance to be built in summoning circles, summoning an additional boss when activated. Yeah, okay, good. Oh shit, so you could have even more bosses with even more bosses. Okay. Streaming. Okay.
Like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter. There is even a node which adds a
Rituals have 50% chance to be the Queen's ritual, adding favors when found. Idol of the Sycophant, Idol of the Martyr, Idol of... What the hell's that?
A new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear. Okay, so that's ritual. But let's have a look at what this means for endgame content as a whole for Path of Exile 2. When you include the expedition changes made by the League, we have a total of 5 new endgame storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs,
that one,
and
right?
a pinnacle boss
Yeah,
as
we
a
did.
capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each endgame questline has a...
Okay, I want to read this. So it just shows you expedition bosses defeated 1 out of 4. Ritual Atlas skill points acquired. Breach. Enigma Chambers. The fuck is the Enigma Chamber? Patriarch and Matriarch calls completed. Zeri's Temple Atlas skill points acquired. Oh god. Zeri Temple. I need to remember how the fuck that mechanic works. Abyss points. I like Abyss. I remember thinking Abyss was cool. I remember thinking it was retarded, like with precursor tablets, and it would like lag the game out and everything would get all buggy. But I remember thinking like, I like the unveil. I don't even remember how the unveil worked, but it was good because it would like reliably get you a decent item if you had like something that was pretty good. Then you would do like an Abyss slam or like an Abyss reveal, or there was some shit you would do with an omen in the Abyss, and it was like consistently a satisfying feeling.
Progress.
It was like veiling a mod, right? You basically could choose a prefix or a suffix that you wanted to veil, and then you could unveil it. It's basically it was like a veil castle, metacraft. But yeah, that's what it was.
You can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any time. This shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them. Overall, it's just a way better in-game experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete. But just in case, in-game experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete.
He's a fucking shapeshifter. He's a shapeshifter. He's shapeshifting. He's AI. Is he real?
But just in case you didn't have enough goals, we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league. These are called challenge leagues.
How'd you not see that?
Where are all the challenges? Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best. We haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2.
I've never done these in PoE1 ever. Should I do this? Because do you know what? It's one of the things where I feel like I missed the boat. Everyone was doing them before me, so I'm like, why do I even care? I haven't been doing it. Do I start doing them? Do I start doing them in PoE2 because I'm at this beginning? Like, I don't know. Then again, this seems like an artificial hook to get you playing longer than you might otherwise play. Like, I don't know if it initially seems like a good... I don't know if I initially like it or not.
But it's time to change that. If you're able to...
The only reason I'm thinking about doing it is because of FOMO. That's it.
Complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Elder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a...
I mean, that gear looks so good. Like, dude, that looks like... Bro, imagine D4 just giving you free set of armor that looks fucking badass as hell, and it's, like, not attached to a shop or anything. Holy fuck.
You'll earn pieces of the Knight of Elder armor set.
Holy
Opening
shit.
the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges.
They do. Oh, yeah.
After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess. In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed. You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendancy classes as well. But to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits. She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing. On the bottom part of the class you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal.
Gain primal owl feather every 4 seconds to manage limit of 3. Expand owl feather when you do a dodge or trigger a primal bounty. Grant skill primal bounty.
Vivid.
Grants a vivid stampede. Grants vivid wisp every 20 meters you move at the maximum of 3. Expend all vivid wisps to trigger vivid stampede when you attack.
Or wild.
Grants wild protector. That's the bear that protects you, right?
Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear. Each ability gives you...
Okay, Vivid Stampede converts least physical damage to lightning. Shockwave radius is 2 meters. Stag leads 4 times. Shockwave... Okay, so it does shockwave. Attack damage, 362%. Wait, that's high, right? That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. And you could 6-link that? That's a lot of damage.
A method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack.
You have to keep moving.
The owl grants boons and the...
Okay. Empowers the next projectile skill you use, causing it to create additional projectiles and fly faster. Empowered skills fire 2 additional projectiles. Empowered skills still have 68% increased projectile speed. Empowered skills have 30% increased projectile speed. But that's it? Just works. I mean, that looks overpowered as fuck. And like that's what I would use it for. I would use it for that exact build, by the way. That build looks fucking good, bro. Primal Bounty. Tornado Gamer. GG build.
Form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill. And the...
let's be real. I'll be a bear main, though. Call upon a companion to maul your foes. Spirit bear leaps your enemy mains and leeches life with its slam, and it periodically roars to intimidate enemies. The bear's spirit does not count towards your companion limit.
Bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies. Now you can special...
Gain Vivid Wisp when Vivid Stampede ends. Stag deals 20% more damage per leap. Stags have 20% more shock magnitude per leap. I mean, that seems fucking strong, by the way, because that's super high damage, and it can be 6-linked.
Applies more into each of these whips.
Dodging can expend up to 3 owl feathers, granting primal bounty 100% more empowerment effect per feather expended. I mean, that seems crazy, bro. That's like, it just doubles it, bro. It doubles it. I mean, that's an insane ascendancy point for the tornado build. Insane.
But if you want to combine all 3 of them, then...
And then you got the barrage node or whatever the fuck it is, right? Companions deal attack damage equal to 60% of your main hand weapon damage. Whoa! 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 Relax. What the hell? Just a bunch of flat damage to your fucking companions? Holy shit.
Then a new hidden power will be unlocked. The power
Bear gains Embrace the Wild.
Of this.
Vivid Stags leap towards enemies. Central Stampede of Owl Feather empowers skills and leaves its trail of soaring ground.
Sacred Wisps. This node is free and enhances the quality of all 3 of your spirit animals. Your bear will take...
Protects the bear... Wait, Embrace the Wild. Protects the bear's spirit allies when they are in its presence, giving them 2% of maximum life regenerated per second, causing 8% of the damage they would take to be taken by the spirit bear instead. Soaring Ground grants 30% increased invasion rating and 40% increased damage while on full life to you or your ally standing in it. Soaring Ground has a 4-second base duration unless otherwise specified. Okay.
Some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration.
Okay.
Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies, and your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all.
Yeah.
The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as idolatry.
Okay, wait. Body armor's gained deflection rating equals 2% invasion rating. Scepter's 30% presence area effect.
Which can give you large bonuses for using idle socketables in your equipment.
Accuracy rating. Wait, what else did it have?
Which can give you large bonuses for using idle...
Gloves, 15% accuracy rating. So wait, just like new... What the fuck? So you got weird-ass idols you can put in your gear. This seems like a poor person thing. Wait, what was this? Companions deal 10% increased damage per idol in your equipment. 2% increased mana reservation per idol in your equipment. -4 to all resistances per non-idol in your equipment. Ooh.
Socketables in your equipment. And this one.
Tame beast. This is crazy. Tame beast can capture unique beasts. Can have up to 1 unique tame beast summoned. Unique tame beasts have 30% increased movement speed. Tame beasts are possessed by random mesmeric spirits, changing every 20 seconds. This is some fucking crazy D4 shit, bro. I mean, I will allow it. I will allow it, bro. It just seems like it's going to be broken, right? How's this not going to be broken? How's this not... Isn't this going to be broken, dude?
Which is my absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses, opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build.
It's either like a boss is either going to be complete gimmick, right, and dog shit, or it's going to have some broken ass debuff which like gives you triple damage, or it's going to have some mechanic which you can like scale the projectiles on and it does like fucking 20 times as much damage as every other minion. Like it's gonna be so crazy how different. Then again, they are handcrafting them, aren't they? Each version of the tamed boss is like a handcrafted version. So I guess we'll see.
Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths.
I mean, that looks fucking cool, bro. Like, you summon the fucking monkey and you just, like, one-taps the boss for you.
Tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle.
Like, what? You just summon the monkey and you just one-shotting the... I mean, I don't know. Summon... Summoning... Boss guy... Monkey build?
Depths. Or maybe a 3-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands.
The trait of this build is that you can't see shit on the screen because the boss covers half of it. Dude, imagine your monkey fighting another monkey. What if you lose track of which monkey's which?
Then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the frozen talon. There's so many choices. You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion.
I mean, this is basically Spectres, but for bosses, right? They basically just invented Spectres for bosses.
Next up, we have the Monk's new...
So now they have to rebalance every boss that's a beast. Like, well, they have to make a Spectre version, basically, yeah.
Class, the Martial Artist. After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 hollow techniques.
Okay, hollow form requires any melee martial weapon or unarmed channel to create fleeting images of your astral self near the target location. These images perform a socketed attack once, then vanish. Kind of reminds me of General's Cry, actually. So you channel, targeting the closest enemy if possible. These images cannot perform channel skills or conditional skills. Oh, well, that's what you would do. You would do a channel skill. If this is General's Cry, you do Blade Flurry, right? But yes, so they're deliberately saying, fuck you, can't do that, buddy. Images can be created within 6-meter radius of you. Creating an image spends 80% of the socketed mana skills cost. Creates 2 additional images when consuming a power charge. Ah, I see. So generate power charges, right? Put in some ability that's fucking makes sense. Like, that's really, really strong, high damage. Press this channel button. Bang. He, like, summons out a bunch of dudes that just do a crazy burst. Some of the skills deal 30% less attack speed, 20% less damage. The fuck?
Hollow form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease.
It's pretty funny that the gameplay is just stand still, bro. Like, it's, you just rock up, press a button, and then it just starts going crazy. I must admit, it kind of does remind me of, like, yeah. It's like if they combine Blade Flurry with General's Cry or something.
Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain.
You're just standing there, bro. That gaming. Just, all right, I'm fucking owning. Ah! Okay, where are we? 200% surpassing per enemy power to gain Mountain's teaching on immobilizing an enemy up to a maximum of 30. Okay, let me just consume that. Let me just chew on that for a second, chat. I'm just chewing on that. 200% surpassing chance per enemy power to gain Mountain teaching on immobilizing an enemy up to a maximum of 30. Okay. instead bosses serve with more power. All right, lose a mountain's teaching when you are hit or when you use or sustain an attack that benefits from mountain's teaching. Oh my god. While you have any amount of mountain's teaching attacks you use yourself, and attacks grounded by the ascendancy class deal 20% more damage. Enemies hits you take that would deal damage less than or equal to 30% of your maximum life after mitigation such as armor resistances, but before other modifiers to damage taken, deals 70% less damage. Huh? So wait. Attacks that would do less than 30% of your damage. So any attack, so it's like armor almost. So hits that aren't above a certain threshold do way less damage. So you're Giga Tanky versus non-one-shots. All mountain's teachings are lost if you go 8 seconds without gaining any. Interesting. Up to a maximum of 30. I see. So you have to gain it. You gain it by doing an immobilization. Wow. Okay, so I get it. Basically, you get these fucking stacks, chat. You get these fucking stacks by doing immobilizing on enemies. Bosses give you way more stacks. Non-bosses give you less stacks. It gives you big damage reduction versus non-one-shots. I don't like the immobilizing condition. I'm not a huge fan of that. But obviously you can consistently do that to bosses in PoE 2, so maybe it's fine.
Causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too, by hardening your weapon in stone.
Dude, why do they have to put the fucking duration on it, bro? Also takes loss if you go 8 seconds without gaining any. So you have to every 8 seconds you need to immobilize the boss, otherwise it falls off. See, to me, this is not attractive. Like, it's cool if you could, like, consistently do it at the right time, I guess. But, like, it's conditional on you not getting one shot, so then it doesn't help you versus the damage that you need it versus. It's kind of like that bad design of, armor, how it's, like, just useless when you actually need it. So it's like, A, it's useless when you actually need it. B, it's inconsistent because you have to immobilize the boss every 8 seconds, otherwise you lose all stacks. I feel like this is going to immediately get redesigned if it doesn't get redesigned before the fucking it comes out. Right?
You can deal even more damage. After taking...
Like, I think that we're going to... That reminds me of, like, the Warden one that actually they released and it was dog shit and then they actually patched it and now it's okay. That's what that reminds me of. Hollow Focus. Hollow Focus. Buff persistent AoE duration. While active, ghostly bells periodically appear near you. Your hits immediately destroy bells, creating a shockwave that damages nearby enemies. It causes heavy stun to enemies that are primed. These bells themselves are always primed for stun and can be culled. Oh, so wait, you can cull and you can proc stun effects on it. The shockwave does 341% damage and it can be 6-linked. Do you know, I saw this and that whenever I watched this and didn't see the how it actually worked, I saw this and I was thinking, that looks kind of stupid. But actually, now the fact you could death palm it or you could do attacks that like proc shit when you hit the stunned enemy. So like it's a guaranteed prime for stun thing that you can spam on boss fights, or you can cull them to get charges, for example, during boss fights. And it's a 6-link ability that does 341% damage. That's actually pretty fucking good. Right? That's actually pretty good. And it's engaging gameplay because you actually have to walk around and aim at the bell.
Taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case...
So he's culling it to get power charges.
Bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks. Even ones from the Hollow Form technique...
That's some D4S gameplay, bro.
...earlier. Hollow Resonance technique further...
Let's go. I say that, but default gameplay is complete trash. It's not even default gameplay, but like it's funny though.
Is that by adding a manifested
it's kind of like
like
these bells spawn.
Which
You
rings
hit the
each
bells.
time you deal a critical strike.
You get charged. You get one
all
shot.
Enemies around you.
Oh,
through
shit.
all the...
Okay, can tattoo runes on your body, gaining additional rune sockets. 1 helmet, 2 body armor, 1 gloves, 1 boots. So this I think is going to be very strong on Trade League, right? Like, if you have, like, the most insane cracked broken runes, or you have a character that scales with some broken rune. Like, I remember Helmet, for Thorn's build, Helmet socket is crazy because it's, like, base critical strike chance to Thorns or something stupid. It's, like, it's some insane amount of crit. I can't remember how much it was, but it's ridiculous, right? So, like, this, for example, would be very good. Although I maybe already nerfed at this point. I don't remember.
Martial artist's thorough training, he has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos around his meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots.
That's pretty fucking cool, actually. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's niche. It's a cool design, though. Gloves will go over base type transformed into defensive stone when equipped, and their prefixes and suffixes transformed into more powerful related modifiers. Dude, this is insane. This is unhinged. Isn't this so unhinged that GGG are making all this work for themselves? This means every single fucking time they add in a pair of gloves now, they got to do this. Like, this is unhinged that they're doing this.
Finally, your hands. The ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when equipped. Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier. For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit.
Dog shit.
Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of...
So you got max res instead of increased res. You got gain damage as extra physical. Gain cold as extra. Gain. So what the fuck? And then you got 13 life on hit with attacks put if you've dealt with critical strike recently. Interesting. And you also got the res. Oh, so that's a hybrid mod. So you get a lower amount of res, but an increased max res amount. I mean, it's fucking strong, bro. So you could have, like, triple max res with triple gain. And some. Yeah, I mean, that'd be nuts, right? Just a pair of gloves. And plus 3 to evasion rating per level. Plus 1 max ES per level. So that's 300 ES. 100 ES. 300 evasion.
Stone. And not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies.
Dude, monk gloves broken. Fist of Stone build. Lots of crazy combos. Very tanky. Good scaling. I mean...
With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers and gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with.
Elon's gonna
now,
be fucking
with so many
pogging.
new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a two-handed mace.
Okay, what do we got here? 200 mace, 144 to 299. Starborn Onslaught. Fucking 176 to 387 cold. 300 maximum mana. So 10% base crit on it. 17% of damage taken from mana before life. Wow, you get a fucking mom. Attacks with this hits with this weapon have added cold damage equal to 7 to 11% of maximum mana. Convert 100% of fire damage with mace skills to cold damage. Bro, this thing is insanely fucking cool, bro. What? What? Fucking mana stacking new mace item bomb plus crazy scaling. Bro, this is fucking cool. Cold damage equal to 7 to 11% of max mana. On top of a decent amount of fucking flat fez. On top of a decent amount of flat Ellie.
It's made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption.
Do you think this drops? Wait, do you think this is like a Giga item that drops from a Giga boss? Yeah.
It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold, and
It might be.
visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones. This mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught.
Built-in.
Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold metallic bolts from the stratosphere.
But this is fucking cool, right? What?
Next, we have Eventide Petals.
D4 mace,
an
dude.
amulet that not only...
I need to stop playing that. Where are we? Midnight Zenith. 40 maximum runic ward. Okay. Increased crit. Int. Light radius. Ice crystals have 2% reduced maximum life per 5% cold res you have. Oh, so you just pop your ice crystals super easy.
only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill.
What is this? Midnight Zenith. While active, critical hits with other skills that kill targets or hit powerful targets cause you to gain Arctic petals. Once you have enough Arctic petals, they'll be consumed to create ice crystals near the most recent target. The skill cannot cause meta skills to generate energy. You cannot gain Arctic petals from this skill's critical hits. So they don't want any of these recursive loops. There's a lot of specific things here. +1 Arctic petal per power of target killed with critical hits. +4 Arctic petals on critical hitting a rare or unique target. I see. So you basically get these petals. The petals turn into ice. You blow up the ice. GG.
Skill. Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you. Once you have a
Level 90. I think this is Endgame boss loot, right? These are like insane items that are showing you. They're like build divining items that you make a whole character around to like blast.
acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it. The Raven's Flock is a staff perfect for minion
Dude,
characters.
this MDX is fucking sick on this character, by the way. The Raven's Lock staff grants 19 Spirally Conspiracy. Minions deal increased damage. 115, by the way. Minions have 13% chance to inflict grueling madness on a head. What the fuck's that? 43% increased spirit reservation of skills. Okay.
Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful for maximum
Bold
crowd
and
control.
slows.
That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy.
Oh, it's that thing.
This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them.
See, to me, this is advertising the PoE one-ification of the game. They're like saying, look, dudes, we're giving you shit. You can just legit have one, like, you got move, and you've got this fucking crow thing, and it's just killing shit. You could just have, like, this character, and, like, hey, you got RF with crows at home.
Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique
I mean,
enemies.
there's gonna be a ton of people who like this type of shit, right? Like, I mean, I love AoE degens that surround your character. Like, I'm an enjoyer. My favorite thing in Warcraft 3 of all time was the Cloak of Immolation.
Causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For your PoE 1 players, you can think of this just like a Raven Righteous Fire.
Ooh.
That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad Flight.
The fact that it gets a
This
bonus ability as well, that's just like, look, hey, it's PoE1 and it's more modern.
Command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between.
I mean, there you go.
Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves.
Okay, grants Crushing Fear. There's 400 evasion rating, attack speed, dex, get some chaos damage to attacks, 1 Fear Incarnate when you kill. So this is going to be a flat amount of damage, right, per Fear Incarnate.
Instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of
Because
you.
you can't just one-shot bosses, right? It's going to be like each Fear Incarnate is like a flat amount of damage.
These gloves...
Wait, wait. For each Fear Incarnate, grants 10% increased killing strike threshold, last 10 seconds. Cull threshold. Ah, that's right. Cull threshold is reduced. Ah, so it's just normal enemies that he's culling. Because wait, the culling threshold is different for normal, different for tragic, different for rare, different for unique. So you could just get double the cull threshold with some cull threshold investment, and then you could just 100% cull all trash mobs.
Cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate.
Which is crazy though, because you've got like these abilities that when you cull, it like does AoE damage and shit. So you could have like a build that clears maps by just culling enemies at 100% cull threshold, right?
Cull enemies.
Yeah. This will make some. I think this is gonna make some insane mapping builds, right? I can just see a guy teleporting around, blowing everything up, like just going pack by pack, blowing it up with this cull shit.
In your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy. As you use this, gain your stacks of Fear Incarnate,
This
which
just reminds me
increases
of
your
Diablo
culling
3, bro,
threshold,
legit.
meaning enemies become
This
easier
is like an Epiphany Bell Monk.
and easier to cull.
Am I
Even to
crazy?
the point of being able to instantly
You got
kill-
like an Epiphany Bell Monk would like teleport you to the guy and then blow up the screen. And this is like, this guy teleports you to the guy and then blows up the screen.
kill some monsters from full life.
But literally, like what?
Sylvan.
I mean, it literally reminds me of a Diablo 3 Epiphany Bell Monk. Yeah. I log in though. That was fun gameplay for farming shit maps. And the thing is, you won't have to do that in GG map. Well, wait, what's gonna happen with a 100% delirious map? I guess the cull doesn't care if it's 100% delirious, right? Because it's not like they get increased cull threshold. It was just kill them still. Interesting. Grants 20 discipline, 20 Asmerian wolf, 50% increased spirit. Allies in your presence have 62 regen. 9 all attributes. Companions deal 72% increased damage to your marked targets. You can have any number of companions of different types. Wow, what?
This effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool is the Asmerian wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally,
I tried this build in D4 and it sucked ass. And then they said they buffed a bunch of it. I tried it again and it sucked ass. I don't know about this GG. It better not suck ass.
it comes with the command skill
Swear to
Eternal
God, bro.
Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you. Liminal Coil is a crazy wand. It allows you to apply as many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect. What's the point then? 2 reasons. Firstly, your spells gain a bunch of extra physical and chaos damage for...
This one, am I crazy? This one looks fucking broken. Right? Didn't that just gonna be an insane amount of damage? Like, this seems crazy. Like, that's a lot of gain.
each curse on enemies. Secondly is the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts. This skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos projectiles with every cast.
It's weird, and like in PoE 1, there's not many uniques that like are crazy strong in terms of like weapons that you just like slap on. Usually, it's almost way better to have like a rare weapon. But like in PoE 2, it looks like they're doing tons of crazy weapons that look insanely strong at endgame.
What makes this skill truly special, though, is that it will split and chain
I'm the one
through
that coiling...
every cursed enemy.
I mean, I'm okay
causing
with
an
it.
Absolute ruckus. See for yourself.
I mean, this looks nuts.
Periphery is
that looks fucking nuts. They're all at 190. I wonder if these are... Do you think all these weapons are just all broken weapons that drop from pinnacle bosses? Do you think this is all pinnacle boss drops that they're showing us? It must be, surely, because they're all insane. Grants level 20 Asmerian Swarms, bunch of LE, attack speed, elemental damage contributes to flammability, ignite, chill magnitudes, freeze build up, and shock chance. Yeah, it's so strong.
Unique bow,
complex.
which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements. And all elements can cause all ailments. The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further.
Looks
Watch
broken
as
as
you mow
hell.
enemies
This looks broken as hell, bro.
down, and the swarms of
This looks
Asmarian
broken as
wisps
fuck.
aid you, melting enemies.
Just like literally get literally any of GG Endgame uniques, make a build around it.
Is one screen at a time. The Ordained is a new.
Okay, that one definitely is dropping from the fucking guide. That's like the angel weapon that he's literally holding in the in the artwork, right? Spear throw, righteous descent. Okay, we got 181 to 272 with 1 to 200 damage with 11.9, very high base crit, 1.4 APS. That's a high APS as well. We got a pretty decent fucking weapon here. Melee strike range increase. Interesting. Leech recovers based on your lightning damage as well as fizz damage. Wow. I mean, I like this weapon a lot. Rand Spear. Ordained. I hate if that's not spelled right. Ordained. Spear. Potent. Angel build. Paladin build at home.
Spear. Mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high critical strike chance too. This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too.
I'm gonna get that spear
it
easily,
also creates a fragment of divinity nearby periodically. What are those? Well, this spear has the skill Righteous Descent, which is an epic, divine leap, aided by angelic
I'm gonna do ignite
wings.
on some shit with that, or like bleed.
If you
Who
use the
knows?
skill when a fragment of divinity is nearby, it will become empowered, dealing significantly more damage, gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown.
So the more ZDBS you are, the better it is, which is good.
When fighting a boss, let a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc, obliterating them.
That looks good for ailments, right? That looks like a big ailment.
Last, but not least, we have a new unique jewel, Voices. Voices is simple.
That's so broken. Just okay, instead of one you get to, you just double your jewel sockets. Like that's like mandatory BIS, right? So weird. Normally in PoE there's a choice, right? Like depending based on your build. But this is like there's not even a choice. This is like straight up. Oh wait, are you? Maybe you are still competing against those like, what do you call those fucking jewels that have like a bonus based on like what's near it? I mean, yeah, it looks nuts.
It consumes one jewel
Time
slot
loss, yeah.
to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots.
Dude, what? That is. Dude, Elon's character is going to have like voices in every slot, by the way. With fucking. He's going to have his jewel fucking limit is just going to go all the way around his character portrait.
Slots.
Oh, you're gonna have one. Okay, never mind. Take it back.
Equip it and notice the slots.
Dude, Elon and fucking Jonathan are probably boys, and Elon's just gonna have a hacked character with 5 of them. Trust.
Here next to your character's portrait in the center.
Let me tell you, Elon.
One of the things we are concerned about is how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league. As we learned from Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for. We'll cover just one example per act for Acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these. For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark
mods banning when he types yellow paint
encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil. You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed
What the fuck am I looking at?
and pecked at by the crowbell. You'll notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss. We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village. In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the lightless caverns and track down the abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you right to
I
the
legit fucking miss this one every time. I don't think there's a single character I've ever got it on the first time.
lair, allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls. In Act 3, the jungle areas have camps of explorers to sell you items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can know exactly where to go.
Talk to them. You gotta know to do that, bro.
These are just some examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time. These are just some examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time in order to streamline the experience.
Did it TP him after he did the final activation? Oh, wow.
Now, as this is an in-game expansion, it makes sense that we would work on Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type.
So good, bro.
Have a specific map you want to run? Now, they will be much easier to find. If there are multiple maps, hitting enter will move you from map to map.
Potent.
Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides.
Zip cooks.
We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds. But we wanted to improve the experience of following them.
Ninja show.
So,
dude, you didn't even show Path of Building, bro. What the fuck? Didn't even show Path of Building.
We're introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client. Here's how it works.
This is crazy, by the way. This is nuts. The fact they're actually doing this is fucking nuts. Do you know what? I'll allow it. People are gonna copy builds anyway, so why not just fucking let them copy builds more easily? This will be good for before a league starts, coming up with a plan and making an idea, and then just having it like locked in. Like that's what I'm gonna personally use this for. I will make a build. What I'm gonna do is whenever they release patch notes and POB updates, I'll make my own build file and I'll just have my own build like locked in, and I'll have like little reminders like, yo, don't forget to do this. But I'm not gonna do like 5 stages or anything. It'll just be my in-game build from the get-go. But the thing is, my builds change like 50 times by the time they even get the maps, so it might be kind of useless. Still, it's
Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate,
Jesus Christ,
ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to...
This is gonna retard max. This is retard maxing right there for like people are gonna have no idea how the character works. Hey, people they won't even read the node. They're gonna download a build file and just gonna start playing the game and just start clicking stuff. Like, oh, tap me to go here now. They're not even gonna read what it does, and they're not even gonna understand. They're gonna have a clue, bro. Holy fuck.
Quip.
I mean, dude, the gem thing is crazy. The thing that we're like, what?
And recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well.
I mean, that just seems useful as hell. Just like for whatever you build, you could just blacklist a bunch of gems you don't want to see. That seems so convenient.
For items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot, or if needed, just add some notes to the item.
Get as much life on the resistances as you can. Co-carnage.
And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides. We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client.
What?
Here's how it
works.
Dude! Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format,
nice.
a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game
Holy
client,
shit.
and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate.
Oh!
Dude. Wait, do you think this is one of these things where people think they want this, but they actually don't? Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, people, I swear to God, people would have more fun playing Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2 if they didn't follow build guides. But they just do it because it's there. The thing is, you can't, it's the Pandora's box has already been opened. That's the issue, right? Pandora's box has already been opened. We're on the internet. People are going to get build guides. You can't stop them. People are going to know, oh, build guides exist. I'm going to follow build guides. It's going to be better than what I can do. But people don't realize they'd have so much more fun if they made their own builds. And now this is going to, like, streamline the process and make it even easier to follow builds, so you're even more likely to do it, which makes you have less fun overall playing the video game. Bro, it's... let me tell you, chat. Path of Exile is objectively more fun if you make your own builds. So much more fun. So much more fun. It's so much more fun. It's like legitimately, I want to say half of... Not even that. I want to say the majority of the fun of the game is literally having an idea, coming up with a plan, and then executing it. That is, like, for me anyway. Like, for me, like, I see a unique, I see an item, I see a ascendancy, and I'm like, bro, what if I did this with that? And then you fucking full send it, and you just see what the fuck happens. And it's like, and people don't get to enjoy that or experience that because they just get fucking funneled into this, follow a build guide, let me follow a build. And now that they've got this tool, they're even more likely to do it. But they were probably going to do it anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. But I don't know. It's a little bit, like, it's a bit sad because I feel like you think, like, people, like, think they want to follow build guides, like, they want to also skip the campaign. Just like they think they want flying mounts in World of Warcraft. But they actually, like, you don't want flying mounts in World of Warcraft. You don't want to skip the campaign, and you don't want to fucking use a build guide. But you do because it's just better, right? Like, yeah, it's way, dude, if some guy spends, like, 150 hours optimizing the shit of a build, solving absolutely everything, min-maxing it at the wazoo, and you follow that guide, you're going to do better than if you just made your own thing. But it's going to be less fun, bro. It's going to be less fun. It's going to be less fun. It is what it is. Just like, you know, you think you want a flying mount because you think, like, the flying mount's going to make the game better. Like, well, look, I can go faster on my flying mount, and everything's quicker, and I just get to things faster, and it's just better. No, it's not, because it, like, kills world PvP. It makes it so there's, like, these natural fucking funnels and all these organic interactions happening. And she makes the game... It's just like... It's one of those things where, I don't know, I feel like people think they want build guides, and they think they want to follow build guides, but they actually don't. They actually don't. But, I mean, it's good that people are excited about it, I guess. And I think people who are going to... Like, co-counters was going to follow build guide regardless. So, again... It doesn't really change things. It actually just makes this life a little bit easier. So, it, like, yeah. It just, I feel sad for all the guys who weren't going to follow build guides because, like, fuck it, it's too much effort. Like, I have to alt-tab, do all this stuff. And then they're like, well, there's a build file now, so I can just put a build guide on. Fuck it, I guess. And those guys are going to have a worse experience than if they just played the game organically and just clicked their own build and made their own character. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god! This
Ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well. For items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use.
Oh, you think you want build guides?
I cannot believe this.
You think you want build guides, but you don't, chat. Like, I'm not even, like, no cap.
Slot to say what kind of item you need. In fact, build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain different trade-offs in context, or just give more info about how these things should be used. They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time. Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level. Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format. Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices.
Like trade cucks needed more quality of life. Do you know what? We already had this capability in with third-party things, so it's good that we actually have that capability without third-party thing. Hopefully, eventually, we won't even need Awaken Trade at all, you know? So it's nice.
For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods. So we added the ability to enable and disable each mod
This is
so
good.
you can see what effect each one has on the price.
This is good.
Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs.
I don't really give a fuck about this at all.
Or for
Yeah, whatever. Supporter packs.
There's
there's like a freak one. Oh, look. Oh, it's Quinn, guys, because he's short. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Enemy hit.
Yeah.
That's not all, however. The Fragment stash tab is finally coming to and much more.
The
like
Fragment
a
stash
set of
tab.
finisher effects and affinity stashes. That's not all, however. The Fragment stash tab is finally coming to Path of Exile 2. And with it comes some...
So wait, it's got breach fragments. This is like the boss entry thing. I'm not quite sure. I don't really loot these keys, to be honest with you. That's the King of the Mists thing. That's the new Endgame. That's the trial of the Nameless. I mean, you don't quite know what these ones are. These are like this. It's all the new Endgame, right? It's all the new quest Endgame.
Tabception. Inside this one tab, there's a tab for your various boss key fragments. There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets, with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage. Finally, there's a tab for your Djinn barriers and inscribed ultimatums.
Thank fuck.
Both of which
get
their own 6 tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
Holy shit.
So that's everything in 050. This is by far the biggest update we've ever made to PoE 1 or 2. New in-game storylines,
biggest
pinnacle bosses, crafting systems, items, ascendancy classes, and so much more. Now, because this update contains so much in-game content, we're doing significantly more testing than usual. For that to happen, we're taking a little longer than usual between the announcement and the release.
What are we at now, chat? We're at pathofexile2.com /home. Dude, /home. Let's get some of the bullshit. 20 days, chat. 20 days. What's that in weeks, chat? 20 divided by 7. It's 2.8 weeks, chat. 2.8 weeks. Fuck, bro. Wait, 2.8 weeks. Part of me wants to, like, lock in and de-rust for PoE2 and be, like, big deck for the league launch. But then part of me is like, well, that's 20 days. That's a long time. That's a lot of preparation. That's probably too much. So then I'm thinking maybe I should do it. I should probably, like, what? How much prep? I need to figure out how much prep. Question. How much prep do I want to do for PoE2 League? Note. This is double note. This is note. This will be the last big league. Rest will be simply econ reset until game goes to 1.0 after ExileCon. I feel like because this is like the last league, I don't want a bad league. I don't want a bad league launch and should do prep. The question is how much prep? I'm not doing a subathon for 0.5, chat. Relax. I'm literally not doing a subathon for 0.5. There's no way. There's no way. I literally cannot. What does a bad lead launch mean? A bad lead launch is like I launch and I have done zero preparation at all and I've got zero de-rust and I just go in and I start ripping like crazy and then it takes me like the first fucking 5 days to reacclimatize to the game. A good league launch is like I had like preparation time and I at least spent at 7 weeks, 7 days. Minimum 7 days prep. 100%, 1000% minimum 7 days prep.
Will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th. With the
Chad, if you don't de-rust, this is from maybe you guys could just log into a game, bro. When I first log into a game that I haven't logged into for a while, like when I go into this and I move my character around, it feels weird. Everything feels weird, and like the controls feel weird. Like moving the character around feels weird. Like I'm not washing normally. I'm only playing click to move. Just everything feels weird, and I just get super spaced out, and I just forget everything, and like all the pathways in my brain have kind of like shut down, and I just need to reactivate. And then it flows back to me quite quickly. But I want to say it takes. I mean, the older I get, the longer it takes. But like I want to say it takes me like at least a few days of playing the game for it to feel normal. And who cares? I don't want to feel spaced out, confused, disorientated on the League launch, bro. And yes, disorientated is a real word. That's what people in the UK say it like that, which is crazy. No, it's not disoriented. Disorientated is a real word, you dumb fucks. Look it up. It's UK language, isn't it, bruv?
Patch notes being released on the Friday before that, on May 21st.
It's genuinely real. I'm actually right. So you can Google it and realize that I'm right, but it's cool. Because do you know what's funny? I called Abby out. I was like, Abby, disorientated is not a real word. And she's like, what? What are you talking about, bro? It's a real word, isn't it? And then I'm like, no, it's not, Abby. Like, that sounds retarded. Don't never say disorientated again. Bang. She Googled it. It's a real word. That's how they say it in UK.
There's just one more thing to talk about. Now that the endgame is up to scratch, we have to start talking about our plan for 1.0 release.
This is crazy.
The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we'll be making to the game. At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an RPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1.
True.
Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point.
Yo, PoE 1's dead, bro. He just said PoE 1, 0.5's killing PoE 1. You just heard him say that, bro. It's the successor. PoE 1's fucking dead after this, bro. Hype shit.
And so this is going to be the last full-size League during early access. That's right. The next big update is going to be 1.0. Now, normally we would do our next big content release in August.
Bro, am I like that? Because I said they were going to release this game in 2025, didn't they? Just like I said the cuck shit was going to be done in like 2024. And then, but now, oh, it's supposed to be, oh, my bad. This game was supposed to be out in 2024. It's 2026 now. So he's saying it's going to be out. He's saying the game, yo, we launching this game. We launching this game. 6 months to 2 years. I mean, I don't know. I wonder what the poly market would say about this. What do you guys think? I would say, yeah. Dude, they've planned ExileCon. He obviously knows how far he is in terms of the fucking, what do you call it? Campaign development. It must be coming out this year, right? It has to be. Dude, I had to have the Cuxia 2.0 built before then. Oh my god. The Cuxia 2.0 needs to be built before then. Bro, I need to fucking rage at my, like, people and be like, build that now. It will. It will. It will. It's gonna be December, right? What day is what date is ExileCon? What month is that? I know it's in 181 days, but like what month is that? November. What does it go? November? How many months after November is until December, Jet? How does it? I don't know the months. Only one? Dead ass, bro. No way. You gotta be kidding me. So wait. The builder reckons that he may be able to get it done before 181 days. Maybe. Oh my god. So wait, you said, I wish it was like 2 months, because then it would be like, oh yeah, the Cuxia 2.0 would be done before then for sure. All right, whatever. As we'll see.
But in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0 this year.
23 CM, bro.
Sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime. In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game.
What did he say? They're going to launch it sometime after ExileCon.
And balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need.
I need to hear what he said exactly. I need to go back and listen to it.
Our plans take a look at normal we'll be making to the game. At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an ARPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1. Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point. And so this is going to be the last full-size league during early access.
Last full league.
That's right.
Last full league. Okay, so there is no other league. The thing is, they will never release it in January, ever. They will never release it in January. So I don't know if you know, it's when that's when people spend the least money. So December is when people have this freak. It's like a fucking crazy fucking thing that during December, because it's Christmas and it's the month of giving and it's all this bullshit and people have time off. It's when they spend the most money on products by a large margin, hugely large. It's massive. It's massive. It's fucking crazy, bro. It's a free game. It doesn't matter about it being a free game, bro. The people are gonna buy the fuck out of stuff because it's goddamn Christmas and they got time off. There's no way in hell they won't. What I'm saying is it will definitely not be in the first month of next year. So there's no way it's going to be 2027 January. So that means it's either going to be December 1.0 launch, or it'll be like 2027 a few months after January, right? Like whatever the fuck, whenever, because what the way it goes is this. It goes like this, dude. It goes like this. Bro, so I don't know if you know this. Because obviously I'm being a streamer, I know this hugely. Because actually it's funny, because it goes like right up. So this is like December, right? This is December. This is Christmas Day, and it peaks about here, and then goes down again. And when I say it goes down, bro, it's like this, bro. It's like negative. You're getting negative money. You're getting negative money, and then it slowly recovers and comes back, right? Until December again. So if you release a product, you want to release it here because this is when people buy the fuck out of it. And this is when marketing goes crazy, and these, bro, ad money. Let me tell you, one ad plays, dude, it's like 4x. No, not even that. It's like 5x. It's like 5x. No, or maybe 10x. It's so much more than one just after, because no one's buying anything. So no advertisers are purchasing it. So what I'm saying is, so this is the most likely around early December. This is where you'd want to do it. But if it doesn't come out then, well, then they absolutely will not release it at the start of the 2027. So then you're talking like a few months after. I don't know that someone who knows a bit more about markets and shit. I don't really pay too much attention. What's that, like the third month? The third month? I don't know what's the third month, chat. I don't know what the third month is. But that's like what you're looking at. What's January something? March? August or something? I don't know the months. Yeah, chat. I don't know them. I do know that December is when people buy the fuck out of stuff. And I do know that's when, like, dude, you play one ad, legit, one ad during December, bro. Oh my god. Dude, they paying you. You could run infinite ads in January. You're getting $0. Zero.
Next big update is going to be 1.0. Now, normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon.
Oh, this he does specifically say. He does 100% say this year, sometime after ExileCon. Bro, that literally leaves like the tiniest little range. Right? Wait, ExileCon, ExileCon date. ExileCon 2026 date. November 7th. Okay, I'm busting open a graph here, chat. Peak melee, what is this? Wait, calendar, okay, November 7th. Calendar 2026. Okay. November 7th. Bro, that literally... Bro, 100,000 fucking % if it has to come out this year, we're talking between... So what? It'll be the Friday, which for Americans, it'll be the Friday for New Zealand, which will be Saturday America. So for you guys, it'll be... For us, it'll be the 12th. It'll release on the 12th. That's like assuming what he's saying isn't full of shit, which it could just be like they totally could just be full of shit. And what I said, I don't say full of shit. He could believe that he's releasing the game on the 12th, but like realistically, they've believed they were going to release the game in 2024, and it's 2026 right now. So, there's a good chance they're going to get to November 7th, right? They're like, and there's no way in hell we're releasing the game in a month from now. And then you'd have to say, you know what, guys, if we want to release the game properly, we're going to have to release it, like, a few months after. It's always on Fridays. What I'm saying, it's always on Fridays. Yeah, so Friday in America is fucking Saturday in New Zealand, bitch ass. So for you guys, it'll be whatever the fuck. What I'm saying, it'll be a 12th for me. For you guys, it'll be the 11th. Chat, right now it is the 9th month, chat. The 9th day, so to be clear. So do you understand that? For you guys... So it's Saturday for me. For a lot of you guys right now, it's Sunday. It's fucking Friday. Do you understand? So for me, it'll be a Saturday, so it'll be the 12th. So I'm going off my time, not fucking retard time. This is the New Zealand game, bitch. This is a New Zealand game. You working off our time. You working off our time here. This is an NZ game.
But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime. In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates. It's going to be on improving...
I understand they launched the game for NA, which is why it's a fucking Saturday in New Zealand when it comes out on a Friday in America. I understand that. But I'm just saying the timescale that I'm working on is the fucking New Zealand timescale, you bitch ass. That's what I'm saying. Jesus Christ.
What we already have. But we still want to encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few event leagues during this phase alongside each update. Think remixes of existing mechanics or features. And speaking of ExileCon, don't forget to pencil it in on the weekend of November the 7th in New Zealand. ExileCon
is right, November 7th in New Zealand, bitch. You're Snoogian, dude. It's Raise QT, bro. It's Kriparian and it's Preach. That's Rana. Is that Neversink?
Gathering of our players, and a chance for us to showcase...
Lab.
Everything we'll be working on
Pee-wee
for
Lab guy.
Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for us, since we finally get...
I don't know who any of these people are. No idea.
...to unveil some of the coolest content we've been working on for a...
Math of 1, Rage QT, dude, Ziggy D, Nukian.
...while now, with Act 5 and...
Slippery Jim, TV. Daft Punk.
6.
Preach.
Tickets for the in...
Well, who's at the back there? Who's at the back there? Who's at the back there? No idea.
Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out. But don't worry. All the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of you to watch.
It just ends, bro. It just ends. There it is. It just ends. Crazy stuff. Okay, guys. So there we are. 20 days from now, the league starts. 20 days from now, the league starts. We did some fucking mathematics. We deep dived. We did some graphs. There's actually more stuff to deep dive, by the way, that I haven't actually looked at. There's actually, like, the PoE website, I believe, has, like, a fucking screen here, which has some stuff, which I haven't actually looked at. I don't know. We've already looked at this, right? Maybe we'll check that. Maybe a little bit more deep diving to do. But, guys, it is the weekend. I'm going to think about what I'm going to do. I don't know if I want to start. Like, I could legitimately just start playing PoE 2 now, low-key. Just prepping and get Giga locked in for the launch, right? Because you're going to understand, this is the last launch before 1.0. I could, but maybe that's a little bit extreme. Maybe I should do like 10 days before or something, you know. I don't know. Burn out for league start? Impossible. I will not burn out for league start. There's no way. Literally not possible. Kill Arbiter while it's still the boss. I could do that. That would be kind of a fun goal. Kill Arbiter. Yeah, I could. Arbiter. Could do that, potentially. No, that would be kind of fun. Man, of course I'm going to kill Arbiter. You guys are a joke, bro. You guys are easy as fuck. If I would get revenge on Astri, yeah, I could do that as well. There's no game right now. You can't play that long. True. But I could just log in and do it, though, and then it would be refreshed. How long would you think I would need to do... I could do a softcore character, like, a week beforehand, and just, like, play it. That might be boring as fuck, though. But then if I know I'm making this character just to get my vibes on. I don't know. I'm going to think about it. Regardless, 20 days, biggest patch we've ever seen. Lots of crazy shit. Dude, life buffs, low key. I mean, we don't know what other balancing changes are coming, dude. Right now I'm looking at a few. The monk looks fucking cool. I mean, I could see myself playing both, either the spirit woman or the fist monk. The fisting monk looks kind of fun, especially with those fucking fisting gloves. Who knows what could be going on with the unique gloves. So either. Either, Chan. Either. I could go either character. So yeah. Gonna play Titan. I love Titan. I must admit, I do love me some Titan gameplay, bro. Like, there's no doubt Titan is my favorite guy. Regardless, boys, thank you very much for chilling out today. I hope you enjoyed the deep dive. There may be a little mini deep dive tomorrow, but yeah, we'll see. We'll fucking see. Otherwise, have a good Friday or weekend, depending on where you live. Just pretend there's an outro screen right now, guys, because there's no outro, guys. It's fucking crashed. Turbo! Jumbo! Oh, it's a little bird. It's a birdie. And he gone. All right, peace. Peace. Huh?